Steamship Company. At the rather lavish steamship headquarters, James ordered the cab to wait while he went inside and paid for reservations from New York to London on the North German Lloyd Line's new Greyhound steamship, the Spree, sailing at 7:30 p.m. from New York the following Tuesday, April 11th. He would spend his birthday at sea. It was true, James knew, that this German ship hadn't quite matched the eastward crossing records of, say, the city of New York, 5 days, 23 hours, and 14 minutes, or the city of Paris, 5 days, 23 hours, and 50 minutes, but James knew the Spree to be lavishly comfortable. He also knew that the American and British steamship companies measured their eastward crossings between Sandy Hook Lightship and Roche's Point, the entrance to Queenstown Harbor. The North German Lloyd Line and the Hamburg American measured the trips between Sandy Hook Lightship and the Needles, near Southampton. He would not be in a hurry once he was on the open sea, and he looked forward to a majority of the passengers speaking German, so he would not constantly have to be drawn into conversations, although he was fluent in German. Satisfied that he would be sailing to England in 3 days, James went out to his waiting cab and told the cabbie his next destination. At the railway station, James made reservations for and paid for a first-class ticket to New York City, leaving Washington tomorrow, Sunday, afternoon. He also purchased continuing tickets to leave for Boston on Monday morning, returning to New York early on Tuesday afternoon, allowing plenty of time before the Spree's evening departure. He then had the cab take him to a telegraph office, where he wired reservations for Sunday night at the upscale New York hotel where he'd stayed when he'd arrived in New York, then another reservation for one night in a familiar hotel in Boston. He'd made up his mind that he would not be looking up old friends there, and William and his entire family were in Europe. With some discipline, James thought, on his way to the cemetery to deposit Alice's ashes at her grave, he might avoid walking past the old house in Cambridge, where the whole family, Aunt Kate and all, had lived. He also did not want to see Brother William's huge home at 95 Irving Street in Cambridge. He would plan his walk to and from the cemetery accordingly. But thinking about his older brother, James wrote out a telegram to be sent both to Florence and Lucerne. William should be moving his family from Italy to Switzerland about now, according to the schedule he'd sent James weeks ago. But James knew that his brother moved his family around while on schedule, much as their father had, with no respect for schedules whatsoever. The telegram may have caused the telegraphist to glance at James with curious eyes, but even that made the author smile. William, I am currently in America with a man who either believes he is the detective Sherlock Holmes, or who is Sherlock Holmes, and therefore believes that he is a fictional character. Stop. Can you advise? Stop. Messages will be forwarded to me from John Hay's home in Washington. Harry. That should confuse his always superior-behaving older brother. Finally, on a whim, James asked if he could pay one of the Western Union lads to deliver a handwritten note within the city. They said he could for only 15 cents, and they would provide paper and the envelope. So James put the address of the cigar store through which Holmes had said he could be contacted at any time on the envelope, took the white sheet of paper, and started writing. Got through, I am leaving Washington tomorrow, Sunday, and stopped. He could think of nothing else pertinent to say, nor was anything beyond this any of Holmes's business. He quickly signed his name, for some odd reason almost adding the junior that he hadn't used for more than a decade, added, to Mr. S. Holmes, personal, on the envelope above the cigar store's address, paid the Western Union people for the use of their lad, and tipped the lad himself 10 cents. Having made all these arrangements, James had the hansom drop him on Constitution Avenue a few blocks northeast of Lafayette Square so that, with luck, he could walk back to the Hayes home without encountering the crowds, still admiring the flying Vernetti's dangerous aerial gyrations. All that energy wasted, and death or injury invited only to clean a chimney or two. Absurd. He was walking south when he came to an intersection, and froze in his tracks. For an instant he stood in shock. not quite certain, and then he was certain. Professor James Moriarty, tall white forehead, lank hair over the ears, old-fashioned collar, swallow-tail black coat, and spidery white hands, was walking quickly down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the adjoining street, headed southwest, away from the direction James was walking. "It is none of my business," James thought fiercely. "He's only an aging mathematics and astrophysics professor. You already knew he was alive from the photo in the science magazines at the Library of Congress. And it is none of my business." James mentally repeated this 3 times, like a mantra. But then he turned right and began following Professor Moriarty from a discreet distance, taking care to stay back and remain on his side of the street. 12. A rat. A fucking rat. Henry James had never tailed anyone before, but he soon found that it was a relatively simple affair. All he had to do, he discovered, was to stay a half-block or more behind Professor Moriarty, and on the opposite side of the street, hurry a bit to keep him in sight when the professor turned left or right onto some new street, and step back into the shadows of a storefront the few times the professor stopped. It helped that Moriarty never looked over his shoulder, or, for that matter, paused to look to his left or right, as he walked briskly toward whatever destination he obviously had firmly in mind. Whenever James got close enough to hear the regular tap-tap-tap of the tip of the professor's silver-headed cane on the pavement, he knew he was following too closely and would fall back 30 yards or so. After 20 or 30 minutes of this clever following, James realized that he no longer had the slightest idea of where in Washington City he might be. He distinctly remembered walking west toward the afternoon sun at one point, and then following the briskly pacing Moriarty left, south, then west and south again more than one time, but he had no clue what neighborhood he was in. It didn't help that street signs and even street lamps had disappeared blocks and blocks ago, and it was with something of a shock that James looked down and realized that there had been no sidewalk under his feet for some time now. From stately homes and quaint shops, he'd followed Moriarty into an area of crumbling brick warehouses and the occasional sagging hovel. Even the width of the street had narrowed, until he was following the professor down filthy lanes that should more properly be called alleys than streets. There was a strange, unpleasant-smelling green fog that hung low over the rooftops. Odd for Washington, D.C., James knew, but nothing compared to London's thick fogs. He wondered if he'd followed Moriarty into that part of town that John Hay had called Foggy Bottom. But strangely, and helpful for his anonymity, there were more people and traffic about in these muddy alleys than had been the case in the nicer parts of town. James realized that most of the people walking here walked in groups, and that they were almost all men. Once or twice he noticed a slovenly dressed woman, one obviously and loudly intoxicated, rushing to get out of the way of the striding men and rumbling dray wagons filling the center of the street. But most of the pedestrians were men dressed in working-class rags, or large, intimidating swells, wearing mud-tinged suits that were far too boldly striped and waistcoats of appallingly bright colors. Still, Moriarty walked on without looking left or right. The crowds, mobs really, of rough men parted for him, as if the professor were some unholy Moses, and the ruffians mere dark waves on the Red Sea. Realizing that his clothes and cane and very mannerisms stuck out in this part of town, Henry James stopped on the dirt path that passed for a sidewalk and seriously considered turning around and getting back to a decent part of town as quickly as he could. How? Which way? And what if someone stops me? As these thoughts sent a chill through him, James noticed 3 men deliberately approach Professor Moriarty. None of them shook hands, nor offered to, but even from almost a block distant, James could tell that the 4 men recognized each other, or rather that the 3 large ruffians, poorly dressed from greasy Homburgs to their expensive but muddy boots with oddly pointed toe caps, knew Professor Moriarty. The men were big-shouldered, big-armed, big-bellied, but Moriarty towered over all three of them. With his skull-like face, protuberant forehead, and bald dome covered with only a few combed-over dark strands, the professor stood out like a well-dressed cadaver, looking down at would-be body-snatchers. They exchanged a few words and turned left down a street. Feeling the stares of the clusters of rudely dressed men near him, James made up his mind to stay in the chase and hurried to turn the corner. Dead end. The street was short and empty of anyone save for Moriarty and his new friends, and it ended at a massive warehouse with no windows. James stepped back around the corner and out of sight mere seconds before one of the men looked over his shoulder at the empty cul-de-sac of mud and brick. When James dared peek again, two of the men had shoved open a heavy wooden sliding door. The rumble of a large group, whether of men or animals James could not tell, came through the open door, but then Moriarty followed the first two in, the third man glancing back again, but not before James once more dodged out of sight, and then the massive door was rolled shut. There was a regular-sized door, man door, as it were, about a dozen steps to the right of the sliding door, but it was solid wood, and James had no idea if it opened into the same area that Moriarty had entered. It was probably locked. James stood at the corner and dithered. That was the only word for it, he realized. Dithered. What could he do? He could get out of this dismal neighborhood, or perhaps he could. He'd not noted all the turns and changes of direction that had gotten him in this area of town, and find some trustworthy lad to carry a second message to Holmes via that cigar shop. But certainly that wouldn't be in time for Holmes to arrive before whatever business was detaining Professor Moriarty in the warehouse would be concluded. And Henry James didn't believe he had the nerve to continue. Besides, Holmes had lied to him and stated flatly that Professor James Moriarty, the presumed criminal mastermind, did not exist, that he had been a figment of Sherlock Holmes's imagination, dreamed up solely to expedite the ruse of Holmes's falsified death and subsequent disappearance from the world. Well, that wasn't true. James had seen him in the 1892 photograph of mathematicians present at the Conference on Advanced Mathematics and Astronomical Physics, University of Leipzig. And now he'd seen him in person. But what to do? He could retreat from this neighborhood and find a policeman. But what crime had Moriarty committed? All James had seen was the professor walking down a public street, or alley now, as the case might be, and everything James knew about the man was that he was a legitimate English mathematician and physicist. The police might put him, James, in jail for inciting a false complaint. The obvious and sane choice was for him to turn away now and walk briskly out of this dangerous neighborhood. James had the sense that walking north and east would at least get him out of this foggy bottom area, and return to the Hayes' comfortable home and forget all about Professor James Moriarty for the time being. Should he ever bump into Sherlock Holmes again, he'd share this amusing little story of actually having crossed paths with the real Moriarty in Washington City. Yes, that was the only sane and safe thing for him to do. James took 2 deep breaths and walked down the cul-de-sac toward the warehouse, silently hoping with every pace that the heavy sliding doors wouldn't open as he approached. What if Moriarty and the 3 ruffians stepped out just as he reached the door? One could hardly claim to be lost when one has deliberately walked the better part of a city block down a dead-end alley. The sliding door did not open. James stepped to the right of it and stopped in front of the solid wood door. Setting his hand on the iron knob, he prayed that it would be locked. It should be locked. It seemed more like an office door than a door to the open, noisy space Moriarty and the thugs had stepped into. When he ascertained that it was locked, James could turn about, leave at a brisk but dignified pace, and know that he'd done everything in his power to find out what Moriarty had been up to. The door was unlocked. James opened it further, tense to turn and flee if he made a noise or if he saw anyone. It was completely dark inside. The slit of gray light showed only a narrow staircase rising steeply straight ahead. There was a thick film of dust on the steps, so the stairway must not have been regularly used. James stepped in and let his eyes adjust to the darkness as best they could. The narrow staircase rose with what seemed an alarming steepness between two dark, moldering walls. The upper part of the steep staircase was invisible in the darkness. It could be missing for all James could tell from here, but once his eyes had adapted, he realized that there was the faintest glow from a gas lamp on the wall at the top of these stairs. He began tiptoeing up, trying not to make even the slightest sound, dreading the inevitable squeak and creak of the old steps. But he soon realized that at this rate, the climb to the top would take him 10 minutes or more. Besides, the steps were solid. They did not squeak or creak. Perhaps the dust helped muffle his steps. James walked normally. Mostly normally, he realized, since he was still putting most of the weight on the toes of his shoes. And when the staircase was at its darkest, he put his hands flat on the walls on either side. There was no railing. He felt each step gingerly with the toe of his right foot before putting any weight on it. Then he was moving into the tepid oval of light from the gas lamp above. Nothing. Just a narrow landing with the flickering light. No doors or windows of any sort. James looked to his left and realized that a second and equally steep flight of stairs rose high to another dim light. All in all, there were 4 such long, steep flights of stairs, and 3 dusty, poorly lit landings before he reached the top. Here there was a door to his right. The top half was glass, and the glass was glazed. James looked down. His were the only footsteps in the dust here. He tried the cracked porcelain doorknob. The door was locked. James used all the strength he could muster, even putting his shoulder to the door, but it remained locked. He knew that he could use his walking stick to break the glass and gain entry that way, but he did not entertain that thought for more than a second. The sound of smashing glass might bring Professor Moriarty's entire mob down on him. He turned and was about to start his steep descent back into the darkness, when he noticed something on the left wall, the wall opposite the door. Or rather, he heard something from there. It was the indistinct murmuring as from a loud crowd, perhaps an audience before the beginning of a play. But even the murmurs and half-heard words were coarse. If it was an audience, the play would be a bawdy Cockney melodrama. There was a rectangle in the wooden wall. James crouched low and saw the large wooden flanges near the top corners. He swiveled them to a horizontal position, and the rectangular aperture fell back into his hands. The noise was quite audible now, and there was light coming up through what seemed to be a floor. James pressed the trapdoor shut, secured it with a single flange, walked to the gas lamp, and turned the gas off. Just enough light came through the frosted glass of the doorway across the landing to allow James to find the trapdoor and its flanges again. Loosening it with exaggerated care, he lowered it to the floor and thrust his head and shoulders into the aperture. There was no floor, he soon saw, only large, broad beams, the one in front of him at least 20 inches wide, extending out over a great drop. The broad beams were stationed about 15 feet apart, and 5 or 6 feet below these major support beams were smaller rafters, mere 2x4 pieces of lumber set narrow side up. Some sort of cage wire, the kind James associated with chicken coops, was attached to these smaller rafters. Attached to that wire near the walls here was a false floor of some sort of flimsy cardboard or canvas. There was something white, like snow, covering most of this canvas in small heaps and dunes. He was, he realized, in the high attic space of the huge warehouse that Moriarty and the other men had entered. But about 10 feet out, directly ahead of him, the false floor ended, and light and noise rose up from below. James heard a deep voice trying to shout the crowd into some sort of attention. If he were to see anything, James would have to crawl further out on the beam. He set his walking stick in the corner of the landing and began crawling on his hands and knees. His plan had been to stop before he was over the open drop, but he realized he couldn't see well from that position, so he lowered himself to the broad beam and kept crawling until only his knees remained in the darkness behind him. Far below him was a huge space with sawdust on the wooden floor. He must be at least 60 feet above the mobs of men down there, perhaps 70 feet. For a second, he clung to the beam with knees and his fingernails, letting a surge of vertigo pass, but there was little chance of his being seen by anyone down there. The space below was brightly illuminated by electric arc lamps in metal shades, but the lamps hung down from the lower rafters on long steel rods. Anything above them would just be a dark blur to the men in the light. James lay flat, tried to control his breathing, and attempted to make sense of what he was seeing. There were more than 100 men sitting on barrels and crates in several distinct groups. To James, they all looked like purse snatchers and highway thieves, but they clustered in definite groups, tribes, and one group of about 30 men looked more like simple working men. He realized that this group was speaking mostly in German. The other ruffians were bellowing in gutter American English. All of the groups were facing a raised platform. James saw an abandoned metal scale at the back of this platform, realized that the snow he'd seen in the canvas below the rafters further back had been chicken feathers, and decided that the warehouse had once been the final stopping place for thousands of chickens to be processed. That also explained some of the stench that he described to the unwashed mobs of men below. There were 2 men on the raised platform. Professor James Moriarty was at the rear of the ad hoc stage, sitting in a high-backed chair. The other man, cigar in mouth and a derby cocked at a ruffian's angle on his squarish head, was the one shouting for silence and attention. Finally, the mobs of men quieted down and focused their attention on the speaker.
"Well, all the important gangs are here, and no one's killed anyone yet,"
shouted the thick-set man on the platform.
"That's something, at least. We've already shown progress."
No one laughed. Someone in the batch of German-speaking working men was translating for the others.
"Culpepper ain't here,"
shouted someone in the mob.
"Culpepper's dead," shouted someone else. "Somebody dropped him 30 or 40 feet onto that fat head of his."
This did bring laughter. The man on the platform waved them into silence again.
Well, while Culpepper's people work out who's going to take his place, we'll go ahead with our project here and give that gang the word later." "What project?" shouted a fat man near the front. "All we heard was big talk about lots and lots of boodle, and not one fucking specific."
Before the man on the platform could speak again, a man in the front row of the German-speaking group cried,
"Fire wie brought here with these criminals!"
The other 100 or so men now roared with laughter, some hooting, "These criminals!" back at the German. Several others snicked open their seemingly ubiquitous gravity blade knives. The man standing waved them into some sort of order again.
"As you'll hear in a minute, we need the anarchists for socialists!" cried the German working man who'd just spoken. "These socialist anarchists," corrected the man on the platform, "for our plan. They're necessary. Professor James Moriarty will explain."
The big man nodded to Moriarty and took his own seat on the platform as the professor slowly stood and took measured steps toward the front of the platform.
"Gentlemen,"
began Moriarty, and something about his sunken-eyed skeletal presence brought a deeper silence onto the entire room full of men.
"None of you has ever seen me before, but you all know my name. In the last 2.5 years, my planning has made more money for each of your organizations than you've ever made before."
There came a low rumble that James realized was one of agreement and approval. Moriarty held up 2 fingers. Silence came down like a curtain.
"In the next month,"
continued the professor, his voice soft but carrying to every corner of the huge space,
"you and I shall make more money, more of a true fortune than has ever been realized in the long history of criminal endeavor."
The silence extended. Finally, a shrill, doubting voice shouted,
"How?" "Precisely at noon on the 1st of May, said Moriarty. "The President of the United States is going to push a button that shall start every electrical device at the Chicago Columbian Exposition. 100,000 people may be watching him. 1 second after he does that, President Cleveland will be assassinated, shot by a high-velocity rifle, wielded by the world's greatest assassin."
Somehow the silence deepened.
"In the next 15 minutes, continued Moriarty, the Vice President of the United States, as well as its Secretary of State and Attorney General, will also be assassinated. Their demise is expertly planned and guaranteed. Within the next hour, the mayors and chiefs of police of Chicago, Washington, New York, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Boston, Cincinnati, and more than 8 capital cities in Europe will also be assassinated." "How does that earn us 1 single damned penny?"
shouted someone at the back of one of the clusters. Moriarty smiled. Even from his angle so high above, Henry James could see that terrible smile, and it made him shake and cling harder to his beam.
"Our anarchist, socialist friends across this country and Europe," continued Moriarty, holding a hand out toward the German-speaking working men, "will, upon a precise signal, descend upon the police forces in Chicago, Washington, Boston, London, Berlin, all the cities I have mentioned and more. The police will be ambushed at predetermined places and times. Our anarchist friends will be better armed than ever before, with rifles as well as pistols, large quantities of dynamite as well as grenades, and the timing shall be as precise as I described. This 1 hour on the 1st of May, starting with the public execution of the Chief Executive of the United States of America, will make Haymarket Square look like the tiny, insignificant rehearsal it was."
Suddenly James had a terrible urge to sneeze. The chicken feathers behind him on the canvas, others littering the beams above and beside him. He squeezed his nose shut and prayed.
"Where do we—"
asked one man from the crowd below, his voice low, almost disbelieving.
"Where do you come in?"
Moriarty finished for him. Again that cadaver's smile. Above his squeezing hand, James could see men in the front rows seem to flinch away from the professor.
"When the heads of these serpents of oppressive governments are severed," said Moriarty.
"Cut off," he repeated for the least intelligent among his audience.
"With mayors and police chiefs and federal officials murdered, there will be nationwide chaos. And amidst that chaos, you do what you do best. You loot. You plunder."
He paused, and his tongue licked out like a snake's.
"But not randomly, and not with the usual failure of a forethought. No, you will be looting the finest homes in New York and Chicago and Washington and Boston and all the other cities, the fattest banks, the richest federal and state gold depositories. You will be looting according to a plan I have drawn up and will soon share with you. A plan that is foolproof."
Random talking turned into a roar of approval and excitement.
It'll be like the fucking New York draft riots, only with no fucking army coming in to shut it down,"
shouted one man. James remembered the draft riots in 1863, not long after Gettysburg, when the army draft was starting in New York City. It had been volunteers up to that time. The street gangs and mobs, mostly Irish, had risen up in civil insurrection that had gone on for days. The homes of some of New York's richest families had been invaded, women raped, money and paintings and furniture stolen. Entire blocks had been burned down. One Irish gang, for the fun of it, had burned down an orphanage for black children, killing several of them.
"It shall be the New York draft riots times 1,000, said Moriarty over the noise. "And you are correct. This time there will be no U.S. Army sent from battlefields to save the beleaguered and outgunned local police and militia. The spoils shall be yours."
He turned and went back to his seat. Suddenly, over the roar of excitement, a man with a shotgun leaped out of his seat and pointed with his free hand upwards, directly toward where Henry James lay cringing and trying to make himself smaller on his beam.
"A rat!"
screamed the man, his tone almost delirious.
"A fucking rat!"
Before James could even think of scuttling backward, the man raised his shotgun, aimed it directly at James from 60 feet or so below, and fired. 5 or 6 other men with shotguns leaped to their feet and also fired, directly at James. 13. I'll have Lucan Adler kill any man who speaks to the police. Henry Adams and John Hay both had telephones in their homes. Hay used his all the time, especially related to the consulting he was doing for the State Department. Adams disliked using his, but did so most frequently to call John Hay, who lived in the mansion adjacent to his. Essentially, they were just talking through 2 walls, and due to all the telephonic static and cackling and crossed lines, it would probably have been easier to open windows and shout at one another. "You're trying to back out of this evening's dinner, aren't you, Henry?" said Hay after listening to Adams for a minute or so. It was already Saturday afternoon.
"Well, I didn't feel that I offered much at your last gathering," said Adams. "People in perennially low moods should not be allowed to appear at persistently gay high society gatherings."
"That would rule out about 93% of us," laughed Hay.
"And would improve the quality of conversation exponentially," said Adams.
"True, Henry, true. But do come tonight. It's simple fare and stag."
"What happened to all the lovely ladies, including your daughter Helen?" asked Adams.
Nanny Lodge, Helen, Clara, and Edith Roosevelt, who's in town only briefly with her husband, are all pouring coffee at the huge DAR Gala fundraiser for our Civil War veterans, said Hay.
"Where's that being held this year?"
"In the Capitol Rotunda," said Hay.
"They'll either freeze or swelter," said Adams.
"Probably both."
"Is Lizzie Cameron cutting cake for the geezers as well?"
"No, she's going to the opera tonight," said Hay.
"With Dawn?"
Hay laughed. When was the last time Lizzie was chaperoned to the opera or to any other cultural event by her husband, Don?
"Who then?"
asked Adams. "Her cousin, what's his name? The old venerable who bored the brass off the andirons at the Vanderbilt's Big Do last November."
"You mentioned Edith Roosevelt, which suggests that the boy will be one of the stags in attendance tonight," said Adams. "Are you really going to put Harry and Teedy in the same pit again so soon?"
"The boy hates it when we call him by his childhood name of Teedy," said Hay.
"He hates it when we call him the boy, too, but he loves us more than he hates it. Are you really going to put Harry and Teddy at the same table again, Hay?"
"Teddy's terribly remorseful about what he said, and about being boorish at our last dinner gathering," said Hay. It was Adams's turn to laugh.
"I've never seen Theodore Roosevelt remorseful to anyone over anything he said, did, stabbed, or shot. "True," said Hay. But upon reflection, probably Edith's, he realized that words like effeminate and coward weren't appropriate when directed at one of America's finest men of letters.
"It would have been more fun 50 years ago," said Adams, "or even 30. We would be past the process of selecting seconds by now, and they probably would have chosen the dueling ground and oiled and charged the pistols."
"Harry seems more like a rapier man to me," said Hay, "and he would have gotten to choose the weapons."
"Rapier wit," said Henry Adams. "None sharper or more pointed."
"But Teddy truly is sorry, and has begged for a chance to show that he can behave," said Hay. "He wants you witness to his good behavior."
"I was a witness the last time he showed it," said Adams. "That was in 73 or 74, I believe."
"Seriously, Henry, this is just us men tonight. We'll argue politics, politely, of course, scratch when and where we want to, belch ditto, talk like sailors, drink like sailors, and toast the missing fairer sex until Benson and my other men have to carry us to our respective beds. I've invited Dr. Granger because, well, you know." Adams knew. Dr. Elias Granger was older than most of them, in his mid-60s now, and had been in deep mourning ever since he'd lost his wife 4 years ago. With just men, Granger could relax and exercise the happiness which had been his hallmark, right up to his wife's death. In mixed company, he rarely spoke when the ladies were present any longer, as if doing so might hurt his dead wife's feelings. Adams, 7 years a widower now, thought he understood. If it hadn't been for Lizzie Cameron and, to a lesser extent, Nanny Cabot Lodge, he probably wouldn't be accepting dinner invitations either, at least those with the fairer sex present. As it was, he not only attended such mixed dinners now, but had resumed hosting his famous breakfasts, held closer to the noon hour than morning, which included Lizzie, Nanny, and other local delights.
"Sounds very nice, and I like old Granger," said Adams. "But—"
"Before you get beyond but," interrupted John Hay, "I forgot to tell you that Clarence King will be there, with his proverbial bells on," he said, "and knowing Clarence, possibly with real ones."
"King!" cried Adams. "I thought he had headed off for Mexico or Chile or Patagonia or one of those swarthy lady places he prefers."
"I thought so too, Henry, but he's back in town, briefly as I understand it, and would love to dine with us."
"Who else will be there tonight?" asked Adams.
"Teddy and James, of course, King, Rudyard Kipling, taking time out from his Cosmos Club."
"I'd come just to hear Kipling tell a tale," said Adams. "But every time Teddy's there and tale-telling, Rudyard just curls his legs up under him like a teenaged girl and listens all night, mesmerized."
"A great storyteller recognizes a great storyteller," said Hay. "Cameron can't make it, but Cabot Lodge will be there again."
"While his wife pours coffee and cuts cake under the great dome," said Adams.
"Exactly. And what about Harry? Did I tell you that he's staying with us again? As long as he'll be in Washington, I believe."
"No," Adams said, his voice low. "You didn't tell me that."
"Well, he is," said Hay. "And tonight should be a rather more unbuttoned social evening than our last dinner turned out to be."
"Harry James unbuttoned," muttered Adams. "Now there's an image that refuses to coalesce in the focal lens of my inner eye."
Adams waited a few seconds and had to clear his throat before speaking again.
"Will Mr. Holmes be there again?"
Either not picking up on Adams's tone or ignoring it, Hay said, "Oh, no. Holmes has disappeared. Definitely left town, was the last I heard. Possibly gone back to England. Either way, he shan't be at our table tonight, and I'm glad of it."
"Why?"
asked Adams. "Because my daughter Helen has become besotted by the man," barked Hay. "She asked me the other day how much a detective earns, and if such an income might support a married couple in the comfort to which she's accustomed. She also wondered if great detectives were regularly knighted by Queen Victoria."
"Good Lord," said Adams. She certainly didn't phrase it all that way.
She might as well have, said Hay. Oh, St. Gaudens will be there tonight, but he says he must leave early before brandy and cigars. Some senator's wife he's chiseling in granite.
She poses at night?
Whenever the senator is out of town, said Hay.
Kipling, our dear Clarence King, St. Gaudens, Cabot Lodge without Nanny. He rarely speaks at the table when Nanny's there, but can be rather witty when it's just other men. And then, of course, a chance at a front-row seat for the second round between the boy and Harry, said Adams. I can't pass this up. I'll be there tonight.
With bells on?
I do have a jester cap I can bring, and possibly convince myself to wear after we open the 4th bottle, said Adams.
Save that jester's cap for young Theodore, just in case, said Hay. The two were still chuckling when they hung up their telephones. The roar of the shotgun blast, though 50 feet below him, was deafening to James. Chicken feathers flew into the air on both sides below him, where the canvas covered the thinner rafters. His own higher, thicker beam shook as some sort of shot rattled against its bottom and sides. Cringing into the narrowest straight line the portly James could manage, he still felt a shot, almost certainly birdshot, rip at his left sleeve and stipple his left forearm with pinpricks. He clamped his jaws tight so that he would not cry out.
"You missed him!"
shouted one of the gangsters below.
"Look out! Let me!"
2 shots in rapid succession, each with the sharper, clearer report of a rifle rather than a shotgun blast. James felt at least one of the bullets slam into his beam, some 6 or 8 feet in front of him. The entire beam shuddered, as if it were a tree taking the first hard swing of an axe.
"Got it!"
shouted the man who'd yelled immediately before the rifle shots. The mob roared. James dared a peek down the left side of his beam. Most of the men, save for the anarchists, were out of their chairs now, milling in a circle, slapping each other on the back and laughing, the rigid separation of neighborhood gangs forgotten. A man with a rifle was holding up a large gray rat, quite dead, by the tail, and turning in a circle to receive the plaudits of his criminal cohorts.
"Silence!"
Moriarty's voice was so loud and commanding that Henry James almost lost his balance and rolled off his beam. The mobs fell silent at once.
Grogan will visit each of your leaders in the next week, with precise instructions on where you'll muster on May 1, what armament you'll bring, and which will be provided for you, exactly where the killing zones for the police will be, your precise positions for the ambushes, and information on where the socialists will have already begun their bombing. We are finished for tonight, but leave in small groups to get back to your own gang areas and beer halls. We don't want the cops picking any of you up tonight, much less arresting clusters of you. And I'll have Lucan Adler kill any man who speaks to the police, even if that man is being held in protective custody at police headquarters."
That seemed to sober the mob into true silence. The man with the rifle tossed away the dead rat. The groups began filing out of the main front and back sliding doors of the old warehouse. James leaned over to peek again at Moriarty, but the derby-hatted hoodlum named Grogan was the only one still standing on the platform. Moriarty had disappeared. James continued lying on his side on the high beam until his muscles and bones were in such pain that he thought he might scream. He lay there as the last of the anarchists and gang members walked boldly out into the darkness beyond the sliding doors. He stayed there until the man they'd called Grogan had shut off the lights and been the last to leave. And still he lay there, his left arm hurting, for another hour or more, listening to the scurrying of rats in the rafters near him. He was sure he would hear heavy footsteps coming up the stairway at any second, He pulled the panel up behind him, using the peg set on the inside for that purpose, but he was sure that anyone coming up the steps would turn the gas lamp back on, see the unlatched top corners of the trapdoor, and open it behind him. Eventually he could stand the pain and darkness no longer. James got to his hands and knees, feeling dizzy and not trusting his balance in the darkness, and backed up along his beam until his heels contacted the trapdoor. He tapped it open with the least force and sound he could manage. Then he was out on the death-black upper landing and all but unable to stand. He had to pull himself up with his hands on the wall above the trapdoor until he stood weakly there, still leaning on the wall, his knees and back hurting far more than the lacerations on his right arm, under what he could feel as the torn sleeve of his jacket and shirt. There was no light coming through the frosted glass of the office door on the opposite side of the absurdly narrow landing. Could he possibly have been lying on that beam long enough for it to grow dark outside? He started to raise the strength of the single weak gas lamp on the wall, but then thought better of it. If someone was waiting on the dark staircase below, the resumption of light on his landing would make him a perfect target. He found his hat and walking cane where he'd left them on the floor of the landing. Remembering how steep and narrow the staircase was, James descended carefully in the darkness, taking each step with care, his arms extended so that he could touch the peeling wall on either side of the staircase, his cane finding each step in the darkness. At each flickering landing, he expected to encounter someone waiting for him. No one was there. Still, when he reached the bottom of the last flight and was standing at the door through which he'd entered, it took him a minute or two to work up courage to open the door. A terrible thought made him grab the wall again for support. What if they've locked this door? Locked me in? They hadn't. He stepped out into twilight. The cul-de-sac was empty except for himself, standing there so incongruously, so obviously. It was about 60 normal paces to the end of the dead-end alley and the beginning of the unpaved street, but it felt like half a mile to the aching rider. He turned right on the unnamed street, trying to remember a general direction back to the civilized parts of town. There were other people on the street, all men as far as he could tell, but most were clustered near the few lighted saloons. James stayed near the dark buildings across the street from these lighted buildings, walking where the sidewalk would be if the muddy lane had been a real street. At least there was less horse manure on the sides. As he walked, James questioned himself about his reactions during his time clinging to a beam high above thieves, robbers, rapists, arsonists, and Professor James Moriarty in that old chicken warehouse. He had been frightened, to be sure, especially when the man had yelled "Rat!" and the shotgun blast had rattled all around him. But along with the fear had been something unexpected and rather new to Henry James. Simple excitement? A sense of thrill? A strange, inexplicable joy at the wild strangeness of it all? He wondered if his pounding heart and excited sense of everything slowing down during those tensest moments he'd spent above the mob, the moments when he thought he'd been discovered, the rifle shots, if he had been sharing something he thought he would never have the opportunity to experience after having avoided service in the Civil War. Had his brother Wilkie thrilled to such danger in the minutes or hours before receiving his terrible wounds? How else to explain Wilkie's eagerness to return to his unit, months after suffering such undignified, suppurating, and impossibly painful injuries? And his brother Bob, who had said he'd enjoyed life in the army during the war. Couldn't James's experience that afternoon connect in any way to the simple joy of action that his brothers had written about? James thought of his cousin Gus, that beautiful, pale, redhead's naked body in the afternoon light on the day James had walked in on the life drawing class. Had Gus felt such a thrill of danger and the joy of risk in the months of service before being killed by a sniper, his body never recovered? Had Gus heard the sound of the shot that had taken his young life? The veterans insisted that One never did, never heard the fatal shot, since science had shown that the ball or bullet was traveling faster than sound itself. But James remembered hearing the loud rifle shot just before the beam he was lying on reverberated like a struck bell. It had been thrilling. He walked for what seemed like hours as the last of the light left the skies. His sense of direction all but gone now, James headed for lights reflected from lowering clouds. That way lay street lamps. That way, whichever way it was, must be toward civilization. Several times men broke off from some group and crossed the street toward him, and each time James thought, "This shall be it." But no one accosted him. No one even addressed him except for a bizarrely made-up lady of the night, what the Americans called a crib doxy, he felt certain, whose place of business was one of the canvas-covered stalls in a reeking alley, whose chalk-white and crimson-rouged face opened to show yellow teeth when she called,
"Looking for a good time, are you, Mr. Gentleman, sir?"
James nodded toward the apparition and quickly crossed the street. He had finally reached a cobblestone street, trolley tracks in the center, with gas lamps at each corner, and allowed himself a sigh of satisfaction. There would be street signs here. The slums were behind him. And just at that moment, 3 men stepped out of an alley and blocked his way.
"Lost, pal?"
asked the tallest one, bearded and filthy. The second man was equally as tall, but heavier, and had short whiskers rather than a beard. James glimpsed a gold tooth where the light from the corner street lamp briefly touched the first man's face. Both tall men wore wide-rimmed hats that were soiled with sweat and grime, and looked to have been gnawed upon by rats. The third man blocking James's way could hardly be called a man yet, a boy of 16 or 17, almost as tall as his 2 mates, but infinitely thinner. The boy's face was mostly nose, and with his hair hanging greasily over his eyes and his oversized teeth catching the light. James thought of the rat the gang members had shot off the rafters. "Let me pass, please," said James, and stepped straight toward the bearded man with the gold tooth. That man stepped aside, but the second big man moved to block James's way. The 3 stepped closer, encircling him. James looked over their shoulders but could see no police officers, no pedestrians, no decent folk he might call out to.
"Nice spats,"
said the ruffian's leader, and then he hawked and spit quite deliberately a gob of brown tobacco onto James's left foot. The second man touched James's torn right sleeve.
"You're bleeding, pal. Better come with us, so we can bandage you up right."
James tried to step to his left, into the street, but the boy and the first man blocked his way again. They stepped forward aggressively, and James realized that he was giving way, backing toward the darkness of the alley from whence they'd stepped. He stopped. The leader stepped so close that James could smell the whiskey and garlic on his breath when the tall man ran his ragged fingers over James's jacket and waistcoat front.
"Fucking spats, fucking top hat, fucking silver-headed walking stick," the bearded leader said. "But no fucking watch in your vest. Where is it?"
I lost it," said James.
"Careless sod, ain't you?" said the second man. "But I bet you didn't lose your fucking billfold, did you, Mr. Spats?"
James drew himself up to his full height, his right hand gripping the cane tightly, even though he knew they would be on him before he could lift it in his own defense. He felt something sharp touch his belly, and looked down to see that the youngest man had set a knife point there.
"James!"
cried a familiar voice from just across the street. James and the 3 thieves turned their heads at the same instant. James had to suppress a giggle, possibly a hysterical one, since the 2 men he least imagined running into were now hurrying across the empty street toward him. It had been Theodore Roosevelt who had called out, and with him, in a finer suit than James had last seen him in, was Clarence King. As the 2 men trotted up to the sidewalk, the bearded thief, well over 6 feet in height, looked at the 5'8" Roosevelt and King 2 inches shorter than Roosevelt, and said,
"I bet you a bottle that they got watches."
"Not for fucking long,"
said his equally tall, brawny, and filthy partner. 14. As good as the Boston Bean-Eaters. The youngest thug pulled the blade back from James's belly and held the knife down at his side as Roosevelt and King stepped up to the group.
"James,"
said Roosevelt again, ignoring the 3 hoodlums and showing his huge, perfect-toothed grin beneath his gold pince-nez. His blue eyes were very bright, as if in joyous anticipation of something.
"How fortunate to bump into you. King and I were hoping to find you. We're headed over to Hayes' home for dinner."
Clarence King's hazel eyes were much colder than Roosevelt's blue gaze. While Roosevelt had no walking stick with him, King was carrying the elaborate one that James had first seen at Hayes' home. The top was of some burnished stone naturally curved, almost like a bird's beak. The 2 tallest thugs exchanged glances, and the bearded leader nodded. James assumed that they'd just silently agreed to rob and beat, and possibly kill, all 3 of the swells they'd just encountered on the edge of Nighttown. James didn't know if these 3 thugs had been at Moriarty's meeting or not, and realized it didn't matter. He tried to warn his friends away with not-so-subtle shoving motions of his hands when they were across the street, but now it was too late. The 6 men were clustered in a rather tight circle here at the entrance to the dark alley.
"Good evening, gentlemen,"
young Roosevelt said to the thugs, still smiling that impossible white smile.
"Thank you for escorting our friend this far. We shall walk with him from here."
The 2 tallest men shifted to their right, blocking any easy retreat for King or Roosevelt. The scrawny young man closest to Henry James had his blade raised and visible again. The leader flicked his grimy fingertips up and then down Roosevelt's waistcoated, thick torso.
"There's a good watch at the end of that chain, ain't there, Four Eyes?"
he said, showing his brown teeth.
"Of course there is,"
young Roosevelt said coldly.
"And a billfold in your pocket, too, ain't there?"
added the bearded man. Theodore's grin somehow grew broader.
"Yes,"
he said softly,
"and it's going to stay there. You 3 go about your business now, and no one will get hurt."
The 2 largest thugs began laughing at this, and the youngest one joined in with his unpleasant cackle. The leader reached forward. The second man produced a short-bladed knife almost identical to the one the youngest thug was again holding against the curve of Henry James's belly.
"Do not touch me,"
said Roosevelt to the bearded thug. The tall man in the hat must have had 20 pounds and 6 inches of height to his advantage.
"What you going to do when I do touch you, Four Eyes?"
The broad, filthy hands were poised in front of Theodore's thick torso and gleaming watch chain. In fairly fluent German, which James could follow, Roosevelt said,
"I shall kick you in the balls, make your teeth eat my knee, and then headbutt your paltry brains out."
James noticed that young Theodore hadn't been sure of the German word for butt, and had just used Kopfbüten as an approximate. He'd also used the informal du form, which an adult would use with an intimate, a child, or an animal. His intention there was clear when he'd used the fressen form of to eat, dogs and other animals fressen, rather than the human essen. Theodore carefully removed his pince-nez by its ribbon, set the glasses in an inner vest pocket, and patted the pocket. His smile was thin now, with his huge teeth no longer gleaming. The tall leader laughed and said,
"We got a couple of midget Dutchmen here, boys. Let's beat the shit out of them."
The 2 tall men stepped forward. Roosevelt and King took 3 hasty steps backward, as if they were preparing to run. The leader widened his stride to cut Theodore off. Roosevelt opened his arms wide, leaned backward with that massive torso, and kicked the tall man between the legs with the kind of full-force, wound-up, full-legged kick that Henry James had only seen on rugby fields. The polished toe of Theodore's small, expensive boot all but disappeared in the leader's vulnerable crotch. The impact was so great that James saw the leader thug's feet actually leave the ground. The big man fell to his knees and started to crumple, his hat falling forward as his head came down. He was using both hands to hold his testicles, and the moan that came out of him did not sound human. As the man's face arched down, Theodore's right knee came up more rapidly than it had in the kick. James heard teeth snap, and the man's huge nose break. The thug's upper torso rocked back, his face smeared with blood, his eyes closed but now on the same level as Teddy Roosevelt's blue gaze. Roosevelt grabbed the thug by the shoulders, jerked him toward himself, and smashed that great, square Roosevelt forehead against the leader's face and temples, so hard it sounded like an axe smashing against thin wood. The leader went down on his back and did not stir. The other big thug had not been watching idly. He had his knife out, jabbing forward and swinging from left to right, even as his long arms went wide, as if to encircle Clarence King before stabbing. King had hefted his heavy cane to his shoulder, and now he swung it like a baseball bat. Henry James had never played baseball as a child, but his brother William had, and loved it. And during the last 2 weeks, James had suffered John Hay's enthusiasm for the sport. So when King made his powerful swing, James guessed that it was more like one of the batters from the Boston Beaneaters, expected to win the pennant this year, than a hitter from the perennially last-place Washington Senators. The beaked stone at the head of the cane caught the advancing thug full in the face. James saw and heard the cheekbones snap, the nose break, and both he and the youngest thug next to him actually had to jump back to avoid the geyser of blood and teeth that came their direction. The big man dropped his knife and fell to all fours. 5'6" Clarence King had grown a belly, but the decades of mountain climbing and mine digging had turned his thighs and arms to powerful engines. He kicked the man in the backside so hard that the thug skidded forward on his ruined face on the alley cinders, his arms and hands trailing palms up. The boy, who was left-handed, swung away from James and swung his arm back to stab Clarence King in the side. Henry James had written William just before Christmas that he'd been putting on far too much weight, that he was going forth belly first into the world these days, and it did not please him. He told William how he'd hired a fencing coach for 3 two-hour workouts a week, but also how, while James very much enjoyed the exercise, it hadn't taken an ounce off his weight. Now James raised his own walking stick and brought it down on the boy's wrist, as if he were driving a tent peg with a mallet. Surprisingly, his aim was perfect. He heard the head of the cane make loud contact with the scrawny young thug's wrist bone, and the knife dropped to the alley cinders. The young thug shouted in pain, but he was very, very fast. He dropped to one knee to retrieve the knife before James could even get his cane raised again. King stepped forward and planted his polished but heavy boot on the knife blade. The young thug tugged, but the blade snapped off at the hilt.
"Trade knife," said Roosevelt from where he stood astride the fallen leader. "They give them away to the Indians by the gross out in the Badlands. Not worth a damn."
King had shifted his cane to his left hand, and suddenly from a coat pocket he pulled out a jackknife which he flicked open with a snap of his wrist. The blade was enormous for a folding knife, at least 7 inches long, James thought, and tapered to a terrifying point. King set that sharpened point a millimeter under the young thug's left eye, pushing strongly enough to draw blood and a terrified gasp from the would-be highwayman. James half expected King to pop the boy's eye out like a street vendor scooping out ice cream on a hot summer night.
"There's a lesson here, boy," hissed King. "If you're coming to a knife fight, bring a knife. Otherwise you'll end up with a Heidelberg scar."
King flicked the blade right across the young thug's cheek, and blood geysered. The boy screamed, clasped both hands to his open cheek to hold together the bloody flaps now exposing his molars, stood, and ran off into the night. James could only stare at the two men unconscious on the ground as the sound of the boys' pounding boots dwindled down the dark alleyway. He jumped slightly when someone touched his elbow, but it was only Roosevelt.
"That move of yours was rather neat, Mr. James." "Very neat, I thought,"
said King, cleaning off the stone head of his cane in the dirt and cinders.
"Your right sleeve is ripped and bloody,"
said young Theodore.
"Did that young brat do that?"
"No," said James, astounded at how steady his voice sounded. "I fell when getting off a trolley a short while ago. Just tore it up a bit on the gravel." King and Roosevelt exchanged a glance, but said nothing. They stepped away from the two forms on the ground, one moaning and weeping, the other still unconscious. King twirled his newly cleaned cane.
"We really were headed for Hayes' place for dinner. Would you care to accompany us, Mr. James?"
"I would, Mr. King," said the writer. 2 blocks further, where the street lights were closer together, shops were open, the street was evenly paved, and the true sidewalks began again. They saw a cab passing that was large enough for the 3 of them, and Roosevelt hailed it with a whistle that made the horse jump. 15. The Panic of '93. Most of the dinner guests had not yet arrived when Roosevelt, King, and James knocked on the door, but Hay immediately took in Harry's dishabille and told his head butler Benson and another servant named Napier to help Mr. James up to his room. Dr. Granger, who'd arrived early just so that he could have a whiskey and quiet conversation with his old friend Hay, looked at James's sleeve and said, "I'd best come up to your room with you and have a look at that." "It's nothing," said James. "I'll just get my bag from John's man," said the doctor. Roosevelt, wearing his pince-nez again, grinned and said,
"Dr. Granger brings his medical bag to social occasions?"
"Dr. Granger brings his medical bag everywhere he goes,"
said Clarence King. Upstairs, James kicked off his spats first, and when Napier swept them up and said, "I'll have these cleaned immediately, sir," James snapped, "No, burn them." He would always see the contemptuous stain on the one spat, no matter how clean it might be.
"Come into the bathroom where it's bright,"
ordered Dr. Granger.
"Imagine a guest room with its own bathroom, running water, and electric lights. Will wonders never cease?"
The sumptuous bathroom was as bright and sterile as a surgical operating room, and when James had removed his sodden and torn shirt and thrown it in a corner, Dr. Granger looked at the lacerated forearm and said,
"How did you say you injured your arm?"
"Jumping off a trolley a bit too soon and falling on cinders," James said, having to avert his gaze even as he spoke. Granger's blue eyes could sometimes be as playful as Teddy Roosevelt's, and he only gave James a glance before saying,
"All right, but this particular bit of street or alley appears to have been paved with birdshot."
Napier had brought a small, curved white pan, and Dr. Granger used some sort of tong-like instrument to remove the shotgun pellets one by one, each clanking as the round bit of shot dropped into the pan, making James blush yet again. Dr. Granger removed 12 of the pellets and put iodine, or something equally as painful, over the extraction cuts and other lacerations where there had been no shot.
"None touched muscle," said Dr. Granger. "Most barely penetrated the skin. If I didn't know better, I'd swear you'd been in a slight hunting accident, suffering from a shotgun fired from some distance."
"I don't hunt, sir," said James. He started to pull on the clean white dress shirt Benson had brought from the wardrobe.
"Just a minute," said Dr. Granger. "You don't want to get iodine stains all over your shirt sleeve, and I don't want those wounds to get infected. Hold your arm steady, there, against the wash basin."
Granger removed a roll of bandage and some scissors from his bag, and within a minute James's entire forearm had been carefully wrapped and taped.
"Feel any better?"
asked Dr. Granger. "I feel like a fool, and—" He gestured with the right arm bandaged almost to his elbow, like an Egyptian mummy.
"Wait, don't put on the shirt quite yet," said the doctor.
He was filling a syringe with a dark fluid from a vial.
"Wait, I don't think—"
began James, but the doctor had already administered the injection in the author's upper arm.
"What was that?"
"Just a little something to help with the pain and to cut down on the chance of tetanus," said the doctor as he closed the bag.
Damn, thought James. He'd recognized the morphine and should have spoken sooner. Both he and Catherine Loring had been trained in how to administer the liberal doses of morphine to his sister Alice in her last months of dying. She'd actually passed away while lost in her morphine dreams, and Henry James had vowed never to allow anyone to put the stuff in his own veins. Too late. And the pain was less. Much less. James thought of Sherlock Holmes and his abominable injections, and wondered if this light feeling, almost of happiness, might be the result of those illicit injections as well.
"If I babble like an idiot during dinner," said James, "I shall blame it on you and your needle, Dr. Granger."
"If we're not all babbling like idiots by the third course," said the doctor, "we shall have to blame it on Hay for not providing sufficient wine and liquor."
As the other guests were arriving, and just before they repaired to the dining room, Hay saw that James was concerned about something. He gingerly took the author's left upper arm, led him to the hallway, and said, "What's wrong, Harry? Can I help?" James realized that he was biting his lip.
"Absurd as it sounds, John," he said softly, "I find that I simply must get in touch with Mr. Holmes. It's urgent."
"Sherlock Holmes?" said his host. "I thought he'd left town."
"Perhaps he has," said James, "but I really must communicate something to him. He did leave the address of a cigar store here in town, so if perhaps your man could find a boy to carry a message—"
"We can do better than that, Harry. We can see if the cigar store has a telephone and contact them directly."
"Why on earth would a cigar store have a telephone?" said James.
He fought down another uncharacteristic urge to giggle aloud. Hay shrugged as he led the way to his private study.
"Strange age we live in, Harry."
James had noticed the telephone in Hay's study before, but he'd never seen his host operate it. Now there were several minutes back and forth with someone James understood to be an operator, or perhaps general information person. And then Hay grinned, handed the apparatus to James, and said, "Mr. Twill is on the phone. He's the manager of the cigar store Holmes mentioned, and he's there now." Hay left the room so that James could have privacy.
"Hello? Hello? Hello?" said James,
feeling rather idiotic. When he and Mr. Twill had both identified themselves again, James said,
"I understand that someone at your store receives and conveys messages to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It is absolutely imperative, urgently imperative, that I get in touch with him at once, or speak to him telephonically if he is there now."
"Mr. Sherlock Holmes, sir?"
squawked Twill's voice through the rumble and scratching of the phone lines.
"Yes."
"English gentleman, sir?"
"That's him."
"No, he hasn't been around the store, sir, since the day he paid me for this little service of sending along messages. He has a boy come check 2 or 3 times a day."
James sighed. If he didn't feel so light at the moment, he realized that his chest would be aching with anxiety at giving Holmes the extraordinary news of what he had seen and heard that afternoon.
"All right," he said. "Could you please take down this message and get it to Mr. Holmes as quickly as possible?"
"As soon as his boy stops by, sir."
"All right. The message reads, have you paper and pen ready?"
"Pencil poised, sir."
The message reads—
James had to pause a second to frame it.
"I followed Professor Moriarty to a meeting here in Washington today. I overheard—" Yes, I'll slow down.
"You can go ahead now, sir. You overheard—" I overheard Moriarty sharing his plans about May 1st with several groups. It's absolutely imperative that you contact me at once. I leave by train tomorrow. That's Sunday, 9 April, afternoon. Absolutely urgent that we speak before then. Signed, James. Can you read that back to me, please?"
Twill did so. James corrected a couple of minor infelicities in the cigar store keeper's notes, and then the line was dead, and the author was fumbling to hang the hearing apparatus onto the speaking stem, and then to get the whole contraption back on its shelf. Perhaps it was the morphine, if it had been morphine, but the evening's dinner party was one of the most enjoyable Henry James could ever recall. James could not stop laughing. The day's events should have been hanging over him like a black shroud, but instead the sharp memories of hiding on the high beam, of Moriarty, of the criminals and anarchists, and of the street confrontation with the ruffians, a bloody confrontation of which neither Teddy Roosevelt nor Clarence King showed the slightest signs, either in manner or spatters of this or that on their formal clothing, seemed to buoy James up with a joy and energy he'd not felt for years. He was wearing a fresh shirt and dinner jacket. Hay sat at one end of the table again, overseeing the conversation and stimulating it when it lagged, which it almost never did with this all-male group. James was given pride of place to the right of their host, and to his right was his old acquaintance Rudyard Kipling. James had given away the bride, Miss Carrie Balestier, at Kipling's 1892 wedding in London, and, to complete the bonds of affection, the two men were mutual literary admirers. Why Kipling, who represented so much about Britain, proud and shameful, in his writing, chose to live in America was beyond James's comprehension. Henry Adams sat next to Kipling, and beyond him was Teddy Roosevelt. This night, Augustus St. Gaudens took the chair at the opposite end of the table from John Hay. James admired St. Gaudens's sculpture almost beyond words with which to praise it. He thought the sculpture at Clover Adams's gravesite showed not only consummate skill, but tremendous courage, stirring, as it did, no sense of hope, or an afterlife, or surcease of sorrow, as James remembered that hack Poe had once phrased it, but only the infinite depths of sorrow and loss. To St. Gaudens's right on the other side of the table were Clarence King, Dr. Granger, and Henry Cabot Lodge to Hay's left. All the men at the table seemed extraordinarily witty this night, but Kipling and Roosevelt stole the show as far as James's adrenaline and morphine-muddled perceptions could judge such things. The 27-year-old Kipling, who'd been wintering at their home in snowy Vermont, and whose wife Carrie had just had a baby on December 29th, was the object of much congratulating and backslapping. James would someday write, "Kipling strikes me personally as the most complete man of genius, as distinct from fine intelligence, that I have ever known." "It was very considerate of Josephine to choose 29 December as her birth date," the young writer was saying, "since my birthday is on the 30th and Carrie's on the 31st. Keeps things tidy, as it were." Dr. Granger, his nose already reddening with drink, but his enunciation still perfect, asked if the addition of the baby helped them stay warm, up in what the Kiplings had named Bliss Cottage, near Brattleboro. "The dear babe is not big enough to offer much in the way of supportive body heat," laughed Kipling, "but the exercise of walking back and forth with her on the nights she cries has been very helpful in keeping warm." The conversation kept shifting, but James could not stop his mind from wandering back to the incredible events of the day and his still urgent need to get in touch with Sherlock Holmes. Kipling and Roosevelt were queried about their beloved Cosmos Club that sat right across Lafayette Park from Hay's home, combining the Tayloe house with the Dolly Madison home. Both Kipling and Roosevelt were fanatical about the out-of-doors, and the Cosmos Club, besides being perhaps the most elite and influential men's club in America, reflected their passions.
"We did start this little organization called the National Geographic Society there 5 years ago," said Teddy Roosevelt.
Kipling began laughing himself, and when queried said, "Forgive me, but I remember when friend Theodore first presented himself to the club with thoughts of joining. 20 of the older members set out several hundred random fossil bones on a table in the main dining room, and asked Theodore to identify any of them if he could."
"Could he?"
asked Clarence King, obviously very well knowing the answer, and already grinning. Kipling laughed again. James thought it was a pleasant laugh, manly and rich, but never caustic at anyone else's expense. For the next several hours, Theodore proceeded not only to identify the fossil bones, but to separate them into the various living and extinct animals they each represented. He did everything but wire them together, gentlemen, all the while giving a running commentary on the eating, grazing, predatory, and breeding habits of each animal. "Teedy's been a star member of the Cosmos Club ever since," said Hay, ignoring Roosevelt's scowl at the use of his childhood name. Others offered various anecdotes on various topics, even James, but before they'd opened the fourth bottle for the table, Kipling was begging Roosevelt to tell his story about the grizzly in the bushes out in Dakota. Roosevelt grinned, and did so. He kept the story short, with just the right amount of detail, but Henry James found it especially humorous. The huge grizzly, it seemed, was old and myopic, almost blind. Roosevelt had lost his glasses during a fast descent on a steep, wooded hillside, so he ended up almost as blind as the bear. His first shot missed.
"I missed the heart, but caught him in the backside,"
said Roosevelt, following the true raconteur's prime rule of never smiling or laughing at his own tale.
"The bear went into a thick mass of high willow bushes, almost too close together for me to push into, and, especially without my glasses, I found myself none too eager to force my way into those bushes, where Mr. Grizzly and I could have met up in an instant, long before I could raise my rifle, and the animal was not in the best of moods that morning."
Eventually, Roosevelt did get into the bushes to distract the animal. After an hour of trying to lure him out, he finally thwacked his way into the willows using the barrel of his Winchester to clear his way, and with a huge bowie knife in his teeth. That image alone made the others at the table laugh, and James laughed along with them.
"The blind stalking the blind," said Roosevelt, "and in the end, so to speak, the bear was blinder. Or I was luckier."
James enjoyed the anecdote, and had no doubt that it was true, but it reminded him that none of them, King, Roosevelt, or him, had mentioned the street brawl with the would-be street thieves just 40 minutes earlier. Henry James did not know the etiquette involved in discussing violent street fights. Perhaps a gentleman was not supposed to mention it if he came out on the winning side, or perhaps King and Roosevelt wanted to save James from embarrassment, the same way they had saved him from what certainly would have been a severe beating, if not stabbing, and violent robbery less than an hour earlier. James made a mental note to have his protagonist behave precisely this way if he went straight to a fine dinner with friends directly after such a violent altercation. But, James admitted to himself, he doubted if any of his characters would ever have such a violent encounter. The conversation was turning to current events, but Henry James's thoughts kept orbiting his afternoon and what seemed the absolute imperative of telling someone in authority about Professor Moriarty's plans for presidential assassination, the uprising of the anarchists, and mob warfare. The other men were discussing finances, especially the much ballyhooed but never quite arrived Panic of '93, and this gave James a perfect opportunity to become lost in his own thoughts without seeming rude. Everyone at the table, save perhaps for Teddy Roosevelt, knew that Henry James was a writer. He had no finances. One was delightfully liberated from endless male chatter about investments, when one could not afford a single investment. "If I don't hear from Holmes," James was thinking, "perhaps I should go to Washington's Major and Superintendent of Police, or perhaps to President Cleveland himself." That last thought made him cringe. It would be possible. Several of his friends at this table, Hay, Cabot Lodge, perhaps young Roosevelt, had dined with the president several times, maybe even Adams, who frowned on knowing all recent presidents. James might have an emergency meeting arranged for as soon as tomorrow morning. To say what? He thought. To report that while I was hiding out in the rafters of a former chicken slaughterhouse, I happened to hear Professor James Moriarty, who is considered a fictional character by most people, even possibly, most probably, his nemesis, Sherlock Holmes, planning to assassinate the President of the United States and 10 or more other heads of states, and perhaps scores of top government officials in America and almost a dozen European nations, and not only carry out these assassinations, but simultaneously instigate anarchist uprisings and gang riots in all these scores of cities, here and abroad.
It can be traced back to the failure of the wheat crop on the Buenos Aires exchange,
Cabot Lodge was saying. Hay waved that supposition away. They were all smoking cigars now, save for Roosevelt, Dr. Granger, and James.
"It's the railroad speculation, pure and simple," said Hay. "Whatever it is or was or will be, you business types were talking about the panic of '93 as long ago as November of '92. Something had better arrive soon, or a lot of speculators selling short will be very disappointed."
Was this the renowned Sherlock Holmes's plan? To grab President Grover Cleveland's massive arm and pull him away from the button that would start every machine at the Columbian Exposition a few seconds after noon on May 1st, tugging down the huge president and crying, "Get down, you fool," the way that young Captain Oliver Wendell Holmes was supposed to have done with President Lincoln at Fort Stevens in 1864? James doubted that.
There was a clear prelude to panic in February, when the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad went bankrupt by overextending itself,
said Cabot Lodge. I thought Cleveland handled the Treasury crisis rather handily, said Hay, by convincing Congress to repeal the Sherman Silver Purchase Act just days after his inauguration.
For a Democrat, the only one elected president in my living memory, Cleveland does seem to be a man of action,
said Dr. Granger.
"He could have taken on my grizzly bare-handed," said Roosevelt. "They would have weighed in the same before the bout."
"Now, Theodore," said Henry Adams.
I can't delay leaving tomorrow, thought James. If I stay, I'll never see the end of these conspiracies or complications. There's simply no other choice but to get word of Professor Moriarty's meeting with the gangs and the anarchists, and to repeat what had the Times of London called him after Reichenbach Falls? The Napoleon of crime had said about the planned assassinations, uprisings, and lootings. I've been caught up in one of the romance-adventure novels I so despise, something less even than H. Rider Haggard's overly violent, overly specific potboilers, and the only way I can escape it is to walk away from everything I've seen and heard today, everything I've seen and heard the last few weeks since the Seine. That way lies reality, or at least literature. Anything is better than this penny dreadful tale I've found myself in.
"The free silver movement is the wild card in this game," said Hay, "especially with the American farmers supporting it."
"If people and failing banks start demanding gold for their notes,"
Henry Adams said, as if he were thinking aloud.
"In the West and Midwest, more than 300 banks have already closed," said Roosevelt.
In the West and Midwest, said Hay, gesturing to his servant to pass a new bottle of wine around. Anyone with 2 barrels, a plank, and a cigar box full of quarters can declare themselves a bank. I have to leave tomorrow, thought James with a sudden pain in his chest and left arm. I must leave tomorrow. Buy a garden trowel along the way, so I can bury the snuff box with Alice's ashes securely inside it. I was tempted to go to Newport, where she and Miss Loring seemed so happy after Alice had the house on the point built for them, but I think Catherine Loring has had just about enough of Alice's company. No, my dear, darling, caustic,
Death-desiring Alice needs to lie in the same soil as our parents and Aunt Kate. And then I have to rush to make that noon train to New York. I can't miss that German steamship's— the Spree, wasn't it? Departure time on Tuesday morning. Once aboard, I can relax, I can think, I can take the time and energy to sort out what has been reality and what illusion over these past weeks. Mr. Sherlock Holmes will simply have to fend for himself in this multifaceted mess of a mystery. One thing is certain. I'll never be his adoring Boswell the way Dr. Watson is. If he is a real person, or if he's a product of Conan Doyle's literary imagination, faithfully chronicling the detective's triumphs, it's a poverty of triumphs I've seen him produce. A servant slipped in with a slip of paper on a silver tray. The young man whispered to Hay, who nodded and gestured toward James. It was a telegram. James could not wait until later to open it. It had to be Holmes's response to his news about Moriarty and his urgent plea. So he slid it open and read it as he held it below the plane of the table. The telegram was moderately succinct. James, if it is convenient for you, please meet me on Monday at 3 p.m. at 436.5 Revere Street in Beacon Hill, Boston. Stop. If it is not convenient for you, still meet me there at that time. Stop. You may leave your luggage at the new North Union Station on Causeway Street in the West End, since we shall be taking a night train west to Chicago that same evening. Stop. Holmes. 16. God might envy him. Sherlock Holmes rang Henry Adams's newfangled electrical doorbell button in late morning, about an hour after James's train had left for New York and then Boston. The tall head butler, Hobson, answered the door, and seemed no happier to see Holmes than he'd been during their last encounter. "Mr. Adams is still in his bath," said Hobson, making ready to close the door in Holmes's face. "That's all right," said Holmes, handing his hat and stick to the tall man as he brushed past him. "I shall be happy to wait for Mr. Adams in his study." While the flustered Hobson sought out his bathing master, Holmes stepped into the study, poured himself a healthy dose of scotch with a whisper of water, and sprawled in the chair opposite the infinite expanse of Adams's green leather desktop. He lined up 2 fingers in a straight line with the executive mansion window of what had once been the office of President Cleveland's sister, before she had been replaced by a 21-year-old bride, Miss Frances Folsom. Since Cleveland was 49 on the day of the marriage, the public might have been shocked by the more than 27-year age difference, or, failing that, disconcerted a bit by the fact that his marriage was unusual, since Cleveland had been the executor of his friend and Frances's father, Oscar Folsom's estate, supervising Frances's upbringing after her father's death. He'd bought her yellow baby carriage when she was a few days old, and he still seemed to be giving her bright things. Holmes had met with the Steamboat Inspection Committee that Sunday morning, minus former Major and Superintendent of the Metropolitan Police William G. Brock, though his place was filled by Chief Daniel O'Malley, head of the 27-man White House police force, and while Mr. Rockhill, the State Department liaison, was complaining that he had to miss church, Holmes was asking Vice President Adlai E. Stevenson where he planned to be on May 1st, around noon, just about the time President Cleveland was scheduled to push the button that started everything at the Chicago World's Columbian Exposition. Vice President Stevenson had to think a minute and then refer to a pocket record keeper, but finally he said, "Oh, I'll be in the Executive Mansion from 10:30 a.m. until mid-afternoon, meeting and lunching with delegates from the current regime in the Philippines, and then taking part in a formal signing of a letter of agreement with them." "Where will the meeting and signing take place, Mr. Vice President?" asked Holmes. Stevenson had to think about that for a minute, but then remembered. "Oh, that will be in what we now call the small treaty room." "Would that happen to be the north-facing room, whose window one can see directly across the park there?" The one directly across from Mr. Henry Adams's home?" asked Holmes. "The room that was President Cleveland's sister's office and reception room during Mr. Cleveland's first term?" "Why, yes, I believe that's the same room," said Vice President Stevenson. Holmes turned to Mr. Drummond, the highly intelligent chief of the Secret Service branch of the Treasury Department, and to Daniel O'Malley. O'Malley had not struck Holmes as especially bright during the short time he'd been conversing with him that morning. "We have reliable indications that an attempt will be made upon Vice President Stevenson's life at or around the same time that the President is scheduled to be assassinated in Chicago. The small treaty room is in a direct line to various windows in Mr. Henry Adams's home, less than 200 yards to the north." "Shall we request permission for the event to be moved to another room?" asked Chief O'Malley. "I would suggest that you keep the Vice President and his guests out of the White House for all of that day," said Holmes. "Perhaps choose an inside room at the State Department and make sure that the change of venue and location remains a tightly held secret." Drummond of the Secret Service nodded, and Holmes knew that it would be done. "You see how someone could use a good rifle to make a clear shot into the small treaty room from one of the windows on the Adamses' home?" asked Holmes, pointing. "Mr. Adams would never allow that," said White House Police Chief O'Malley.
"Next to Adams's house is the home of Colonel John Hay,"
Washington PD Major and Superintendent Moore informed Holmes.
"We can't be bothering such important people just because of their proximity to the executive mansion."
"Of course not," said Sherlock Holmes.
"I'll look into it and talk to you in the next week,"
said Andrew Drummond. Holmes understood that to mean that the Adamses' house would be thoroughly searched, the best shooting angles analyzed by marksmen, and that the head of the Secret Service, a department with no constitutional responsibilities to protect the President, would have men there on May 1st.
"Chief O'Malley," said Holmes, "are you still detaching 2 of your White House police to travel with the President, as is sometimes the custom?"
Said O'Malley, and looked around the room as if someone could give him the correct answer.
"I could send more men, or less men."
"Fewer," corrected Holmes. He had the same reaction to hearing the English language abused as he did to watching horses or dogs beaten with no reason, and he was not especially a sentimentalist when it came to horses or dogs. But he had once told Watson that the less or fewer issue, along with the use of I in such sentences as, "He gave the money to Sheila and I," inflicted on the public by people who considered themselves well-educated, could be drastically reduced in frequency, if not actually abolished, by a few well-aimed pistol shots and an explanatory note that would be pinned to the victims' chests.
"Think I should send less than the usual 2?" asked Chief O'Malley.
Here Vice President Stevenson stepped in with what might have been the briefest of winks at Holmes.
"We know there's a threat against the White House, Chief O'Malley,
and Colonel Sebastian Moran is a famed marksman and soldier of fortune, as opposed to these phantoms that the others are looking for. It might be wisest to retain all 27 of your excellent roster of White House police officers on that day. After all, you were trained to protect the executive mansion from intrusion, not follow the President around to protect him."
"True," said O'Malley, "and it's the Chicago Police Department's job to protect the President. The host city always assumes that responsibility." "Only partially the responsibility of the Chicago PD," said the Secret Service chief.
Holmes looked at Drummond. No one else had brought this up at any of their meetings.
"What do you mean?"
asked Washington's Major and Superintendent Moore. In a private moment before the group assembled, Holmes had asked Drummond if he thought that Chicago had the honor of hosting the most corrupt police department in the country. Finally, Chief Drummond had nodded. "Now that the last of the Tweed Ring is out of New York, and the new corruptors haven't yet taken their place, Chicago is the most corrupt. It runs in their veins like the booze they consume. But there are good men on the force there, and very few, out of the hundreds,
who'd aid and abet in the murder of a president.
Holmes had nodded. Now Chief O'Malley said loudly,
"What do you mean when you say that the Chicago Police Department won't be responsible for President Cleveland's safety?" "From the door of the Lexington Hotel until he reaches the exposition grounds, the so-called White City down in Jackson Park, the CPD will be the responsible agency," said Holmes. "But once the procession enters the sacrosanct grounds of the World's Columbian Exposition, the group directly responsible for the safety of the President of the United States, not to mention the 40 or 50 other dignitaries there that day, President of Brazil, I'm told, being the people's favorite, shifts to the Columbian Guard." "What the hell is the Columbian Guard?" asked O'Malley.
Drummond answered, "It's the private police force that Daniel Burnham put together, just for the World's Fair."
"No Chicago police?"
said Moore.
"None,"
said Secret Service Chief Drummond. "On the fairgrounds, the Columbian Guard have the power to detain, interrogate, and arrest. There's a nice little Columbian Guard jail just off the Midway Plaisance, but mostly, of course, they will be rounding up lost children, giving directions, intervening before private drunkenness becomes a public problem, and being courteous to hundreds of thousands of customers who've come to the exposition to have a wonderful time." "How many of these Columbian Guardsmen are there?" asked Vice President Stevenson. Holmes answered, "Just over 2,000, Mr. Vice President."
2,000?
exploded Washington PD Major and Superintendent Moore.
"That's an army!"
"That, I believe," said Holmes, "was Daniel Burnham's intention. The so-called White City will be electrified far beyond the current dreams of Chicago, New York, Washington, or any other major American city. Pleasant streetlights and glowing electrical lanterns, and radiant storefronts and searchlights, and lighting from huge windows and path lights illuminating more than 600 acres of World's Fairgrounds, combined with the highest percentage of trained police officers, uniformed and plain clothes alike, to the number of citizens, will make the White City the safest urban environment in the world. As long as it's safe for President Cleveland, during the hours he shall be there," said Vice President Stevenson.
"What kind of weapons do these Columbian Guardsmen carry?"
asked Moore. Holmes smiled. "Most of them carry a whistle and a short sword in a scabbard." Henry Adams came into his study, wearing his dressing gown and slippers. He frowned at the detective, who remained seated. "I see you've made yourself comfortably at home, Mr. Holmes." Holmes smiled and nodded. "And no doubt taken the time to ransack my drawers and cabinets." "Only to the extent of pouring myself a drink for the long wait, Mr. Adams. An excellent whiskey." "I hadn't planned on ever seeing you again," said Adams. Holmes nodded. Adams went around to his side of the desk, hesitating as if debating whether he would acknowledge Holmes's presence more by sitting or by standing. He sat. "I thought that I had made it abundantly clear at our last meeting, Mr. Holmes," said Adams, "that it was our last meeting. That we have nothing more to discuss, either in public or private." Holmes removed one of the small "She was murdered" cards from his pocket and set it on Adams's green leather desk blotter. "This has nothing to do with me," said Adams. He tore the card into shreds and dropped them into his wastebasket. "Ned Hooper hired me to find out who was sending out these cards to you and survivors of the 5 Hearts each year. And since he's now also dead, you were the closest relative, through your late wife, to whom I could report," said Holmes. "By your own admission," said Adams, "you met my wife's late brother for less than an hour some 2 years ago. That hardly gives you the right, Mr. Holmes, to call Edward Ned, as his family and friends did. If you must refer to him, you may use Mr. Fowler." Holmes nodded. "I was paid by
Mr. Fowler to use my skills to discover who was sending these cards, and also, in his very words, to see if Clover actually died by her own hand or by some means more sinister. So in Mr. Fowler's absence, I shall report to you."
Adams had turned his face toward the windows, but now he shot a glance at Holmes.
"You know who's been sending those cards the last 7 years?"
"Yes."
A charred log collapsed in Adams's small fireplace. Even on warming spring days, he evidently kept a small fire burning in his study. Holmes wondered if the widower historian suffered from a permanent chill. After a stretch of silence, Adams snapped,
"Well, are you going to tell me or not?"
"No,"
said Holmes. Henry Adams's face flushed, even while his lips grew whiter.
"You said that because your client, Ned, took his own life in December, you were duty-bound to report to me. Now you say you won't tell me the identity of this person who has been hounding and harassing the four of us these past 6 years? Such insolence! If I were a few years younger, Mr. Holmes—"
Holmes nodded, as if he could see such a prospect as scholarly Henry Adams giving the detective a beating.
"I've deduced who the person is who typed and sent those cards," he said, "but I require a private, personal interview with that person. Such an interview isn't possible right now, but will be carried out by the first week in May." "In other words," spat Adams, "you're guessing." "I never guess," said Sherlock Holmes.
He steepled his long, pale fingers under his chin, and his gaze seemed fixed on something very far away. His expression, which so often seemed impassive when not in the throes of excitement or strong intellectual emotion, now looked stern. That sternness was not directed at Henry Adams, but it still made the historian uneasy. "I don't suppose you've discovered anything about the rest of this mystery of my poor wife's death, which was never a mystery," said Adams. It had been a clumsy sentence, and Adams, the constant writer and consummate editor, frowned at it. Holmes seemed to return from wherever his thoughts had taken him.
"Oh, yes,"
he said almost offhandedly.
"I've confirmed beyond doubt that Clover, Mrs. Adams, was murdered."
Adams's bearded jaw dropped, and although he quickly shut his mouth and attempted to control his expression, it was 30 seconds or more before he could speak.
"Murdered? How? By whom? And for what possible reason?"
"I expect to have the answer to all 3 of your new questions before the fortnight is out," said Holmes. "As to the how, there is no doubt that her death resulted from the administration of arsenic from her own photographic developing liquids. But the question stays on the list because we're not certain of how that poison was administered."
"So, in truth, you're still blindly guessing about everything,"
said Adams.
"I never guess, sir." "Do you even have, what are they called in your cheap mystery tales? Suspects?" "I know the murderer was one of 3 people," said Holmes, "with your name being the 3rd on that list of possibilities." "Me!" cried Adams, jumping to his feet. "You have the insulting, insufferable—"
Words failed him, and Adams reached for his walking stick propped behind him.
"You had the time, the knowledge of, and access to the poison, and, as for motives, murders of a spouse always have the most complicated, personal, and opaque of motives," said Holmes. "In this case, everyone around you knows that your wife had always had a melancholy streak. She herself had written letters home during your long honeymoon in Egypt and elsewhere, in which she admitted to her father that she'd been too overcome by my old nemesis of melancholy, was how she put it, I believe, even to speak to you, her new husband, or to anyone else for almost 2 weeks. Such melancholy, always hovering nearby over the years, grows wearing on a spouse,
And you yourself have described how more deeply lost in unhealthy sadness she'd been for much of that last year after the death of her father, in March of 1885.
Henry Adams gritted his teeth so hard that the grinding of molars was louder than the cracklings of the fireplace. He lifted the heavy walking stick like a club, his knuckles white from the intensity of his grip. Holmes did not stir or try to protect himself as Henry Adams leaned over the desktop toward him, the cane raised and shaking from the man's fury. Holmes's own stick was propped against another chair some 6 feet away. He made no motion toward it, but remained seated, his eyes on Adams's face, his hands calmly folded on his lap. Adams dropped the cane onto the Persian carpet and collapsed into his chair, slumping down and shielding his eyes with one hand. After a moment he said,
"You must know that I did not kill my beloved Clover."
"Oh, I know you did not," said Holmes, now resting his chin on his folded fingers, propping his elbows on the polished wooden arms of his chair.
"But any competent police officer, much less a competent and ambitious district attorney, could have, and probably should have, since you are investigated so shallowly primarily due to your station in society and your wealth, ended with you condemned to the gallows by a jury of your peers."
Adams's jaw dropped again, and this time he did not soon think to close his mouth. He peered through his fingers at Holmes the way a child might peep through her fingers at a possible monster in a dark closet.
"You had the time. You knew where Mrs. Adams kept her deadly arsenic, and no servants on duty that morning saw you leave for this sudden Sunday morning appointment with your dentist. Since you never saw your dentist that morning, you could have been waiting half a block down the street, along the park's edge, waiting until you saw Rebecca Lorne come to your doorway. She was, in a sense, your alibi." "If you think all this," rasped Adams, "then why do you not believe me to be guilty of this murder?"
Holmes walked over to the open secretary where the bottles were kept, replenished his Scotch whiskey, and poured a stiff drink of brandy for Adams, setting it in front of him on the desk rather than handing it to him.
"I know you are innocent not merely because of your obvious qualities," said Holmes, "but because you did not see Rebecca Lorne waiting at the front door of your home, pondering whether to knock and go up, as you testified to the police. Rather, you saw Miss Lorne come rushing out of your home, flinging the door wide in a state of near hysteria. It had been she, not you, who first discovered Mrs. Adams's body." "How do you know that?" demanded Adams, and took a long drink of brandy. "You yourself ran 2 blocks to your doctor's home, and returned on the run with him. And Dr. Charles E. Hagner later reported to the press that the vial of potassium cyanide sat, still opened and venting its terrible fumes, on a table across the room from where Mrs. Adams's body had fallen to the floor in front of her favorite chair, and that an empty water glass lay on the carpet beside her," said Holmes. "Dr. Hagner also mentioned that Miss Rebecca Lorne was waiting in the room adjoining Mrs. Adams's bedroom when the 2 of you arrived, and that Miss Lorne was so upset that he had to administer a tranquilizing drug to her. The police report, done under the investigation of Lieutenant Hammond, who arrived with 2 men some 20 minutes after you and Hagner did, but who remained only a few minutes before you demanded absolute isolation with your wife's body, mentioned the position of the body and the vial of cyanide, now corked again, but made no mention of the water glass on the carpet." "The scene is forever branded into my brain," said Adams, "but I remember no water glass on the floor." "The bottle of poison was on a table some distance from where Mrs. Adams had lain on the carpet before you carried her body to the couch," said Holmes, tapping his lips with 2 steepled forefingers. "All agree on that, and yet there had been a spill of the chemical near where your wife's body had been lying. Your housekeeper commented that the lethal liquid had discolored the edge of the carpet and a bit of the polished floor. Her people had cut the carpet's nap and refinished the floorboard to get rid of the stains, she said.
Adams's temples and cheeks grew flushed again.
My housekeeper had the temerity to talk to you about—
Holmes held up both hands, palms outward.
There was not much of a police investigation, sir, but the servants did have to give statements to the police while you were in your darkest hours of mourning. I understand that you spent 2 days and nights alone with the body, and did not later announce the time or fact of Mrs. Adams's funeral on December 9, so your surviving 3 Hearts friends could attend. At any rate, this information about the stained carpet and floorboard were in Lieutenant Hammond's notes.
"What's the importance of any of this?" shouted Adams.
There was, lying near Mrs. Adams's body, a water glass that had obviously been the vessel from which she drank the poison, still lying there when Dr. Hagner arrived with you, said Holmes. The stains on the carpet and floorboard must have come from the residue of the terrible liquid that remained in the glass when Mrs. Adams dropped it. Yet the glass was gone when Detective Hammond arrived about half an hour later.
Holmes leaned forward, his grey eyes as piercing as a predator's.
Someone removed that glass in that half-hour interim, he said softly. Your housekeeper, Mrs. Soames, told the police 3 days after the death that there were only 11 small water glasses in the cupboard off the kitchen, where they were usually kept. The glass had come from a set of 12.
Adams finished the brandy.
Who, if not the servants, who would have removed the glass? The mythical glass I do not even remember seeing. The police?
They say they did not, sir.
I don't understand the significance of a water glass or the vial of cyanide, managed Adams. Why does it make any difference?
It would be easier to make someone drink from the glass than from a vial, Holmes said.
Adams's dark eyes seemed to recede in their sockets.
Make them drink? Someone might have forced Clover to drink that terrible, corrosive, painful, deadly poison?
Yes, said Holmes. More than that, there is the time involved. Were there usually water glasses left in her bedroom?
No,
said Adams, his voice totally flat.
Clover hated rings on the furniture.
In the adjoining bathroom?
No,
repeated Adams.
There are glasses in our bathrooms, but not those small water glasses. And Clover's was still there when I looked in her bathroom some days later.
From the time you left to see your dentist to the time you turned around and came back because of the commotion Miss Lorne was making as she came out of your front door, began Holmes, and noticed when Adams did not interrupt or contradict him. It would have been very difficult for Mrs. Adams to go downstairs through the annex to the kitchen, where the water glasses were stored, and to avoid being noticed by Mrs. Ryan, your chief cook, who was working in the kitchen at the time, and then to carry it upstairs, and then to walk the length of the second floor to her darkroom and the special locked cupboard where she kept her photographic developing chemicals, then to return to her bedroom to take the poison.
Adams shook his head like a man in a bad dream.
You're suggesting that someone else had carried up the glass and poison vial, and was waiting somewhere upstairs, hiding nearby, listening, waiting for her to be alone, even while I was talking to Clover, before I left to see my dentist?
It is a distinct possibility, said Holmes.
And it must have been Rebecca Lorne, whom Clover liked and trusted, and who I also relied upon in the days after, rasped Adams. It would have to be Rebecca Lorne, because she would have been the only one who could have taken the glass between the visits of the doctor and the police lieutenant.
She almost certainly took the glass away with her, said Holmes. But she is not the only suspect, if it was murder rather than suicide. There is another.
Adams stared so hard at Holmes that the detective felt almost burned by the historian's gaze.
Clifton Richards, Miss Lorne's cousin, may have been involved, said Holmes. He may have been in the house and gone down the back way, the servants' stairs, and out of the house, even as Rebecca Lorne rushed up the main stairway to warn Mrs. Adams.
To warn her,
Adams repeated dully. He managed to focus his eyes on Holmes's face.
Who killed my wife, Mr. Holmes?
I beg of you, if you know, tell me.
I'll know for a certainty in the next few weeks, Mr. Adams, which is why I need to ask a favor of you.
Adams may have nodded an infinitesimal bit.
I've convinced John Hay and Cabot Lodge to move the visit to the Chicago World's Fair up a couple of weeks for the actual opening on May 1st, arriving in his private car perhaps a day or two early, said Holmes. And Senator Cameron has his private yacht, the Great Lakes yacht, I believe they call it, ready to anchor just off the pier of the exposition.
Going to the wretched exposition will help reveal my Clover's murderer and bring him or her to justice, said Adams.
Yes.
Then I'll go along with Cameron, Hay, the Lodges, and the rest. Although I saw the Philadelphia World's Fair, and it was a monumental bore.
Holmes actually smiled. As he prepared to leave, Adams gripped his arm and said,
But why would they kill Clover? Why would anyone want to harm that witty, sad, lonely, darling woman?
Holmes settled back into his seat, sighed, and reached into his upper inside jacket pocket to pull out a small blue envelope still tied in pink ribbon. It had been opened. Holmes removed the handwritten letter and held it so that Adams could put on his glasses and read it across the wide desk. Henry Adams read his own handwriting for half a moment, and then let out an inarticulate noise and lunged for the letter.
"No," said Holmes, folding it and putting it back into his jacket pocket. "I can't allow you to tear this up the way you did the card earlier."
"That's my property,"
snarled the small historian.
Holmes nodded.
"Legally, it is, sir, even though it was in the possession of another person."
"Why would Lizzie? Why would she give you that most intimate of letters? My greatest folly?"
"She didn't give it to me," said Holmes. "She doesn't know I have it. I had to borrow it. When my investigations are done, I shall return it to where she kept it hidden."
"Investigations?"
hissed Adams in contempt.
"Reading other people's most private mail, sneaking into boudoirs in the night, stealing."
"I assure you that I shall return it in the next few weeks," said Holmes. "Mrs. Cameron shall never know that I had taken the letter from its hiding-place. I simply needed to know for sure what Rebecca Lorne and the so-called Clifton Richards were using to blackmail Mrs. Adams."
"Blackmail?"
It sounded as if Henry Adams were going to start laughing wildly.
"Then I did kill Clover Adams. I was the cause, alpha and omega, of my darling's death."
"No," said Holmes. "It was my duty in solving this case to find and read this letter, Mr. Adams, but I assure you that I took no pleasure in doing so, and I found no evil there. It was a note from a terribly sad man, who had been essentially abandoned by a wife, lost to melancholy, not merely in the previous months, but for years. A midnight love letter to another woman, one he knew well and admired much. It was folly, Mr. Adams, but exquisitely human and understandable folly." "We went to the Camerons' house on the evening of December 4th,
said Adams, speaking as if mesmerized, his eyes unfocused.
2 days before Clover, before her death. Lizzie Cameron had been ill, and Clover had been unusually distraught about the illness. She knew, we all knew, that a major source of Lizzie's illness lay in the travesty of her marriage to Don. Clover felt bad about that as well. That night we took Rebecca Lorne with us. It was warm, I remember, not feeling like December at all. To cheer Lizzie up, Clover had brought along a large bouquet of yellow Marechal Niel roses, not easy to find in December in Washington, and she and Rebecca took the roses up to Lizzie's sick room. Do you know the language of flowers, Mr. Holmes? Only bits of it. Adams smiled with no humor. In the language of flowers so popular these days, the yellow roses signified, I'm yours, heart and soul. This is what she gave Lizzie Cameron less than 48 hours before her death. She was giving that message to you, Holmes said softly. Adams shook his head. If Clover knew about my mad, impulsive letter to Lizzie of the previous July, that letter, he pointed at Holmes's breast pocket, and begged to know if it was true. If Rebecca Lorne had tantalized her with the knowledge of that letter, or even of the possibility of its existence, and if Lizzie did not deny it— Holmes reached across the desk and touched Adams's forearm, squeezing it very softly. Don't let your imagination run away with you, Adams. You know Clover's good heart. Her flower language expressions to her sick friend were almost certainly just that, an act of love and generosity. But Holmes knew that there had been a confrontation of sorts over the letter from Henry Adams that night. Clover had asked Lizzie Cameron if it was true, if such a letter from my Henry existed. Lizzie had been sick and in a foul mood, and while ridiculing the entire idea, had also gone out of her way not to deny. She even teased Clover and Rebecca Lorne for wanting to see such a curious document. Holmes knew all this because, besides liberating that letter from Lizzie Cameron's hiding place of letters, taped to the bottom of her dresser drawer, he'd also borrowed her private 1885 diary long enough to read entries from the first week of December. The diary had been put back in place, at some risk to Holmes's agent in these matters, but he would keep the July letter and other letters taken from other homes by the same dirty means until events of the next few weeks were settled. Holmes could see and feel Adams approaching his personal breaking point. This was the man who, after his wife's death, had fled to the South Seas with an artist friend for 3 years and more than 30,000 miles of aimless wandering. This was the man who had sworn the great sculptor St. Gaudens to secrecy, and then had him build that mausoleum for the living inside the extraordinary memorial not to his wife's memory, but to the memory of his own grief. Standing, his hat and cane in hand, Holmes paused and removed another slip of paper from his jacket. Hay gave me this, although all your friends know it, Adams. Clover, Mrs. Adams, began a letter to her sister Ellen shortly after you left that Sunday morning to visit your dentist. I know you remember the words, but it might help find perspective to hear them again. If I had one single point of character or goodness, I would stand on that and grow back to life. Henry is more patient and loving than words can express. God might envy him. He bears and hopes and despairs, hour after hour. Henry is beyond all words, tenderer and better than all of you, even. Holmes folded the note and set it away next to the blue paper letter. She wrote that note, Mr. Adams, after she had learned of the possible existence of your July letter to Lizzie Cameron. She had already forgiven you. Adams stood and turned his unfathomable gaze toward the detective. When must I see you next, Mr. Holmes? What new hell awaits me? All of us. Chicago, said Holmes. He let himself out quietly,
without calling for Hobson the butler. Part 3. 1. Thursday, April 13, 10 o'clock a.m. My plan for opening the Chicago World's Fair part of our tale was to explain why Henry James, against all his instincts and habits, would accompany Holmes on this part of the detective's adventure. But the odd truth is, I don't know why James did so. We all know individuals who shield their thoughts better than others, but both Sherlock Holmes and Henry James have been the most difficult minds to penetrate in my long experience both of knowing people and of entering the thoughts of characters. Holmes's tight grip on his secrets and modes of thinking is understandable. The detective is a self-made gentleman with a base and secret history from the London streets, and the majority of his life has been one long, dangerous, high-wire act of exercising both his astounding intellect and indomitable will. Holmes's mind and heart, what there is of a heart, work in ways both too alien and difficult for most of us to understand, or to bear if we could understand them. But Henry James's thoughts and feelings are hidden behind an even thicker layer of psychic armor. Like Holmes, James has created himself, the artist self, the master self, the married only to his art bachelor self, out of whole cloth and through sheer effort of will, perhaps following John Keats's dictum of, "That which is creative must create itself." But unlike the detective, James has attempted to hide the core of himself even from himself. Every word he has ever written, in letters, introductions, and fiction, threatens to reveal something, however ephemeral, that the writer does not want revealed. His self-discipline in avoiding such revelations has been painfully effective. His success in keeping his inner thoughts and his reasons for most of the decisions in his life secret has led us to this point where we can only stand outside that tightly banded and seemingly contradicted construct that is Henry James, and wonder at his choices. At any rate, James has chosen to follow Holmes to Chicago, and I ask his pardon and yours for jumping ahead a couple of days in the strict chronology of the tale before doubling back to earlier events. On their second day in Chicago, Sherlock Holmes insisted on taking Henry James on a brief morning excursion tour by boat of the new White City of the Columbian Exposition. The small steamship left from a pier in downtown Chicago, not far from the hotel where they were staying. While never stopping at the exposition and carefully avoiding the huge pier with its automated people mover still under construction and extending far out into the lake from the World's Fair site, the tour gave gawkers a 90-minute glimpse of the exposition structures from Lake Michigan. "I'm not sure of the purpose of this outing," James said as he stood near Holmes at the starboard railing of the noisy little tour boat. The modern, three-decked steamship with rows of seats on each of its roofed levels could safely carry about 300 people. The ship was named Columbus and would be a ferry to the exposition after the official opening on May 1st. Coming and going every hour to carry new revelers to the exposition grounds, and exhausted fairgoers back to their downtown hotels. But today there were about 50 people aboard to take the short scenic cruise down to Jackson Park, and with the exception of James and the almost always impassive Holmes, all aboard seemed profoundly excited about the simple act of glimpsing some unfinished buildings. "I'm showing you the future," said Holmes. There had been a haze along the lakeshore when the tour boat left the downtown Chicago pier, but now, as they approached the Jackson Park area which held the fair, the haze lifted and the sunlight took on an almost personal presence, warming the tourists and illuminating everything along the shoreline as if a huge searchlight had been trained on it. James knew that, technically, Jackson Park had been a southern extension of Chicago proper. Away from the shore, 63rd Street had boasted a few shops and homes already, but this square mile of lakefront now housing the exposition had been the worst sort of swampy, sandy, dead, and desiccated place, unwanted even by the land speculators who'd hurled the boundaries of Chicago further and further out onto the prairie, following the deliberate extensions of the city's railroad system miles beyond the edges of the existing Chicago. America's newspapers, for almost 2 years, had enjoyed telling the tale of how the famous Eastern architects, the best in the nation, chosen by the exposition czar Daniel Hudson Burnham, had been horrified to learn that under a foot of black soil, all throughout the swampy islands of this Jackson Park site, construction diggers would encounter only more unsettling sand and supersaturated soil. Burnham had been asking these famous architects to design what would, for the duration of the exposition, be the largest structures in North America, and when Mr. Ferris's wheel would be completed in June, the tallest. On mud. Quicksand, really, rather than on the bedrock these architects were so used to in New York and elsewhere in the East. It took about an hour for carriages to travel from downtown Chicago to the fair site in Jackson Park, less time for the many yellow rail cars, called cattle cars by the exposition-savvy Chicagoans, that had been laid on to take the special spur line south straight to Jackson Park and the gates of the fair. When speculators had refused to rent or sell airspace over the avenues leading south to the fair for less than 100% profit for themselves, the railroad execs had designed the elevated special rail line to the fair with its constant stream of yellow cars tailored to fit down the narrow north-south alleys where no airspace needed to be purchased. It took the Columbus tour boat about 25 minutes to reach the fair site in Jackson Park. "Good heavens," said James. In almost 3 decades of living and traveling abroad, James had seen enough architectural wonders that most of the new structures that Americans seemed so proud of seemed small or ugly or far too utilitarian in comparison to the millenniums of beauty he'd seen in Europe. But the White City was something totally new to him. For a moment he could only grip the rail and gawk. "My heavens," he said again, after a breathless moment. What had been swampland had been transformed into more than a square mile of white stone walks, countless white buildings of immense and staggering size, soaring sculptures, giant domes, gracefully arching bridges, green lawns, a forested island, and fields of flowers. The daylight on the white buildings seemed to make the White City incandescent. James found himself squinting. Downtown Chicago was a relatively new city. Most of the buildings had been built since the terrible 1871 fire. But now the author realized that it was a dark, dirty, black city compared to the vision before him. In Chicago itself, dark brick buildings grew even taller to block the light from reaching the shorter buildings and sidewalks all around them. The cavernous streets were made even darker by the tracks for the elevated trains running overhead. Except for the rare buildings facing Lake Michigan, Chicago was a box canyon city of darkness, dirt, noise, and grime. James knew that his beloved London was equally dirty, or more so, but at least it had the good grace to hide its filth in the thick, dangerous coal fogs a good part of the year. Quiet until now, Holmes suddenly started playing the part of tour guide.
"There are 14 of those so-called great buildings in the White City. The huge one we're approaching now is called the Manufactures and Liberal Arts Building, and encloses 1.3 million square feet of space. The roof itself is a clear span some 368 feet long and 206 feet high. It alone had 13 acres of surface to paint. Besides the great buildings, there are 200 more buildings in the White City, including one representing each of the 47 states in the Union, plus all territories."
James smiled, amused at having his own tour guide with a British accent. Some were edging closer along the railing to hear what Holmes was saying.
"When President Cleveland turns on the switch on the 1st of May,
continued Holmes, either not noticing or simply ignoring the other listeners,
The White City's dynamos will provide 3 times the total amount of electric power available in Chicago, and more than 10 times that provided for the 1889 Paris Exposition. The White City has more than 120,000 incandescent lights and 7,000 arc lights to illuminate its boulevards, grounds, pathways, and fountains. There will be very few, if any, dark corners in the White City, and the designers have hired their own police force, the 2,000 members of the Columbian Guards, not only to apprehend those who have committed crimes or disturbed the civic peace, but to stop those crimes before they occur. No other city in Europe or America has what I consider so enlightened a law enforcement policy.
What's the huge but ugly and unfinished thing there, some distance north and a bit west of the big manufacturers building?" asked James, gesturing with his walking stick. "It looks as if they are building the hull for Noah's Ark."
"That's to be the White City's answer to the Eiffel Tower that was such a hit at the Paris Exposition," said Holmes. "A certain Mr. Ferris is building a giant wheel that theoretically will carry up to 40 people in each of its 36 railcar-sized viewing cabins. The passengers will ascend some 264 feet into the air at the height of each revolution, giving, Mr. Ferris and the White City designers promise, an amazing view of Lake Michigan, the White City including the Midway Pleasance with all of its other diversions, and the Chicago skyline. What you see there is only the framework of the bottom half of the huge wheel. They'll soon be bringing in and mounting an axle that I'm told is the heaviest piece of steel ever constructed on this continent. The axle shaft will be some 45 feet long and will weigh 46 tons, and will have to be strong enough to bear a burden of the wheel's own steel, carriages, and people that will amount to 6 times the weight of some cantilever bridge across the Ohio River at Cincinnati that you Americans seem so proud of. The White City people and Mr. Ferris keep promising that the great wheel will be finished and carrying passengers by the middle of the summer, if not earlier."
"Where did you get all this information, Holmes?" said James. "All these facts and figures don't sound like you."
Holmes turned his back on the White City, leaned back against the railing, and smiled. "It's true that I'm often arithmetically challenged, as my brother Mycroft has pointed out on far too many occasions. But I had a private tour yesterday while you were in the hotel talking to the ailing Mr. Clemens, and even a dullard can remember certain facts for a short period of time. It's how one passes through Cambridge or Oxford with honours, as I'm sure you know."
James watched the White City as the Columbus made a wide, cautious arc around the 2,500-foot-long pier extending into Lake Michigan, its surface covered with workers and carts, as the linear and then circular movable sidewalk took its final shape down the center of the wide pier.
"It will cost 10 cents to ride on the sidewalk, the length of the pier where the steamers will drop you the half-mile to the entrance of the exposition," said Holmes without turning around to look at it. "My guess is that most first-time visitors will try it just for the novelty."
James marveled at the tidy lagoons and carefully groomed streams that ran through the entire White City. Someone had turned a muck-ridden swamp into a cleaner, wider, airier version of James's beloved Venice. "All in 21 months, said James, as if reading the author's mind. "Where, then, will President Cleveland be doing his opening speech and switch-turning?"
Holmes turned and pointed with his own stick. "Do you see through the pillars of the peristyle to that dome rising at the far end of the lagoon, right in line with that canvas-shrouded tall pedestal that will be revealed as St. Gordon's huge statue of the Republic? Yes, the one with the 4 pavilions, one at each corner. That is the administration building where the President and other dignitaries will speak. They will be facing this way, east toward the lake and the statue, and one assumes that all the concourses will be flooded with excited American humanity, all the way back to the peristyle gates."
Holmes handed James a small folding telescope. The author put the object to his eye, brought the dome into focus, and said, "Are those angels on the upper promenade of that administration building, right below the dome?"
"8 groupings of angels, actually," said Holmes, "all trumpeting the victory of peace, although I fear they may be a bit overly optimistic about that reality. Besides hundreds of incandescent lights outlining the upper reaches and dome of the administration building at night, that upper promenade you're looking at is ringed with those huge gas torches designed to illuminate the golden dome."
"Good heavens," said James, turning his telescopic gaze on the myriad of what looked like huge marble palaces, each festooned with its own multitude of statuary, pinnacles, towers, arches, entablatures, and wildly decorated friezes. "I'm surprised that the denizens of Chicago won't wish to move into the White City once the exposition is over," he said softly.
"They'd be out of a home after a winter or two, or even after a few months of strong Chicago rainstorms," said Holmes.
James lowered the telescope. "What do you mean?"
"While there's plenty of steel and iron, more than 18,000 tons of those metals in the great buildings alone, I'm told, not to mention wood, most of what looks like white marble to you is actually made of staff."
"Staff?"
"That's what it's called," said Holmes. "Evidently it's an exotic composition of plaster, cement, and hemp, or some similar fibrous material that was sort of painted on or sprayed on to look like permanent stone. All of the great buildings, most of the state buildings, and a vast majority of the statuary and bas-relief you see is made of staff. In its semi-liquid form, a very plastic material, I understand, and lighter than wood. Still, they used more than 30,000 tons of the stuff to create most of the White City's structures."
"Not meant to be permanent?" asked James, with a strange pang of disappointment. He found himself, against all reason and odds, taking pride in what his fellow Americans had created in so short a time.
"No," said Holmes, "although if painted regularly it might last several years. Left to the elements, all those amazing structures you're admiring are going to melt and rot like Miss Havisham's wedding cake in a year or less."
James handed back the telescope, which Holmes folded and set in his large outer pocket. The Columbus made a wide easterly arc and headed back along the shoreline toward the Black City. He was thinking that no nation was better at creating metaphors for itself than America. In this case, the vision of a beautiful, sane, safe, marble future that is all dream and no marble to sustain it. "Well," said James, still disappointed that his American Venice turned out to be so much marzipan, "I guess the future of the White City is not our problem."
"No," agreed Holmes. "One way or the other, all our problems will be over by the end of May 1st.
2. Monday, April 10, 11:20 a.m. 3 days before James's boat tour to the White City, and the day after he'd left his friends in Washington, the author stood at the family cemetery plot in Cambridge. He'd last visited this spot a little more than a decade earlier, when he'd rushed to America to be by his dying father's side, only to learn when his feet touched the Boston pier that his father had died an hour earlier. On the day of New Year's Eve, 1882, James had walked alone up the snowy hillside to his father's grave that had been filled in with the frozen earth only 10 days earlier. William, unable to return from Europe in time, had sent a most personal letter to his father, but the letter, like Henry, had arrived after the awful fact of death. It had been a very cold day, although with a clear Massachusetts winter sky, and James remembered both the ghost smoke of his breath in the air as he read the long letter and the growing numbness in his freezing toes. William's long letter had begun, "Darling old father," and had passed through several pages of metaphysical speculation that seemed to Henry much like the continuation of debates and outright arguments William had been having with their father for decades. The letter had ended with, "Good night, my sacred old father. If I don't see you again, farewell, a blessed farewell." James was sure he had not wept that day a decade earlier, because if he had, the tears would have frozen to his cheeks. This April day was the antithesis of the last time he was here. In the winter then he'd been able to see the whiteness of a distant field beyond the Charles River, but now leaves blocked most of that view, and as they shifted in the warm April breeze, James caught glimpses of homes and shops that hadn't been there in 1882. A year earlier, when William was in Italy, he'd had a marble urn engraved for Sister Alice's ashes. Henry read the words that William had chosen. "Ed essa da martiro e da esilio venne a questa pace." James had recognized the passage at once, from the 10th book of the Paradiso in the Divine Comedy, and his translation from the Italian was roughly, "And from martyrdom and banishment it came unto this peace." It seemed appropriate for Alice's pain-filled and largely bedridden life. She had indeed embraced death as an escape for the final decades of her life, although James knew, better than anyone else in the family, that the pain and death-welcoming was, until very near the end, leavened by Alice's mischievous sense of humor and penchant for parody. When William had ordered her diary published, just for the family members, without asking Henry's opinion, Henry had been shocked by the names named and ridiculed. He would have edited the diary severely to avoid such insults to the living and some recent dead, but perhaps older brother William was right. Perhaps Alice defied editing. In one hand, James held the elegant snuff-box containing the small amount of his sister's ashes he'd pilfered after the cremation in England, while in the other hand he held the small gardening trowel he'd purchased in a hardware store not far from their old home on Bolton Street. But James had been as good as his vow not to go look at the now empty of family Bolton Street home, or to walk past the impressive home of William and his Alice, Alice the wife and mother, on the corner of 95 Irving Street here in Cambridge. James felt like he'd failed his sister. His plan had been honorable enough, to have one of the brothers, himself, as it had to be, rather than Miss Catherine Loring help spread Alice's ashes, but spread them somewhere Alice had been truly happy. James had simply failed to find such a spot, at least one where the happiness hadn't been dependent upon his sister's Boston marriage to Miss Loring, such as at the Two's Newport home. James knew that he was being foolish and selfish with this after-the-fact jealousy of Catherine Loring. He'd never felt that way while Alice was alive. He'd simply been happy that someone could bring a smile to his sister's face or coax a laugh out of her. But since Sister Alice's death and Miss Loring's monopoly in bringing the ashes back here to this sacred spot, the James's burial ground, the jealousy and sense of stubbornness about finding a spot for these ashes had grown rather than diminished. But in the end, he had surrendered. There had always been a certain unique oneness about his sister. Alice James and her ashes should be together, or at least in close proximity. James wasn't about to try to pry open the sealed marble urn. Making certain that no one was watching him, James knelt and dug a small grave for the snuff-box. The jade and porcelain box had been given to James as a gift in the late 1870s by Richard Monckton Milnes, Lord Houghton, a friend of Henry James Sr. His father had described Houghton as energetic and fun-filled. Henry Adams back then had told young James that Houghton was the first wit of London and the maker of men, a great many men. But the Lord was 68 or 69 when Henry, Jr., finally met him and was given to using elaborate breakfasts and dinners to capture famous artists and writers as if they were so many butterflies. The ivory snuff-box, for which James had no use save to own it as an object of art, was of the finest Delft porcelain, interset with tiny and delicately carved androgynous human figures which, in their flowing and blowing robes, seemed to be saints or cherubs descended from some 17th-century painting. There was something spiritual in this little box, and it was made infinitely more so now by holding his beloved sister's ashes. As James set the little snuff-box into the small but deep little hole and began troweling dirt back into place, he recalled an early dinner he'd had with Lord Houghton, where the fellow diners had included Tennyson, Gladstone, and Dr. Heinrich Schliemann, the fellow who had found and excavated Troy. Finished with his own excavation and filling in, Henry stood, feeling the sudden pang of pain in his always aching back, and brushed off his trousers at the knees. He realized that he should say a little prayer, but there was no prayer in his heart or mind at the moment. He'd already said his goodbyes to Alice. She was the only member of the family whose deathbed and long, difficult dying he'd actually attended. He took one last glance at the urn to fulfill any ceremony required. Ed essa da martiro, ed da esilio vene a questa pace. In the handsome cab he'd kept waiting for him in the cemetery, James knew that he'd have to decide what he was going to do. There was only one sane and sensible course of action. The train for New York, for which he had a first-class ticket, left from Boston's Old Central Station in 1 hour. He'd made arrangements with the German steamship company to go aboard the Spree with all his baggage this very evening, as soon as he arrived in New York. He would have an excellent dinner and a good night's sleep in his first-class cabin aboard the elegant ocean liner, and the Spree would depart for Southampton, then London by rail, then home in the morning. James would not even have to get dressed to go to the deck to watch the departure, since no one was seeing him off. He'd simply sleep late and enjoy breakfasting in his cabin. But there was the double issue of that damned telegram from Holmes, ordering him to meet the detective on Beacon Hill this afternoon, long after his train had departed, Holmes arrogantly moving him around as if he were a chess piece with no mind of his own, and, more importantly, James's news for Holmes about Professor Moriarty and the astounding meeting of thugs and anarchists that James had risked his life to witness. That was hardly something that James could put in a letter, even if he knew where in damnation Sherlock Holmes was at any given time, much less in a telegram. Well, he'd have to decide soon. The hansom driver was showing signs of irritation, and so was his horse. Logically, there was only one choice he could make. He had to get out of this nightmare. He had to get to the train station, get on that train to New York, have his luggage and himself transferred to the ship, and settle into his stateroom on the Spree. Every bit of logic and reason screamed to James that it was time to return to his flat at De Vere Gardens and get back to work on the play that was going to make him a fortune. "Driver," he called, "to the Central Railway Station, and quickly." 3. Monday, April 10, 3:38 p.m. Holmes ostentatiously checked his watch when the hansom, which had been moving almost at a gallop, came to a stop, and a red-faced Henry James stepped out. "You're almost 8 minutes tardy, James," said Holmes. "I was about to give up on you and go on about my business." James had paid the driver, and now his face grew even redder. "Don't you dare chide me for being late for this rendezvous. First of all, you insult me in a public telegram, telling me to come if it's convenient, or even if it is not convenient. That may have been a misfired attempt at humor, Mr. Holmes, but it was not something a gentleman would do when communicating via public telegraphy with another gentleman. And as for the time, first of all, you very well remember that I lost my valuable watch when you were dragging me through Rock Creek Cemetery and less speakable places at midnight, so I've had to depend upon public timepieces, which are notoriously unreliable in America. And finally, I had to rush to the Central Boston Railway Station to get my luggage and accompany it through heavy traffic to this new North Union Station, which isn't really north at all, but far west of the city center. Then I had to store my luggage at the new station, which is deucedly crowded this time of day, and then fight Bostonians, who are only half a step up on the Darwinian scale from South Seas cannibals,
when it comes to refusing to learn how to queue for a hansom cab to bring me back here. And I shan't bother to tell you what important plans of my own that this has ruined for me since—"
James stopped because Holmes was openly smiling at him, which made James all the more angry and red-faced.
"Such as missing the sailing of the Spree tomorrow evening," said Holmes.
How could you know? Where did you—"
spluttered James.
"Alas," said Holmes, "even our beloved telegraphy, whether sending communications between gentlemen or just to book a ship's passage, is not as private as it should be. There remain papers and copies of papers, easily accessible to the dedicated voyeur, especially if that dedicated voyeur enters the telegraph office only a moment after the cable sender has departed. And it is helpful if one can read words upside down, a small trick which I mastered as a child."
James folded his arms across his chest above the curve of his significant belly, while attempting to hold in the angry words and sentences that flowed into his mind. The cab hadn't left, and Holmes called to the driver,
"Wait here another 15 minutes or so, my dear man."
He handed up some folded currency. The cabby nodded, touched the brim of his hat, and pulled the hansom to the curb on the opposite side of the street.
"You think this business here will take only 15 minutes?"
hissed James in low tones so the driver would not hear.
"I missed my train and ship to England for something that will take only 15 minutes?"
"Of course not," said Holmes. "As promised, we leave for Chicago in—" he checked his watch again— "a little under 90 minutes. But our immediate problem, as you can see, is that there is no 426½ address here. The houses on this side of the street go straight from 426 to 428.
James sighed, obviously wondering at the denseness of a man whom too many people had called a genius.
"The custom here on this part of Beacon Hill is to have a little room on the upper floor of a carriage house," said James. "Those are the halves that the postal service delivers to."
"Aha!"
said Holmes, as if he'd been the one to come up with this widely known fact.
"There's a carriage house or garage down this driveway at 426,
he said as he started walking down the paved lane. James caught the tall detective by the sleeve.
"The protocol is to approach the carriage house apartments by walking down the alley. We'll need to go down this way and turn left to find the alley entrance."
"What an absurd protocol," said Holmes, following reluctantly. "The carriage house is visible right there."
He flung out his left arm, although they'd already lost sight of the carriage house at the end of the sloping driveway. As they turned left on another street, all these streets and many of these homes were familiar to James from both his childhood and his visits home to Bolton Street as an adult, the writer grasped Holmes's upper arm and said,
"I have urgent information for you, Holmes. Seriously urgent. Far more important than checking on this address, which shall almost certainly be a dead end. Let me tell you how 2 days ago
Holmes gently removed the author's hand from his arm and said softly,
"I have no doubt that you do have something important to tell me, James, but one thing at a time, old boy. We shall speak to whomever lives at this address, and then be on our way to North Station, and you may tell me whatever you have to say more at your, let's say, leisure."
James almost turned around and left then. His face grew as red as it had been when he'd arrived, and he glared at the side of Holmes's head. He promised himself that he wouldn't say a single word about anything until Holmes asked him for it. So what if he, Henry James, knew the details for Professor Moriarty's plans for multiple assassinations and an anarchist and mob uprising set for May 1st? If Holmes was going to continue acting this way, Henry James would be damned if he'd share such vital intelligence with a detective.
"Who lives in these one-half-numbered carriage house apartments?"
Holmes asked, as if that were the most important thing for him to learn that day.
"The servants?"
James considered not answering, but his cultivated nature demanded he answer a simple question.
"No. Just as in England, if a family can afford servants,
They live in the main house, up on the top floor under the eaves, usually. These cottages have a tradition of being rented at very low prices to white people, cultivated people, whose jobs or vocations have steeped them in poverty. Local teachers, for instance, or the occasional college student, although the latter is often considered too volatile for these quiet neighborhoods, unless vouched for by multiple letters of reference, of course.
Of course, said Holmes.
He'd found the stairway up to the room or rooms over the still active carriage house, active if the strong scent of manure from the barn level was any indicator, and took the steps upward 2 at a time in his eager anticipation. After several knocks, giving James time to climb the steps more slowly and stand puffing a bit on the landing outside the door, a small, gray-haired lady with cataracts clouding her right eye cautiously opened the door. Holmes removed his top hat.
"Good afternoon, madam. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my associate, Mr. James. We've come because I'm an old friend of Miss Irene Adler, the lady to whom you forward the letters sent here to a certain Miss Rebecca Lorne Baxter, and I wish to find her most recent address."
"What did you say your name was?"
asked the old lady.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, madam," he said more slowly. "And whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?"
The woman with the white hair, pale white skin, and white cataract paused before saying,
"Mrs. Gaddis."
"Were you, by any chance, a teacher for many years, Mrs. Gaddis?" asked Holmes. "Your diction suggests you were."
"I taught for 28 years, before retiring with commendations and honors, and I don't receive a decent enough pension to afford these tiny 2 rooms over a smelly stable," said Mrs. Gaddis. "But your name was never mentioned to me by the lady who pays me $5 a month to forward her mail. So I'm afraid I must close the door, Mr. Holmes."
As gently as he could, Holmes blocked the door from closing with his left foot, and a seemingly casual hand set flat on the windowless door.
"She must have left some instructions for my arrival," he said quickly. "I know how playful Miss Adler is. Some puzzle or question by which I could identify myself and receive her address from you."
Mrs. Gaddis squinted with her one good eye.
"The lady who pays me for passing along her mail, and I shan't say where that final destination for her mail is, nor even if it's under a different name than the Mrs. Lorne Baxter you mentioned, did say that some day an Englishman with a Yorkshire accent might come knocking at my door, and if he did, I should put a question to him to verify his identity."
Holmes had been holding his silky top hat in his hand, but now he almost set it atop his greased-back hair and tipped it symbolically.
"I am that London gentleman she designated," he said happily, trying to jolly the dour Mrs. Gaddis into greater cooperation. "Perhaps you can tell by my English accent."
"Accents can be put on like hats or socks,"
said Mrs. Gaddis, still frowning.
"But I shall ask you the question my benefactress told to me, if I can remember it properly."
James almost smiled as Holmes's face showed a quick glimpse of panic at this being a dead end in his quest to find Irene Adler, all because of an elderly former teacher's faulty memory. But age obviously hadn't clouded her mind as thoroughly as her vision.
"Here's the question I'm to put to the Englishman caller,"
said Mrs. Gaddis, pulling it from her memory as if taking an aging sheet of parchment down from some high shelf.
"What were my last words to him at our last brief meeting?"
Holmes laughed.
"Her last words to me were, 'Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes,'" he said. "But I didn't recognize her when she said it, because my friend Dr. Watson and I were in the act of unlocking the door of our home on Baker Street, when this thin young lad, short hair slicked back under a derby and wearing an oversized ulster with the collar turned up, said it in passing.
Miss Adler was an actress and enjoys, or at least enjoyed, disguises almost as much as I do."
"The words were correct," said Mrs. Gaddis, still frowning. "You wait here, and I'll find the copy I made out of her forwarded mail address."
Mrs. Gaddis was back in less than half a minute. James peered past Holmes into her small but tidy, almost cozy apartment, and she handed Holmes the note card and said,
"I believe that completes our conversation, Mr. Holmes."
The detective held up a finger in protest.
"Not at all," he said happily. "Common decency, to say nothing of courtesy, compels me to pay you a very little something as mere metaphor for my sincere appreciation of the service you have been carrying out for my friend, Miss Adler, as well as for your help to me in finding that old friend."
Mrs. Gaddis shook her head, held up a blocking hand, and was about to say no, when Holmes handed her a $20 bill and released it so she had to grasp it. Whatever she was going to say, she didn't.
"Teachers are the most underappreciated and least recompensed of all our esteemed professional classes,"
Holmes said quickly, ignoring Mrs. Gaddis's half-hearted attempts to hand the bill back to him. This time he did tip his hat and secure it firmly on his head before clattering down the steps. James nodded and smiled his own faux appreciation before following Holmes. While riding to North Station, James asked to see the address the retired teacher had given Holmes. It was, he recognized, very near, if not quite on DuPont Circle in Washington.
"So she never left Washington after all,"
murmured the author.
"I'm quite sure that Henry Adams and John Hay have believed her gone all these years."
"It's Adams that gave me this Beacon Hill mail address," said Holmes, "and she's been responding from there for years. Obviously, Irene Adler posts the return letter from Washington, with an envelope included with her handwriting and the Beacon Hill return address, and Mrs. Gaddis dutifully transfers the letter and posts it from Boston, for $5 per month help on her rent."
"You're certain that Rebecca Lorne and Irene Adler were the same person?"
said James.
"Absolutely certain. If I hadn't been before, the identifying question of her last words to me that night in London. I believe Watson wrote that case up under the title A Scandal in Bohemia, a nonsensical title, because he felt that he had to hide the identity of the English royal personage."
"I'm only surprised that your friend Dr. Watson did not have the king exit, pursued by a bear," said James.
Holmes looked at James blankly for a few seconds, and then exploded in that high, almost cawing, full laughter that James had heard only a few times. Holmes's sharp barks of laughter always startled James.
"Anyway, it was, I believe, the first telling of my cases, the first short story about the Sherlock Holmes character, I should say, that appeared in the Strand magazine."
James had read that story the previous week. It had been in Clara Hayes' collection of Holmes's stories, or Arthur Conan Doyle stories. James was not sure which description applied to reality, if any reality there was.
"I always suspected that Irene Adler had remained in Washington,"
Holmes was saying.
"Why?"
Holmes reminded James of the bouquet of white violets that appeared as if by magic on Clover Adams's grave every December 6th.
"But you're not rushing to Washington to confront her," said James.
They were approaching Union Station here in the western reaches of Boston.
"No," said Holmes. "We have tickets for Chicago and much to do there. Besides, the mailing address near DuPont Circle will not be Irene Adler's address, only another dead end, and this one quite deadly."
James nodded and made an almost swimming motion in the air, moving that finished discussion aside.
"May I now tell you the details of what I discovered in Washington this past Saturday?" said James. "I assure you it's of the utmost importance."
"We're at the station already, and we have to meet someone here," said Holmes. "Why don't you tell me when we get to our first-class carriage? It will just be the three of us."
3 of us," repeated James. 4. Monday, April 10, 4:10 p.m. To Henry James, the new North Railway Station was Boston's celebration of the modern age. The architecture was noble and the layout oozed common sense. Rather than wait outside in the cold and damp under a gigantic open shed roof as in London's great and small stations, here one went down a ramp inside the sprawling structure, and the train came into you on a warm and well-ventilated lower level. When they'd arrived, James had said, "I'll have to go claim my bags for transfer." But Holmes had taken the handful of baggage check tickets and said, "I'll find some expert help in getting that done for us," and had disappeared for only a moment into the grand lobby crowd before returning. "Are you sure?" began James. His continuing nightmare was having his steamer trunk or other pieces of his baggage, including the portmanteau filled with beginnings of his stories, and the long, thrice-bescribbled scripts for his current and future plays, disappear during one of these American railway adventures. How much happier he would have been, he realized, if both he and his luggage were safely aboard the good ship Spree, and safely out of sight of land by now. Holmes led the way through the mob and down the graceful ramps to where signs announced that their train to Chicago would be leaving in 15 minutes.
"Here you are, Mr. Holmes, Mr. James, sir,"
piped up an unmistakably Cockney voice. James was startled at the sight of a short, rail-thin lad, whose unself-conscious grin showed where adult teeth had grown in, only to be knocked out. The boy was obviously of that group known in London as street Arabs, since before Charles Dickens's day. Yet he was dressed well in English spring tweed suit with tailored jacket and waistcoat, proper knicker trousers and quality wool knee socks, and well-polished quality London-made shoes. Even his cap, which he'd swept off when he'd presented Holmes and James with the baggage cart, piled high with their luggage, was new and well-made, probably in Scotland.
"Give the tickets to that porter 2 coaches down, and he'll arrange our luggage properly," directed Holmes. "Bring back to our compartment Mr. James's portmanteau, it has his initials on it, and my briefcase and small tan carrying case."
"Right you are, Governor,"
said the boy, and disappeared in the gathering crowd, pulling the massive baggage cart behind him. "You trust that strange child?" asked James. Holmes gave him a strange half-smile. "More than you can know, James," he said softly. "More than you can know." The detective went to a nearby stand to purchase some newspapers and magazines for the trip, so they hadn't yet boarded when the boy returned, handing James his portmanteau and Holmes 2 well-traveled pieces of personal luggage, along with a new set of baggage check slips. The boy stared straight at the author with a look that fell just short of insolence, but certainly was not appropriately deferential.
"Nice to see you again, Mr. James," said the boy.
James heard the Mr. James, and could almost name the streets within hearing distance of the bells of St. Mary le Bow Church, where this young Cockney had eked out his living in London. James thought of all the porters and messengers they'd met or used on this trip, but none matched up with this strangely well-dressed lad, and he was sure he'd never seen the boy before this trip. So he said coolly, "I don't believe we've ever met, young man." Again that too wide, unself-conscious, missing-toothed smile.
"But you saw me, and I saw you a-seeing me, sir."
James smiled but shook his head. "I don't believe so." The boarding area had emptied out, as most of the rushing passengers up near the first-class cars had already gone aboard to claim their cabins. James and the boy were about 10 or 12 feet apart when the youngster walked quickly toward the rider, so quickly and with such a sense of confidence bordering on aggression that James found himself gripping his walking stick with both hands. But the boy stopped only a pace or 2 in front of James, threw both arms in the air as if he were celebrating something, and, almost faster than the eye could follow, did 2 arching back handsprings, landing on his hands, flipping even higher to come down on his feet again, and not pausing even an instant there before performing a complete somersault in mid-air, his body descending parallel to the concrete boarding platform in the fraction of a second before Holmes grabbed the spread legs, now wrapped securely around Holmes's middle, and held the boy poised there horizontally, with nothing but Holmes's powerful fingers and hands keeping him up. Then Holmes gave a sort of juggler's cry. The boy put his palms together, arms straight above him as if he were diving into water, rather than onto an unyielding concrete platform or iron tracks, and in a display of strength almost beyond James's comprehension, Holmes gripped the rigid boy's calves and extended the diver's form higher than the detective's or James's shoulders, then gave another cry. James realized dully that it was one acrobat's communication with another. He tossed the boy spinning out over the platform, caught him by the ankles, and held the lad there vertically, the boy's praying hands almost touching the platform. Then Holmes went to one knee. The boy used that knee as a diving board and leaped forward in a perfect head-first arc, hugging his knees as he turned in the air to land lightly on his feet in front of James, arms still over his head. The movements had jogged James's memory. "Good God! The two of you? The chimney sweeps on the Cameron's rooftop!" gasped James. Holmes gave one of his quick twitches of a smile. "You had a mohawk strip of orange hair," accused James, pointing at Holmes. "And you, spikes of green hair," he said to the boy.
"It's nice to be appreciated, Governor,"
grinned the lad. James was still blinking like a sun-blinded lizard. He turned toward Holmes again. "Why the flying Vernettis?" "My grandmother on my mother's side was a Vernet," said Holmes, giving the name its proper French pronunciation. "The Vernets were artists. I felt that the flying Vernettis sounded suitably acrobatic." "To what possible purpose?" cried James. "All that week, Hay and others told me the two acrobatic chimney sweeps had done the Cabot Lodge's home, Don Cameron's, where I saw you perform, even Hay's house, where you'd stayed." "I needed certain documents," Holmes said coolly. "Old letters, to be precise, although at least one lady's diary was included. It's so nice, after the sweeps have laid down newspapers on every surface in Milady's boudoir to keep the soot from covering everything. They lock the door to the room and tell servants to stay clear." "Those bedroom fireplaces are tiny things," began James.
"Mr. Henry James," said Holmes, stepping forward, "I take great pleasure in introducing you to Wiggins 2.
James remembered the telegram from Holmes's brother Mycroft he'd sneakily read. Wiggins 2 arrived safely in New York today. "What happened to Wiggins 1? He heard himself asking.
"Oh, he grew up to where he was of no further use to me," said Holmes. "Also," laughed Wiggins 2, "my brother's in the clink."
"For what crime?" asked James.
The Holy Trinity, sir," said Wiggins 2. "Breakin', entrin', and resistin' arrest. He'll be there a few years, sir." "Wiggins 2 also answers to the name Moth," said Holmes. "Sometimes pronounced in the Old English form that rhymes with moat." "Since a mere moat, but a mighty moat I am indeed, Mr. James," said the boy.
A conductor stepped down and spoke through a cloud of steam.
"It's time to board, gentlemen."
It turned out that the Wiggins 2 Moth had his own first-class bedroom, right next to the one shared by Holmes and James, but the boys stayed in their compartment until the train had left the Boston suburbs behind, and they were flashing past small white farms, stone walls, and green pastures.
"Well, I guess I'll go check on what the Yanks call a club car and round me up a pint,"
Wiggins 2 said, sliding open the compartment door.
"They won't sell alcohol to a boy," said James.
"Oh, no, sir," agreed the Moth, clinking coins together in his pocket. "But they understand that I'm just fetching a couple of glasses for me 2 guardians, kindly gentlemen that they are."
Then they were alone, and Holmes leaned forward and spoke to James where he sat dazed on the bench opposite.
"You had something private and important to tell me, James?"
Caught off guard, James needed a minute to arrange the events of the previous weekend in succinct but complete form, but then the words came rolling out of him.
"You actually saw Professor Moriarty on the street and followed him?"
interrupted Holmes with a tone of amazement.
"Yes, that's what I've been telling you."
"How did you know it was Moriarty?"
"Because I looked at his photograph in the Mathematics Physics magazine at the Library of Congress," spluttered out James, "and he was photographed in Leipzig just last year, 1892, so I knew you'd lied twice. Once to the world with your and Dr. Watson's tale of you and the professor dying at Reichenbach Falls, and then you lying to me about having only made up Moriarty, created him as a figment of your imagination, were your exact words. Why did you lie to me, Holmes?"
The detective's cool gray gaze met the author's angry gray glare.
"Anything I've said that distorted the truth in some small way was done to protect you from harm, James," said Holmes. "Distorted the truth in some small way," repeated James with a dramatic scoffing noise.
"I'd say that denying the existence of Professor James Moriarty and his plans for assassinations and widespread anarchy and riots is a bit more than some small way."
Holmes only nodded slowly, as if not in full agreement yet on the seriousness of his infraction to honor, trust, friendship, and it just made Henry James all the more angry.
"Professor Moriarty is a fiend in human form, Holmes. I saw him. I heard him. He was planning and coordinating the deaths of hundreds of people, the unwitting police in a dozen cities, the President and Vice President of the United States, God knows how many innocent bystanders, as coolly as a businessman might announce a new sales campaign to his staff."
"That's rather well put, James," Holmes said with another twitch of an approving smile. "Well said indeed."
James only grunted. He was in no mood to receive Mr. Sherlock Holmes's approval.
"Continue with your story of Saturday afternoon's encounter," said Holmes.
Later, James was surprised to see from Holmes's watch that it had taken him another half-hour to tell the whole story. He was blushing slightly, since the part about concealing himself while the mob members took turns firing shotguns and rifles at the Rat was more florid and less likely than any fiction he'd ever produced. James readied himself for a long cross-examination, an interrogation from the slightly frowning detective, but all Holmes said was, "How did you feel?"
"How did I feel?"
James realized that he had almost shouted the words, glanced apprehensively toward the compartment's closed doors, and moderated his tone. "All that information for you. Times of the assassination, plans for mob uprising and anarchists' murders across the United States, in London and in Europe, and you want to know how I felt?"
"Yes," said Holmes. "For instance, when you thought they were shooting at you, and the shotgun blast shook the entire beam you were hiding on. How did you feel, James?"
The author had to pause a moment. He knew that the question really did not deserve an answer. There were far too many important questions he could and should have answered about the assembly of thugs and Professor Moriarty's plans. But he also realized that he'd quietly been asking himself the same question for the last 2 days. How had he felt during this, the most out-of-all-context, almost absurdly unreal feeling event of his lifetime? Frightened? Yes, but that was not the primary sensation. "Alive," he said at last. "I felt very much alive." Holmes grinned his full grin, patted James's knee as if the master author were a retriever dog who'd brought back the pheasant unchewed, and said, "That being the case, I think you are going to enjoy the next couple of weeks." 5. Wednesday, April 12, 8:05 a.m. Holmes arrived in Haymarket Square and immediately spotted Inspector Bonfield standing across the street near the alley. Carriage and cargo traffic was heavy on Des Plaines Street, as was pedestrian traffic. Holmes waited for a break in the traffic and jogged across the street, accepting the inspector's eager handshake almost before Holmes had come to a stop. "It's very good to see you again, Mr. Holmes," said Inspector Bonfield.
"And you, Inspector. Congratulations on your various promotions."
Holmes had been here in May and June of 1886, gathering evidence for the trial of the anarchists who'd been behind the Haymarket riot, where 8 policemen and 3 civilians had died. Bonfield had been a captain then, but the information he'd brought to the prosecution in the trial of the 8 anarchists had quickly earned him inspector status and the supervision of the Chicago Police Department's Detective Bureau. Bonfield had also been detached to the Columbian Exposition to train and supervise the 200 or so plainclothes detectives who, among them, knew the face and modus operandi of every pickpocket, thief, and con artist in a 7-state region. The so-called Columbian Guard, all decked out in baby blue uniforms and, on occasion, their red and yellow capes, carried a cute little ornamental sword. Bonfield's plainclothes boys carried a heavy sap, a pair of brass knuckles, and a loaded pistol in their suit pockets. "The promotions were aimed poorly," said Bonfield, who still seemed as quiet, reserved, and competent as Holmes had found him 7 years earlier. "All accolades should have gone to you, Mr. Holmes." The detective waved that away.
"I see you have a statue commemorating that May 4th, said Holmes, "and a uniformed police officer to guard it."
Bonfield nodded. "That's a 24-hour guard, Mr. Holmes. Vandals, either the anarchists or those countless thousands who've come to look at the anarchist killers as social heroes, have beaten the statue apart with sledgehammers, scribbled obscene graffiti on it, painted it green. Very disrespectful. So now we keep a man here all day and all night." Holmes pulled out his pipe and began tamping in tobacco. Henry James had convinced him, for the sake of his American friends, if for no other reason, to use a more expensive and less shockingly aromatic brand of tobacco while he was here in the States. "You will never guess what is scheduled for Waldheim Cemetery for the day of May 4th, said Bonfield, showing more anger in his expression than Holmes had ever before seen in that stable younger man.
"Waldheim,"
repeated Holmes, puffing his pipe to life and setting away in his trouser pocket, next to the .38 caliber lemon-squeezer pistol, the unique lighter.
"That's where the 4 hanged anarchists were buried, was it not?"
"It was," said Bonfield. "Now it's a shrine to the brave Union organizers who ambushed my men and me here 7 years ago. They're unveiling a monument to the killers, or martyrs to the popular press's point of view. And the monument is said to be taller than this 20-foot statue memorializing the 8 police who died that day. Early estimates suggest that there may be 8,000 or more people turning out in Waldheim Cemetery for the radical ceremony. We wouldn't get a dozen citizens if we held a memorial service here for the policemen who died."
"History is a perverse mechanism," said Holmes between puffs. "It demands the blood of martyrs, real or invented, the way a machine requires oil."
Inspector Bonfield grunted, checked the brief gap in the traffic, and stepped out onto the street, motioning for Holmes to follow. "This has been paved over by Hot Top since the riot and trial," said Bonfield. "But you'll remember that it was about here." The inspector's polished shoe came down on an unremarkable spot. "That you showed me the egg-shaped indentation in the cedar block paving of that time, where the heavy bomb had first struck, and—" Bonfield stepped further out into the street. "It was here where you noticed the smooth, oval crater where the bomb had actually exploded. By lining up the small impact dent with the actual crater, using red string in the model you provided us, We were able to show that the bomb had been thrown from the alley, not from somewhere south of the advancing police, as the defense would have had the jury to believe." Inspector Bonfield was so immersed in the memory that he failed to notice a large dray wagon with 4 huge horses bearing down on him. Holmes gathered the police detective by the elbow and moved him safely to the curb opposite the alley. "The bomb went off right beneath Patrolman Matthias Deegan," continued Bonfield, speaking as if from a mesmeric trance. "Deegan was a friend of mine. The shrapnel that killed him was no bigger than your thumbnail, Mr. Holmes. The doctor gave it to me, and I have it in my bureau. But it severed Matthias's femoral artery, and he bled to death, right there on where the cedar paving blocks used to be, and in my arms."
We proved that 6 of the 8 policemen who had been shot, rather than those wounded by bomb shrapnel, had been shot at a downward angle, said Holmes. "Someone firing a rifle from that window up there next to the alley." He pointed at the window of the corner shop facing Desplaines Street. "The prosecution made that case, but the jury made nothing of it," said Inspector Bonfield. "But your evidence, Mr. Holmes, did prove that the carpenter Rudolf Schnaubelt was the man who threw the bomb from that alley right at the cluster of police." "Showed it beyond a doubt," agreed Holmes. "But you've never apprehended or arrested him."
Inspector Bonfield held his hands out. "How can we arrest him if we can't find him, Mr. Holmes? We've tracked down leads saying Schnaubelt was in Pittsburgh, in Santo Domingo, that he died in California, that he was begging in the streets of Honduras, and that he was living in wealth in Mexico. That socialist rag, the Arbeiter Zeitung, published a letter, reportedly from Schnaubelt, and the letter had been postmarked from Christiania, Norway. The man is a phantom, Mr. Holmes."
"The man, Schnaubelt, has been making a good living as a manufacturer of farm machinery in Buenos Aires," said Holmes. "He arrived in Argentina a month after the Haymarket Square riot, and has lived and prospered there ever since."
"Why didn't you tell us this?"
"I cabled all the information, including Schnaubelt's work and living address, to your Major and Superintendent of Police in early 1887, said Holmes. "There was no reply. I sent a second cable with the same information, this time including various aliases Schnaubelt had used. Again, I received no response."
Bonfeld had taken off his cap and looked as if he was preparing to rip clumps of his hair out by the roots. Holmes glanced at his watch and removed his pipe.
"It's getting late, Inspector. You're my liaison while we follow the carriage route that will carry President Cleveland to the exposition grounds. And then I'm scheduled to receive a quick tour of the White City itself, but we'll have to trot to get to the Lexington Hotel by their departure time."
"We'll let the horse do the trotting," said Inspector Bonfield. He whistled, and a sleek black carriage, driven by a uniformed Chicago PD patrolman, glided up. The driver jumped down and opened the carriage door for them. There were 2 carriages waiting for Bonfield and Holmes outside the Lexington Hotel at the intersection of 22nd Street and Michigan Avenue. The first was an oversized canopy-covered surrey with 3 bench rows of seats facing forward rather than the usual 2, plus a 4th bench seat looking backward. It was filled with uniformed police officers. The second was an open carriage, much more comfortable looking, and the driver was a big man with bright blue eyes and a trim salt-and-pepper beard that looked a bit like that of former President Ulysses S. Grant. Holmes estimated from the man's hands that he might be around 60, but there were no wrinkles, save for a few laugh lines, on his face. He wore a working man's comfortable corduroy trousers and well-worn boots, but also a rather expensive-looking wool hacking jacket. Most noticeable was the black slouch hat set back on his head, as if he wanted the April sun to turn his winter-pale forehead pink. Inspector Bonfield said, "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, may I have the honor of introducing you to our mayor-elect, Mr. Carter Henry Harrison." The handshake was firm without being bruising.
"I'm delighted, absolutely delighted to meet you, Mr. Holmes," said Harrison. "Mayor-elect?" asked Holmes. "I was elected for a 5th term, not sequential, I'm ashamed to say, on April 4th, said Harrison.
but I don't officially take office until the 20th. But Mayor Washburn was busy sulking and cleaning out his office, so I jumped at the chance to show you the route we'll be taking with President Cleveland."
One of the police officers was walking back to the mayor's carriage, and the mayor said in a very soft voice to Bonfield,
"Uh-oh, here comes McClory."
Holmes could see by the badges McClory was the superintendent of the Chicago police force. Mayor Harrison introduced him as such, and again there was a handshake, this one even more enthusiastic.
"Mr. Holmes, I have been looking forward to meeting you," said Chief McClory. "When I was a warden of the Illinois State Prison at Joliet, I was responsible for creating America's first full system of bertillonage. You used that system, I believe?"
"To be honest, I know and respect Monsieur Bertillon, and have worked with him in Paris, but I found that many of his categories of identifying criminals, bone length, centimeters of forehead, and all that, are rather unworkable. So these days I concentrate almost exclusively on fingerprints."
"Ah,"
said Superintendent McClory, seeming a bit cast down by Holmes's lack of enthusiasm toward the full category of bertillonage.
"Yes, well, we have fingerprint cards as well. More than 500 at present. Do you keep your own cards, sir, or depend upon Scotland Yard's?"
"I'm sorry to say that Scotland Yard has not yet adopted fingerprinting as a universal practice," said Holmes, "but I have an assistant who visits the prisons, and we make our own cards. Photograph of the suspect on front, prints of all fingers and the palm on back. I believe I have about 3,000 such cards on file." Superintendent McClory was visibly startled at this information.
"Bob," said Mayor-elect Harrison, "it's time to move out. You're welcome to ride with us, and Bonfield can ride with the patrolman." "No, I shall ride with my men," McClory said stiffly. "It was a great, great pleasure, Mr. Holmes, and I do hope we meet again, when we have time to discuss Bertillon's methods and other forensic matters."
A final handshake, and the chief of police marched back to his crowded surrey.
"Hop on up here next to me, Mr. Holmes," said Harrison. "Bonnie, you get in back with Mr. Drummond. I believe you know Drummond, do you not, Mr. Holmes?"
Holmes nodded at the Secret Service director.
"Yes, a pleasure to see you here, sir."
Drummond smiled and returned the nod.
"All right, it's time,"
said the mayor-elect, and touched the two horses gently with his whip.
"I presume that President Cleveland will be staying there at the Lexington Hotel?" said Holmes. "Yep," said Harrison. "It's got the largest suite in town, but if it had been me choosing a hotel for the president, I would have picked one on a paved street."
Holmes had noticed that this stretch of Michigan Avenue was more yellow dirt than pavement.
"Just so it doesn't rain on opening day, we'll be okay," said Harrison. "This was the furthest south high-quality hotel, built just last year, so I suppose it makes sense. It shouldn't take more than about 25 minutes to get to the fair going down Michigan Avenue." "Too bad Superintendent McClory didn't choose to ride with us," said Drummond from his place behind the mayor. "We need to discuss CPD security arrangements, as well as the Columbian Guard security."
Harrison chuckled and adjusted the brim of his black slouch hat to keep the sun out of his eyes.
"Chief McClory is a good man, and a dedicated reformer. He sent me his letter of resignation on the day I was elected."
"Why?" said Holmes. Harrison grinned.
"All of the things Bob wants to reform, gambling, kickbacks to party officials, drinking, dallying with the ladies of the night, are more or less the things I most enjoy doing."
"Mayor Harrison has very strong support amongst the working class," said Inspector Bonfield from behind Sherlock, "even among the colored folk." Holmes decided that this was all the local politics he needed to hear. More than enough, actually. He said, "How many officers in Chicago's police force, Mayor?"
"A little over 3,000, said Harrison. "We'll have mounted officers riding along and ahead when the actual procession from the Lexington gets going, but my guess is that a couple 100,000 folks will be walking and riding behind us, joining the parade, so to speak." and there are 2,000 some Colombian guards inside the fair," said Sherlock.
"That number of uniformed officers," said Bonfield, "plus about 200 plainclothes detectives under my supervision on the fairgrounds, both in the White City and along the Midway Pleasance, where we expect the pickpockets and others to do most of their work."
"Hand-picked detectives?"
asked Holmes.
"Hand-picked not just from the CPD, but from all over the United States," said Inspector Bonfield.
"Mr. Drummond, what about your agents?" said Holmes.
Mayor Harrison broke in.
"When Mr. Drummond showed up this morning and told me that he was from the Treasury Department, I was sure the jig was up. All my back taxes catching up to me."
"Someday, Mr. Mayor," Drummond said softly. "Someday."
To Holmes he said,
"I'll have 55 Secret Service agents in place when President Cleveland gets to the exposition grounds. 8 of them are master marksmen, and they've been checked out with the newest Army sniper rifles. 6 are on permanent detail with the President."
"Tall men, I hope," said Holmes.
"None under 6'3", said Drummond. "But of course, no one can be standing in front of the President when he gives his opening address."
"How many carriages will be in this procession?" asked Holmes.
Harrison grinned again.
"My guess is somewhere between 20 and 25 coaches. Mr. Cleveland and his immediate entourage will be in a landau. Very important Chicagoans keep coming out of the woodwork like cockroaches, and they all want to be in President Cleveland's procession to the fair. All I know for sure is that I'll be in the last carriage, whatever number that will be."
"Why is that?" asked Holmes.
"Because I'm going to get the most applause and happy shouts from the crowd of anyone in the procession,"
said Harrison, who was obviously just stating a fact rather than bragging.
"I wouldn't want President Cleveland to hear that if I were ahead of him. It might hurt his feelings."
"Does the landau have a top?" asked Drummond.
"A foldable top," said Inspector Bonfield. "It'll be folded back so that everyone, even those in the higher buildings, can see the President. Unless it's raining, of course."
"Pray for rain,"
Drummond said softly, speaking to himself. "Oh, Mr. Mayor," said Bonfield, "Mr. Holmes informed me that he knows the whereabouts of Rudolf Schnaubelt, the Haymarket Square bomb thrower."
"You don't have to tell me who Rudolf Schnaubelt is, God damn it!" snarled Harrison. "I've had enough nightmares about the son of a bitch. Where do you think he is, Mr. Holmes?"
"I know exactly where he is," said Holmes, and gave the mayor Schnaubelt's farm business and personal addresses in Buenos Aires.
"Well, I'll be dipped in shit," said Harrison. "Bonnie, can't you send some of your boys down there to Buenos Aires to get that murdering reptile?"
"We have no extradition arrangements with Argentina, Mr. Mayor."
"God damn it, I know that," said Harrison. "I mean, get him. A black bag job. Haul that goddamn anarchist back here to Chicago for a fair trial and very public hanging."
"If the Argentinian authorities were to discover a plot like that, it would mean war," Bonfield said softly.
"It'll be a sad day when the United States of America can't whip some pissant country like Argentina," said Harrison. "Okay, Bonnie, maybe we could just send someone down to shoot the son of a bitch. Bang! Take a picture of the corpse for the Chicago papers. No muss, no fuss."
"We should talk about this later," said Bonfield.
"You're right," laughed Harrison. "I have my favorite literary hero of all time right here in my carriage to ask questions of. Tell me, Mr. Holmes, in The Sign of the Four, you were injecting a 7% solution of cocaine into your arm or wrist when you were bored. Was that accurate?"
"A habit I abandoned after my friend Dr. Watson convinced me that, how did the good doctor put it, that the game was not worth the candle." Holmes saw no reason to mention his morning injection of this more powerful heroic drug, or the fact that he planned to inject it twice more before this day was over.
"Ah, good," cried Harrison. "So tell me, if you are free to do so, in that same adventure, do you think the lovely Miss Mary Morstan had romantic designs on you? Did she just settle, as we say, by marrying Dr. Watson?"
Holmes looked up at the clear sky and sighed. This was going to be a long carriage ride. 6. Wednesday, April 12, 3:20 p.m. "Can I get you something to help you feel better?" asked James.
"A 40 caliber 6-shooter, so that I can blow my brains out,"
said Sam Clemens.
"Or, since I am a devout coward, perhaps some painless poison that tastes like lemonade."
"Anything other than that?" asked James. He was sitting on a chair by the window a few feet from where Clemens, in his nightshirt, lay in bed. There were medicines and half-filled glasses on the bedside table, and a pile of newspapers tossed on the only other chair.
"One doctor says this is just a bad case of the common grip, and he's predicted every day in the last 11 days that I'd be up and out of this bed on the next day,"
said Clemens between coughs.
"The other doctor who's looked in on me says that it's pneumonia, and that at my advanced age, 58, I should get my will in order and start getting measured for my coffin. I have the strongest urge to put these two medicos in a pit and see which one comes out alive."
James smiled at that.
"What brought you and Mr. Sherlock Holmes to the Great Northern Hotel, anyway?"
asked Clemens, setting down his awful-smelling cigar long enough to drink from a tall glass of colored fluid, grimace at its taste, and pick up the smoking cigar again. "Holmes chose it," said James. Clemens had one of the corner rooms which included 3 tall windows in the curving bay, and James had all 3 open to the relatively fresh air of downtown Chicago. This hotel was at the corner of Jackson and Dearborn, and this was about all that James knew of Chicago geography. "He overheard a clerk telling a bellboy to take up a fresh pitcher of water with lemons to your room," added James. "That's how I knew you were here. I was surprised. When I was told you were ill, I thought I should check in on you."
"That's right neighborly,"
said Clemens, and stopped to cough. It was a deep, phlegmy cough, and James leaned back a little more into the fresh air.
"I plan to leave for New York tomorrow, Mr. James. If I have to do so in a coffin, with a chunk of aged Limburger cheese on my chest for verisimilitude, I may have to ask you to be my pallbearer."
Clemens coughed and drank from the glass again. He poured more colored liquid from a quart-sized bottle into the glass. "Is that cough syrup of some sort?" asked James.
"Of some sort,"
said Clemens, and took another long drink.
"It's laudanum, liquid opium, a gift from the gods. My second doctor isn't shy about prescribing it by the hogshead barrel. So far, it's the only thing that's smoothed this cough."
"Wonderful," thought James. "Holmes is injecting himself with that new heroin drug every day, and Clemens, Mark Twain, is busy turning himself into a laudanum addict." "Did you get your business done here in Chicago?" asked James. "You told us in Hartford that you had people to see." Clemens snorted.
"I made the rounds of interested investors in Page's typesetting machine, but they are small-minded, James, small-minded. They insist on seeing a working example of the typesetter. They are prejudiced in favor of earning their money back with interest."
"And Page doesn't have a working model?"
"He tells me almost every other week that he has a perfect working model," said Clemens. "But when I rush to see it and get within 50 miles of him, the machine either quits working or Page decides to dismantle it and improve it in some arcane mechanical way. He's in Chicago to set up a second factory to produce the things, while the first factory has yet to spit out a model that works for more than 2 minutes at a time."
"Did you see Mr. Page while you were here?" Clemens drank deeply from his glass of laudanum and refilled the glass from the bottle.
"He's been wonderfully attentive, visited my sick room at least 6 times, staying hours each time."
"And?" said James after a silence that had Clemens staring at nothing.
"And do you remember," said Clemens, glaring at James from under his bushy white eyebrows, "how I said that Page could convince a fish to come out of the water and take a walk with him?"
"Yes."
"Well, this time he convinced this particular fish to come out, take a walk with him, climb a tree, and make noises like a parakeet."
James didn't know what to say to that, so he remained silent, trying to breathe the fresh air from the open windows, rather than the odious air from Clemens's cheap cigar.
"I came to demand, not request, not ask nicely for, but to demand," continued Clemens, "that Page immediately refund me the last $30,000 I'd put into this project. I need it. I'd borrowed from my little publishing venture to pay for the investment in the typesetter, and now circumstances demand that I borrow from the typesetter investment to keep my publishing house afloat. So I came to demand, in no uncertain terms, $30,000 of the $190,000 that I'd poured into Page's bottomless pit."
"And did he pay up?" asked Henry James.
"It ended with me writing him a check for $50,000 more, grumbled Clemens, "so that he can make those last few little improvements before the automatic typesetting machine sets the publishing world on its ear. And I become a millionaire."
Clemens coughed fiercely, and when he'd caught his breath and drunk some laudanum, said,
"I find myself far up and out of the creek this time. Livy will kill me."
"I hope it works out," said James, who had never invested in anything save for his own talent.
"Say, where's your friend Sherlock Holmes these days?"
asked Clemens. "Today he went to meet various people at the White City," said James.
"Have you seen the exposition yet, James?"
"Not yet."
"The White City is yet another thing in this life that I shall never see,"
sighed Clemens. Then, without any preamble, Clemens said,
"Does Holmes still believe that he might be a fictional person rather than real?"
Taken back a bit, James finally said, "I believe he does."
"He may be right,"
said Clemens. "Why do you say that, sir?"
"I've read the stories in the Strand, and the novellas, and the Sherlock Holmes there strikes me as a particularly unrealistic fellow. His adventures sound contrived."
"You may remember Holmes saying in New York that he wasn't totally happy with Dr. Watson's representations of either him or his science of deduction," said James. "The tales may be true, but written by a mediocre mind."
"In the past weeks I've been thinking,"
said Clemens.
"I doubt that there is any Dr. Watson. It's all that Conan Doyle fellow creating a fictional narrator to relate the fictional tales of a fictional detective."
"Holmes says that Conan Doyle is his friend Watson's agent and editor," said James. "He says that Dr. John Watson shuns the spotlight, and that he allows Doyle to represent him."
"But what if Holmes is a fictional character, and this whole assassination plot is part of some melodramatic tale, all make-believe?"
said Clemens, coughing more and drinking more of the laudanum mixture.
"Where does that leave you and me, Mr. Henry James?"
"How do you mean?" said James, knowing full well what Clemens was leading up to.
"It would mean that we are fictional characters in this instance as well,"
said Clemens, staring balefully out from under his shaggy eyebrows.
"You chosen as his Sancho Panza, or perhaps as his Boswell, and me as occasional comedy relief."
"I'll never be his Boswell," James said flatly.
Have you ever thought, James, of the relationship between you and the characters you've created?
I'm not sure what you mean, James said, knowing full well what the humorist meant.
I mean that you're God to them, said Clemens, just as I am God to my small worlds of fictional people. You create them. You put them through their fictional paces. You decide their emotions, and you decide when it's time for them to die. In other words, we're God to our characters.
James shook his head. My characters have a certain life of their own, he said softly.
Oh,
said Clemens, and surrendered to a spasm of phlegmy coughing.
Does that mean that Isabella Archer is having tea in England or Europe right now?
No, said James, but it means there are depths to her, to Isabel's character that I haven't explored.
This is writer's double talk, said Clemens, drinking deeply from his glass. We love to pretend that our characters have some lives of their own, but they don't, James. You know it, and I know it. We move them around like puppets in a Punch and Judy show. Have you read any of my books, sir?
I've not yet had that pleasure, said James, surprised by the question. Writers didn't ask other writers for opinions of their work. It just wasn't done. Clemens laughed.
Well, I've tried to read yours, said the white-haired author. I declare, James, reading your prose is like translating medieval German. You have 42 freight cars loaded with subordinate clauses being pushed along by a tiny cluster of underpowered engine verbs tucked in at the end of the sentence. Reading your books is like listening to a man on a soapbox argue with himself, interrupting himself every few seconds.
James smiled thinly. My brother William would agree with you.
But still, with Isabella Archer and a few of your other characters.
Clemens's voice trailed off. He turned to stare fiercely at James again.
Do you know why Isabella Archer made that damned fool self-destructive decision at the end of the book? Was that your plan all along? Or did the character take on some autonomy and make her life-ruining decision on her own?
James lifted his hands, palms up. He was not going to discuss Isabella Archer or any of his other books or characters with this laudanum-addled American.
You hear your characters' voices in your head or you don't, said Clemens, speaking to himself. Do you happen to remember that I published a book called The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn about 5 years ago?
I remember, said James. Clemens looked at him again.
For months, years really, since I'd set the book aside for a long time, I heard Huck's voice in my head as clearly as I heard my beloved Livy calling me to dinner. Huck was with me when I went to sleep at night, and he was waiting for me when I woke up. And then, near what should have been the end of the story, when they're off the raft for the last time and Huck's slave friend Jim has been captured, Huck just left me. He just lit out for the territory without me. I could no longer hear his voice, no longer look through his eyes. I was just a man putting words on paper.
What did you do? Asked James, more interested in this topic and in the answer than he could show. Clemens licked his lips.
I brought in Tom Sawyer from his book, turned Huck into the shallow supporting character he'd been in that Tom Sawyer book, and essentially let the most important book I've ever written turn into another boy's book, said Clemens. All games and coincidences, and no harm done to anyone with Tom, A character whom I knew shouldn't even be in this novel, making the decisions."
"That sort of situation is unfortunate," James said softly, "and I am sure that it happens to all of us in writing one novel or the other." Clemens shook his head.
"Have you read the novel Robert Elsmere?"
"I've heard the title, but haven't had the pleasure of reading it," said James.
"It created quite a sensation about 5 years ago, and caused the rumpus," said Clemens. "It was written by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. It advocated a Christianity based on social concerns and help for one's fellow man rather than on scripture or theology. She made a lot of devout enemies."
James waited.
"Anyway," continued Clemens after some coughing and expectorating, "I copied a sentence from that long, sometimes dismal book, because it relates to what we're discussing. Mrs. Ward wrote, and I remember it clearly, 'I cannot conceive of God as the arch-plotter against his own creation.'"
"That doesn't sound very radical," said James. Clemens rounded on him again.
"But we're God to the world and characters we create, James, and we plot against them all the time. We kill them off, maul and scar them, make them lose their hopes and dearest loves. We conspire against our characters daily. But in the Huck Finn book, I lost my nerve, James. I lost Huck's voice, and then I lost my nerve. Or maybe, probably, it was the other way around. I so loved Huckleberry Finn that I failed to plot against him and the rest of my creation as I should have. If Huck's voice had stayed with me, if I'd had the courage to listen to it, I would have had Nigger Jim captured and sold down the river to endless slavery in front of Huck's eyes and in spite of all of Huck's efforts. Or, at the very least, had the decency and mercy to kill Jim and Huck, rather than bring Tom Sawyer into the tale to end it as a mere boy's book."
Clemens spat out the last 2 words. "What has this to do with the question of whether Sherlock Holmes is fictional?" James asked bluntly. He hated writers' self-pity and detested watching it. Clemens laughed until he began coughing again.
"Don't you see, James?" he said at last. "You and I are only minor characters in this story about the great detective. Our little lives and endings mean nothing to the God writer, whoever the son of a bitch might be."
"Do you have any idea who that God writer might be?" asked James. "I've thought about this. Conan Doyle would never use living contemporaries in his tales, certainly not use their real names or make them so recognizable. Holmes said that Watson had to disguise the Prince of Wales as the King of Bohemia in one story."
"It doesn't have to be Conan Doyle,"
said Clemens, his chin almost on his chest as he poured the last of the laudanum from the bottle into the glass.
"It's almost certainly some lesser mind, lesser talent than you, perhaps even lesser than me. Certainly lesser than Arthur Conan Doyle, which is saying a lot. And it might be written 30 years hence, or 50, or 100.
"Well," said James, trying for a light tone despite the heaviness in his heart, "at least that would mean we're still being read 30 or 100 years from now." There was a long silence, broken only by street sounds some 14 floors below, and the raspy, phlegm-filled effort of Samuel Clemens to breathe. "If we are only fictional constructs, brought in to give the fictional construct Sherlock Holmes company, what do we do next?" James finally asked. Clemens laughed.
"I'm going east to New York tomorrow, stopping at Elmira if I feel up to it. I'll probably be too sick to watch the procession of great ships scheduled for this weekend in New York Harbor, but I'd give 2 toes to see that. No, sir, If the god writer of this tale, hack that he probably is, wants to kill this Sam Clemens off, he will have to do it off stage, the way Shakespeare killed Falstaff."
I need to leave, too, thought James. Regain my autonomy. Regain myself.
"What are you doing tomorrow?"
asked Clemens. Holmes said that he wanted to take me on a boat tour of the White City.
"Well, enjoy what I'll never see," said Clemens.
"I'll look in on you tomorrow after my boat tour," said James. "See if there's anything you need."
"You could tell the porter, the little one with the hair lip, to tell the house doctor that I need a new jug of laudanum," said Clemens. "And a straw."
James nodded.
"As far as looking in on me tomorrow," said Sam Clemens, "there's no reason to. One way or the other, I'll be written out of this story by then."
7. Friday, April 14, 10:06 a.m. Even though Friday morning was gray, chilly, and threatening rain, Holmes had hired an open landau for their carriage ride to the exposition. James brought along his umbrella. Holmes was wearing the bright red scarf that he favored whenever the temperature dropped below 70 degrees. The driver was bundled in wool up on his perch. Holmes was as taciturn this day as he had been voluble on their boat tour the day before. When James questioned him as to whether he'd driven to the fair this way before, Holmes said that the mayor of Chicago had driven him this way on Wednesday. "What is Mayor Harrison like?" asked James. "Talkative," said Holmes. But then, after a moment of silence broken only by the sound of horses' hooves and passing carriages, he added, "And strangely likable. Most certainly corrupt, but loved by his constituencies, I think." "What is the object of our outing today?" asked James.
"We're deciding where Lucan Adler will lurk to carry out his assassination," Holmes said so softly it was almost a whisper.
"I know nothing about the mental processes of assassins,"
hissed James. "All right," Holmes said in a regular voice, "but I thought you might like to see the exposition grounds before you leave Chicago tomorrow." "We're leaving Chicago tomorrow?" "You are," said Holmes, and threw his red scarf over his shoulder. The ride to the south side of the city seemed interminable, although James realized it took less than half an hour.
"This will be President Cleveland's route to the fair?"
whispered James. Holmes nodded. James looked at all the buildings, rooftops, alleys.
"It would seem that an assassin could secret himself anywhere along here." "The Chicago police force will have more than 1,000 men lining the route so that no one can rush the carriage," Holmes said sotto voce. "Hundreds more behind the procession, since Mayor Harrison predicts up to 200,000 people following the carriages for at least part of the way."
Holmes leaned closer to James's ear.
"But it won't matter. Lucan Adler is not going to come in close with a pistol. He will use a rifle, probably at extreme range."
James was shocked at the thought.
"The last 2 presidents assassinated in this century were shot at close range with a pistol," he all but whispered.
Holmes nodded.
"Lucan Adler will use a rifle, and we don't have to worry about the procession route, either here or once we're on the exposition grounds."
"We don't?" said James. "Why on earth not?"
"Lucan Adler doesn't care a fig for the anarchists' cause," said Holmes. "He turns to them because they pay him well. He lives only to kill, preferably from long range. He's shot and killed 11 foreign leaders or dignitaries in the last 2 years.
"Certainly that cannot be the case," cried James. From his tweed jacket, Holmes pulled a small piece of paper showing a list of names and countries.
"Good God!" said James. "He and Sebastian Moran only barely missed assassinating Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth in 1888, said Holmes, and Lucan was still a boy at the time. He no longer works with Moran. All the assassinations on that list were his
and his alone."
James was speechless. They approached the exposition from the northernmost western gate. 2 members of the Columbian Guard, conspicuous in their uniforms of blue sackcloth, checked the special credentials that Holmes showed them, and 2 other guards swung the main gates wide. Ahead of them, the Midway Pleasance stretched ahead for more than a mile. James saw signs saying that they were now on the Avenue of Nations. When James had heard of the Midway Pleasance, he'd imagined a slightly larger version of the carnivals and fairs he'd known. But ahead of him, for 13 city blocks, were concessions and attractions the size of small towns. They passed a rugged log cabin, which James thought was a strange attraction.
"That's the dreaded Sitting Bull's cabin," said Holmes. "Unfortunately, Mr. Burnham, the director for the whole exposition, couldn't get Sitting Bull since the army killed him 3 years ago. So Chief Rain-in-the-Face occupies it now, when he's not performing for Buffalo Bill's Wild West show just beyond the exposition grounds. Rain-in-the-Face claims that he's the man who killed General Custer, and his fellow Sioux don't dispute it."
James looked at men wearing thick robes of hide and hair. They must have been insufferably hot even in this day's cool temperatures.
"Lapland Village," said Holmes. "God help them in July."
Some brown men wearing almost nothing at all except some leaves around their waists walked by.
"Cannibals," said Holmes, "from Dahomey."
"Of what benefit to the Columbian Exposition are cannibals?" asked James.
"It's a world exhibition," answered the detective. "Daniel Burnham is trying to bring the world to 1 million Americans who could never afford to travel out to it."
"What kind of man is Burnham?" asked James.
"Handsome, commanding, busy, and driven, very, very driven."
"I suppose one would have to be to build a complex like this in so short a time, but it looks far from finished."
"On May 1st, it won't be quite finished," said Holmes. "But except for Ferris's wheel that is going up, it will be all tidied up and it will look finished. Burnham is working the crews day and night, quite literally."
A man with an ostrich on a short rein crossed in front of their carriage.
"California,"
said Holmes, which did not enlighten James.
"Good heavens,"
said James as they passed what looked to be an entire Austrian village, complete with stone buildings, towers, and inns.
"A good place to get a stein of beer and some schnitzel once the fair opens," said Holmes.
James saw a large empty area boldly captioned, "Captive Balloon Park," but there was no balloon there yet. "What makes a balloon captive?" he asked.
"Ropes," said Holmes.
They'd come to the center of the Midway, and now James saw how large Mr. Ferris's wheel was going to be. Only half of the 264-foot-tall structure was completed, but the axle near the top of the finished half-frame looked as huge as a horizontal redwood tree made of steel. There was a protective wooden wall around the work site, but suddenly one of the workmen on the upper tiers of steel beams and wooden frame shouted something and swung down from level to level like some arboreal creature. The workman jumped down to a lower level, used the top of the 7-foot safety fence as a jumping point, and landed right next to Holmes's halted landau. With a shock, James recognized Wiggins, too, young Moth, dressed in the same workman's clothing as the other steel workers and carpenters laboring on the Ferris wheel site. The boy had slept on a cot in Holmes's room their first night in Chicago, and James hadn't seen him, or really thought about him, since.
"Morning to you, gentlemen,"
said Wiggins.
"Greetings, Moth," said Holmes. "You appear to have found employment."
The boy grinned widely.
"I have at that, Mr. Holmes, and at full workman's wages. The supervisor, he says, 'Moth here, he's just a runt.' But Mr. Ferris, who was here supervising the supervisor, as it were, says, 'I saw him climb, Baines. He's more monkey than runt, and stronger than most of your men. Give him a job on both the framing and steel work. We need more monkeys,' he says. And so he did. Oh, and I ain't called Moth no more. They call me Monk now, short for Monkey."
"Do you mind that name?" asked James, leaning forward on his umbrella to see and speak beyond Holmes to his left. The boy grinned again.
"I love it, Mr. James. You see, the tough blokes on London streets, they called me Moth the old English way. What rhymes with moat, don't you see? And I was always being a mote in some fella's eye, and I didn't like that feeling. Although I admit that I did like the way my moat spoke. Although maybe Monk shall speak the same."
"How did you speak when you were moat?" asked James. Again the gap-toothed grin.
"So me supervisor, Mr. Riggins, asks the lot of us at lunch, 'How do I woo this Italian lady what lives in the tenement with me and never seems to notice me none?' And nobody speaks a word, 'cause Mr. Riggins has an horrible temper, he does. But I says to him, I says, 'My complete master, Mr. Riggins, sir, you must jig off a tune at the tongue's end, canary to it with your feet, humour it with turning up your eyelids like, sigh a note, and then sing a note, something through the throat, you see, as if you swallowed love with singing love, as it were. Then sometime through the nose, as if you snuffed up love by smelling love, all the time with your hat penthouse-like all tilted out of the shop of your eyes, and with your arms crossed on your thin-belly paisley waistcoat like a rabbit on a spit, or maybe your hands in your pockets, such as that French geezer in the old painting, and, this is important, sir, keep not too long in one tune, but a snip and away. These are compliments, you see. These are humours, as it were. These betray nice wenches nicely. Mostly them what will be betrayed without these tricks, I fully admit. But doing as I say makes you a man of note. Do you note, sir? Men that are most affected by these do these. And that concludes my penny of observation,' I says to him."
Holmes threw back his head and laughed that sharp, barking laugh of his. James could only stare.
"You'll go far, Monk,"
said Holmes, and handed the boy a $10 bill.
"Thankee, sir," said the boy, putting the bill in his cap, "and I hope it doesn't inconvenience you none that I hain't going back to England, but will seek to find me fortune here by becoming an American."
"Not at all," laughed Holmes. "You were a pleasure to work with when you were Wiggins, too, of Baker Street, but now is the time for you to show your true worth to the world."
"Mr. Ferris says this might not be the last wheel he builds," said the boy. "Although the others most likely would be smaller like. If I do well on the ice steel here, I might travel with his workers to other states, even other countries."
"May it be so, Monk,"
said Holmes, and told the coachman to drive on. He turned back to shout at the boy,
"If you ever need anything at all, Wiggins, you know where to find me."
The boy grinned and nodded.
"I do," he said. "I will. And God bless you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes."
When they'd traveled further, past what Holmes described as the Algerian village where robed ladies watched them through their veils as they passed by, then an empty street that Holmes said would be bustling Cairo in a week, complete with real Egyptians, James said, "The lines from Love's Labour's Lost. Where on earth did Wiggins pick those up?"
"I take my favourite and most promising lads to the theatre," said Holmes. "I'd say that if they were born into better circumstances, many would have grown up to be MPs, but in truth, most are too smart and too honest for Parliament."
James thought about that as they passed a gigantic zoo, complete with gigantic zoo smells. The author heard a lion roar, and perhaps a hippopotamus making hippopotamus noises. He did not look up. Far to the west there came a roar of a happy crowd from Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, which had been open for weeks and getting huge crowds. Their carriage turned right into a dazzling array of gigantic buildings, interspersed with canals, lagoons, bridges, and ponds. The largest lake was to their left. James could see the well-planned wooded island in its center, and the row of great buildings lined up to their right reminded James of the cliffs of Dover.
"We're officially in the White City now," said Holmes. "That's the Woman's Building we're just passing."
James could say nothing. He was surprised to find that he was physically stunned by the beauty, size, and layout of the White City, this mere fairgrounds as he'd thought of it in Washington. It felt to him like stepping into a clean, white, safe, sane future.
It's a little less than a mile to the administration building outside of which your President Cleveland will be speaking,
Holmes said softly so the driver could not hear.
Everything from this point forward is a potential assassin's roost.
Leaning on his umbrella, James turned to look at the man next to him. Holmes's eyes were bright with excitement.
And I need your help, James, to find where Lucan Adler plans to do his deadly deed on the 1st of May.
8. Friday, April 14, 10:42 a.m. The administration building where their voyage ended was essentially an 84-foot square supporting an oversized ribbed and octagonal dome. But it was beautifully made and held pride of place in the entire White City, centered as it was halfway between the main western entrance where the trains would dislodge their passengers and the eastern peristyle entrance where those coming by boat would enter. There was an acre or more of paved open space around the administration building, but to the east was the grand basin that ran all the way to the peristyle. To the north were the large mines and electricity buildings, with glimpses of the lagoon and wooded island down the narrow streets between them. To the southeast of it was a solid high wall of facades, the annex, the machinery hall, and the agriculture building, broached only by the southern canal with its graceful bridges and lighted walkways. 2 men met them when Holmes and James alighted outside the east entrance to the administration building.
"Mr. Henry James," said Holmes, "may I have the honor of introducing you to Colonel Edmund Rice, Commandant of the Columbian Guard and Chief of Security at the Exposition."
James shook hands. Holmes had told him on the ride in that Edmund Rice had been awarded the Medal of Honor for the day at Gettysburg 30 years earlier, when he'd not only helped stop the Confederate General Pickett's charge, but was gravely wounded in the counterattack. Rice was a short, stocky man, balding, with a magnificent mustache. His natural expression seemed to be that of a scowl, but James soon understood that was somewhat misleading. Colonel Rice was an intensely serious man who could, on occasion, be wittily humorous. The other man, tall, thin, and immaculately tailored and turned out, was Mr. Andrew L. Drummond, head of the Secret Service.
"Good heavens," said James. "I had no idea that the United States had a spy agency also called the Secret Service, like the British."
Drummond smiled and explained that he was chief agent in the Treasury Department. "Many of our men are well trained in security measures," said Drummond, "including bodyguard protection, so we're helping out where we can with the President's visit to the Exposition."
"Shall we get started?" said Holmes.
"Started with what?"
asked James. He felt that he was in the wrong place with the wrong people, doing the wrong things.
"Looking over the grounds, to find where Lucan Adler is going to place himself on May 1st, to kill the President of the United States," said Holmes.
"You mean to guess where he might try such a thing?" said James.
Holmes gave him a frigid look.
"You should know by now, James," he said flatly. "I never guess."
On the steps up to the higher of the administration building's 2 promenades, Drummond touched James's forearm slightly and stopped. James stopped as well. "I just wanted to tell you, Mr. James, in case I never get another chance," Drummond said softly, "that I believe that you're the most brilliant writer alive, and that The Portrait of a Lady is the masterpiece of the 19th century." James distantly heard his own voice muttering, "Most kind, very kind of you," and then they were climbing stairs again to the upper promenade. When they came out into the open air, James's morning surliness had disappeared. The torches and angels that James had seen through Holmes's telescope were all too large and solid close up. The line of fluted pillars holding the gas jets which illuminated the dome at night must have been 15 feet tall along the railing. In the angel tableaus, some of the angels' wings rose higher than that. When Drummond made some polite comment about the statuary, Colonel Edmund Rice removed the short, never-lit cigar from his mouth and said,
"Those damned angels! Getting them up here was harder than reducing Vicksburg. The straps broke on one of them, and the thing fell 30 feet, burying one wing 4 feet into the frozen ground while the rest of it flew all to pieces."
The four men gathered along the east railing of the upper promenade.
"Down there,"
said Colonel Rice, pointing and moving his finger in a square to show size,
"will be the platform from which the President will speak. We won't let more than 50 people on that platform, and, Drummond, Mr. Burnham has given permission for 2 of your agents to stand near and behind the President during the speech."
"Any shot wouldn't come from behind," Drummond said softly.
"For security reasons, we're closing off the 2 promenades here on the administration building, and if you agree, Mr. Holmes, the wire to me and Mr. Burnham said that your advice was to be listened to and followed whenever possible. God knows why, but if you agree, we'll close off the promenades on all the high structures in line of sight and rifle range of where the President will be speaking."
"Which structures will that include, Colonel?" asked Holmes. The commandant of the Columbian Guards, out of uniform in shirt and suspenders as the clouds parted and the April day grew warmer, used the blunt cigar to point to their extreme right.
"The eastern parts of the big machinery building there."
The cigar shifted left, further east.
"The agriculture building next to it."
Rice pointed straight ahead with his cigar.
"The entrance peristyle has its own promenade, which will shut down during the ceremony."
The cigar moved left again.
"The huge monstrosity of the Manufactures and Liberal Arts building. Long, long promenade, almost as long as the great basin that runs down the middle here."
He pointed left to one of the great buildings they could see only part of.
"The eastern parts of the big electricity building there has a straight line to the speaker's stand. Most of the building doesn't."
"And then there are the avenues themselves," said Drummond.
"Yep," said Colonel Rice. "Look out there now, and enjoy the sight of the 100 or so workers you see, because on opening day there'll be at least 100,000 people crammed into these open spaces."
"No place for a sniper in a crowd," said Drummond. "Our last 2 presidential assassinations have been with a handgun, and at very short range."
"That's very true," said Holmes.
"Lincoln, with a small pistol, shot from a distance of less than 3 feet,
and President Garfield shot in the back, point-blank range by Guiteau."
"Who used a British-made bulldog revolver," said James Drummond.
"Very true," said Holmes. "An excellent weapon. My particular friend, Dr. John Watson, owns a bulldog revolver." "Assuming your theoretical assassin on May 1st,
began Colonel Rice.
"There's nothing theoretical about Lucan Adler, Colonel," Holmes said briskly. "All right. We'll assume that your would-be assassin will want to be somewhere high enough and stable enough and lonely enough that he can use a rifle. That could be from a window or from one of the promenades. Why don't we look at the 4 great buildings and peristyle going counterclockwise, starting with the machinery building there to the right?" "Excellent idea, Colonel," said Holmes.
The roof of the machinery hall was all cupolas, arches, and Spanish Renaissance ornamented gewgaws to James's way of seeing things. In his opinion, neither asked for or stated, any self-respecting sniper would die from the bad taste of all that ornamentation before being able to fire a shot. But Colonel Rice, Drummond, and Holmes focused on the high second-story loggia, an inset veranda that ran the entire eastern length of the building, from the parade ground to the east of the administration building, where the president and his party would be all too visible, back west to the larger open ground in front of the terminal station. "You could get 1,000 people on this veranda," said Drummond, as if speaking to himself.
"More than that," said Colonel Rice. "Pack 'em 10 or 15 deep between these Corinthian columns, and this grand loggia'll hold 5,000 people easy. Perhaps a bit crowded and joggly for rifle work," said Holmes.
"Joggly?" said James. Holmes flashed one of those thin, fast, tight-lipped smiles. Moving toward Lake Michigan, Colonel Rice led them to the Agriculture Building, a domed, Roman-style structure encompassing 500,000 square feet of display space. Before they got too close, Colonel Rice pointed out Augustus St. Gaudens's gold statue of Diana, poised on one leg with her bow at full pull, that graced the top of the dome.
"It was supposed to go on top of the new Madison Square Garden building," grunted Rice, "but it was too damned big. It serves as a good weather vane here."
Before they entered the building, James gawked at the presence of dozens, perhaps scores of whirling, full-sized windmills, of all shapes and sizes and materials, wood, iron, steel, that filled an area near the lagoon outside the Agriculture Building. "That army would prove too much even for Don Quixote," said James. The other three men looked at him and said nothing.
"If you're hungry, gentlemen,"
said Colonel Rice as they climbed steps to the upper regions,
"Canada sent a 22,000-pound hunk of cheese to be exhibited down there. It's encased in iron, and, the Canadians say, took 1,600 milkmaids to milk 10,000 cows to produce the 27,000 gallons of milk used to make the cheese."
"A fascinating bit of information," said Holmes, who, unlike James, was not in the least winded by the endless flights of steps.
"And now that I've learned it, I will eliminate it from my memory."
James thought it just a figure of speech, but Colonel Rice stopped and faced Holmes.
"You can do that, sir? Remove things from your memory?"
"I have to do it," Holmes said in a serious tone.
"Why?" said the colonel.
"I was born with what some experts are now calling a photographic memory," said Holmes. "It is my misfortune to remember everything. Give me a page of a magazine, and after glancing over it I can recall every word, comma, and full stop on the page. But the mind is a little attic, as I once tried to explain to my associate Dr. Watson, and someone with a profession as defined as mine must be careful what to store there. If I know for certain that the information cannot help me in my detection, say the fact that the sun does not go around the earth, or the details of this great mass of Canadian cheese, I simply delete it from memory."
"Delete it?"
said James with wonder and doubt in his voice.
"I imagine a red delete button, mentally push it, and the memory is gone," said Holmes. "Otherwise my brain would be a grab bag of odds and ends, rather than a finely tuned engine for ratiocination."
"Delete button," said Colonel Rice and shook his head.
"Now I've heard everything."
9. Friday, April 14, 2:45 p.m. Mr. Drummond, Holmes, James, and the Colonel had toured the upper regions of the Agriculture Building, the East Entrance Peristyle, the gigantic Manufactures and Liberal Arts Building, and the South Side Promenade of the Electricity Building, sharing a quick and late lunch with Colonel Rice in the canvas-covered temporary cantina set up for the workers. It was at the northeast corner of the Agriculture Building that Holmes pointed to a post set at the end of the narrow promenade. A cable ran from the post down for several hundred feet to a 7 or 8 foot tall, lighted channel marker 30 feet or more from the seawall.
"Does this have a purpose?"
asked Holmes.
"Perhaps holding down the Agriculture Building in high winds?"
Colonel Rice clamped down on his cigar stub and grinned.
"There's another one just like it at the southeast corner of the Manufactures and Liberal Arts Building across the way. Someone had the idea of dangling the flags of all the nations along the cables, so that folks on the ships docking at the end of the pier would feel sort of welcomed with open arms." "Is it still to come, then?" asked Holmes.
Rice shook his head.
"The halyards just wouldn't rig right. The wind was tearing the test flags all to hell, so the idea was abandoned. They just haven't gotten around to removing the cables yet." "That cable is rather low to the beacons, light posts, whatever they are," said Drummond. "Isn't that a navigation hazard for small boats?" Rice shook his head again. "Those beacons are there to warn away even the smallest crafts. All the area underwater out to the beacon's tiny little concrete islands is filled with chunks of rock and concrete, dumped when we built the seawall. They'd rip the bottom out of a skiff."
James was deeply impressed by the peristyle, with its long row of Corinthian columns and great triumphal arch, through which passengers arriving from the water would enter the fair and see the grand view.
"The peristyle connects the little casino building at the end of the main casino pier there to the south to the music hall there on the north end," said Colonel Rice. 47 giant columns, one for each of the states and territories. This has a promenade up there, but just accessible by a stairway at the south end."
"By all means, let us enjoy the view," said Holmes. Above the Columbian Arch at the center of the peristyle promenade, which did offer an amazing view both into the White City and out onto Lake Michigan, they were perfectly lined up with the front of the administration building, where the president would be giving his talk. "What is the distance, do you estimate, Colonel?" asked Holmes.
Rice squinted. 530 yards? No more than 550.
"Certainly that is too far for someone with a mere rifle to aim and shoot with any certainty," said Henry James. Rice, Drummond, and Holmes exchanged glances.
Rice spoke first. "The best of modern military rifles can give you 5-inch groups at up to 1,000 yards,
he said softly, removing the cigar as out of respect for such an achievement. Rice turned to Holmes.
"Do you know what kind of weapon this Lucan Adler intends to use?"
"Yes," said Holmes. "We believe we do. He's assassinated 4 powerful figures in Europe since last autumn, and in each case he's used a Model 1893 Mauser rifle, most probably with a 20-power telescopic sight attached. He doesn't leave casings behind, but each dead man seems to have been killed by 7mm rimless bullets. The 93 Mauser, which was released early last autumn in major sales to Spain and the Spanish troops in Cuba, is a bolt action with a 5-round clip." Colonel Rice seemed to grimace.
"I don't know the Mausers, much less this new one. Do you know the muzzle velocity?"
2,300 feet per second, said Holmes.
"And actual operational range?"
"A little over 2,000 yards. I believe 2,160 is the precise number." This meant nothing to James, but it seemed to affect Colonel Rice almost viscerally. For the first time, the stocky gentleman not only took the soggy stogie out of his mouth, but removed his worn derby and rubbed his balding head.
"My God," he whispered, "if we'd had that rifle at Gettysburg."
Holmes nodded. "You could have used aimed fire, individual targets, almost as soon as the Confederates came out of the trees a mile away across that wide, deadly space, with 5 rounds without reloading." Rice let out a deep breath.
"Well, it doesn't matter much. Your Lucan Adler fellow will want to get in as close as he can."
"Why is that?" asked James. "Especially if he can shoot a target a little more than a mile away." Rice smiled.
"A man ain't a paper target," he said,
and James sensed that the failure in grammar was deliberate with this man who'd ended the war as a brigadier general.
"Walking at an average rate, 2 miles per hour, a man walks about 2 feet in the time it would take a bullet to reach him."
He pointed at the administration building due west of us down the long lagoon.
"That would be a miss. Of course, President Cleveland will be standing still and facing this way, but the shooter has probably sighted in his rifle he'd have to hold over 18 inches.
"I don't understand," said James. Agent Drummond held out his hands as if framing the target area in front of the distant administration building.
"That means, Mr. James," he said softly, "that to shoot accurately enough to hit the president in the chest, and we admit that it is a broad target, Lucan Adler would have to use his telescopic sight to aim about 18 inches high, say, at the top of the president's forehead."
"I would think that shooting for the head would be preferable," said James, appalled at hearing his own words. Colonel Rice said,
"Our heads move around a lot more than we think, especially when giving a speech. Center of the body's mass is the surest target."
They were all silent for a long, sickening moment. Finally, Rice said,
"Well, shall we tour the manufacturers and electricity buildings, have some lunch, and get this over with?"
Holmes, Drummond, and James followed him down from the peristyle promenade without speaking. The Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Building was by far the largest and most imposing structure they visited. The interior was chaos this day, a very controlled chaos once carefully observed, as thousands upon thousands of major displays were uncrated, assembled, and made ready. Far across the vast, cluttered floor, James caught a glimpse of an elegant telescope that must have been at least 60 feet tall.
"You should have seen this hall when it was empty,"
said Colonel Rice as they waited for the Otis Hale elevator to drop down in clear sight, the car now seeming to be suspended in mid-air among the iron beams some 200 feet above them.
"We had the dedication ceremony in late October last year," continued Rice. "This floor's 32 acres, and it was filled that day with more than 140,000 Chicago folk. The carpenters had to build a platform that would hold 5,000 grandees in their little yellow chairs. Ex-Mayor Harrison had a seat up on the platform, but he spent most of the time shaking hands with every one of the 140-some thousand citizens standing. And it was a cold day, cold as a witch's tit. Men kept their overcoats and hats on, and women tried to hide down in their fur collars and keep their hands in their mink muffs when they weren't waving white hankies to the music. And it was a bloody long ceremony, too. After an hour or so, I heard a sound like a marching army approaching, and realized it was all the men standing out there stamping their feet to stay warm. You could see your breath in front of you during the entire overblown ceremony, and I swear that after the first half hour, little clouds formed under them iron trusses 20 stories up there, just from our breath."
"Could anyone hear any of the speeches?" asked James.
"About 10 people up on that platform and closest to the podium," said Colonel Rice. "The place was so damn big and echoey that the organizers had to use ex-military fellows I provided to wave semaphore flags to cue the 500-musician orchestra and 5,000-voice choir when it was their time to play or sing."
"Did anything interesting come out of that day?" asked Drummond.
"Well," said Rice, "some fellow who edits some children's magazine wrote out a pledge that the Bureau of Education sent to every damned school in the country, so that on that October 21 dedication day last year, all the young brats in all the schools of the nation would be contributing something to their nation."
"A pledge?" James said dubiously.
"I don't remember it, but for the beginning," said Rice. "It goes, 'I pledge allegiance to my flag and to the republic for which it stands.'"
"Forcing schoolchildren to recite a national pledge doesn't sound very American to me," said James.
"No," agreed Holmes. "It sounds German. Very German."
The elevator ride up to the promenade level was a surprise for Henry James. It literally took his breath away. The Otis Hale Company had built a super high-speed elevator that was a simple cage, open on 3 sides, and it whisked upward so quickly through rings of electric lights and occasional high platforms that one felt both exposed to the height and heavier at the same moment. When it came to a stop at the top, the rear doors opening to the promenade, James thought for a moment that his feet had left the floor of the lift. "That elevator should be a major attraction all on its own," said James when he could get his breath back.
"I'm sure it will be," said Colonel Rice.
"I'm not sure I would care to ride it more than once," said Drummond. The promenade on the Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Building was called the Observation Deck, and it went all the way around the 32-acre building. Instead of stone or plaster railings, The barrier was a simple metal chain-link fence, which made the sense of height all the more palpable. The views were astonishing. James realized that if Mr. Ferris ever got his giant wheel built, citizens on this observation deck would be looking at it almost at the height of its highest carriages as it revolved. Naturally, Holmes, Drummond, and Rice were interested only in the parts of the observation deck that would allow a madman to murder a president from afar. 3 corners of the observation deck have one of these huge searchlights, Holmes said as if to himself. Rice answered anyway.
Yes, sir. They're German and terribly bright and focused. They will be used to illuminate buildings, fountains, the wooded island, and other things during the night. One of these lights could show us a rabbit a mile away.
Each German searchlight had a 6-foot square black base about 2.5 feet high. The steel was painted with black enamel. They were at the southwest corner of the observation deck, the one that gave the best view of the administration building, an area where President Cleveland would be standing in a little more than 2 weeks. Holmes crouched, pointed to a lock along one side of the base of the searchlight, and said,
"Would you happen to have a key for this compartment, Colonel Rice?"
Again Rice grinned around his cigar stub.
"You've heard me clinking and clanking along the last 2 hours. I've got a key on this ring for everything in the fairgrounds."
In a moment he produced a small key that unlocked the compartment. Holmes lay on his belly to look inside, and Drummond joined him, but James refused to get his suit dirty doing so, and he crouched as best he could to look over the detective's shoulder. The dark space showed various thick, insulated wires going through the floor, and some iron support struts, but was mostly empty. The knee-high black steel square was obviously there primarily to be a base for the 7-foot-high heavy searchlight.
"Thank you, Colonel Rice,"
said Holmes, getting to his feet and brushing off his trousers and jacket.
"Shall we stroll to the southeast corner now?"
The last of the morning's threatening clouds had disappeared, and now all 4 men leaned on the metal fence to enjoy the spring sunlight.
"Harder shot from here," said Mr. Drummond.
"Adds almost another 100 yards to a shot from the southwest corner we were at."
"Quite true," said Holmes. "And it would be awkward steadying a rifle on that low steel fence. But a man standing on the searchlight stand,"
he pointed his cane behind him without turning to look,
"would have the ridges on the searchlight itself to brace a rifle." "How long is a Model 93 Mauser?" asked the colonel.
48 inches, Holmes said at once, but then he smiled thinly.
"Without its bayonet."
The electricity building pleased James the most of the 4 major buildings in Paris-style they'd inspected so far. It had a delightful curving promenade that looked down at the lagoons, bridges, and, for much of the southeast side, the front of the administration building. There was a large and elegant statue of Benjamin Franklin at the graceful entrance to the building, with already the smell of ozone from the voluminous interior. Holmes showed less interest in the promenade deck than he did in the 8 high spires at various corners of the structure.
"Steps for the public up to them?"
asked Mr. Drummond.
"Sure," said the colonel. "Those rooftop spires are 170 feet in the air, and the open arches at the top provide one of the best views in the entire grounds."
Looking out the broad opening from the spire closest to the administration building, Holmes sighted down the length of his cane.
"A slight side shot, but the president standing alone to give his speech won't have Secret Service men or anyone else standing next to him then. The other notables will be seated, yes?" "Yes," said Colonel Rice. "Less than 100 yards," said Holmes.
"Yes," said Colonel Rice. And that was all for the electricity building. After a fast and late luncheon under sun-warmed canvas, Holmes said,
"You'll pardon us a minute, I hope, Mr. James,"
and stepped to one side to talk with Colonel Rice and Mr. Drummond for about 15 minutes, while James drank another cup of coffee. When the conference was over, Drummond came over to James.
"It's been a delight and deep honor to meet you, Mr. James. Should we cross paths again, I hope it will not be presumptuous of me to bring a few of your novels to sign for me. They would be the pride of my collection, and a legacy to my children."
Of course, said James. Drummond shook hands with him, bowed slightly, and left the sun-warmed dining tent. James noted Holmes and Rice's discussion was over, so he joined the two men. As Holmes was shaking hands goodbye with Rice, the colonel said,
"There's one thing you haven't asked about or mentioned, Mr. Holmes."
"Yes?"
"Wherever your Lucan Adler sniper chooses to shoot from, there's going to be the slight problem of him getting away after the fact. As we've discussed, upon such a terrible event as the shooting of the President, the Colombian Guard will close and lock all gates immediately. I have telephone lines to every exit. No boats will be allowed to leave from the pier. Is your man suicidal? Wanting to be martyr to anarchism?"
"Not in the least," said Holmes. "Lucan Adler has never carried out an assassination without having a brilliant escape plan in place."
Colonel Rice gestured to the boulevard along the lagoon where they stood.
"We can shut off access to the promenades and towers, as you've asked, but that parade ground and all these side streets will be filled with more than 100,000 panicked people, and not one of them will get out without being checked out by police or my Colombian Guard."
"It is a bit of a challenge to think of a sensible escape route, is it not, Colonel?" said Holmes. The detective nodded, tipped his hat, and turned away. Henry James said his own goodbye to Colonel Rice and followed Holmes through white city streets filled with great crates, rubble, straw, and thousands of workmen. 10. Saturday, April 15, 8:30 a.m. Henry James's 50th birthday was as cold, lonely, and awful as he might have imagined it if he were writing a short story dipped deeply in pathos. James had lain awake for much of the night, fighting a nausea that sent him rushing to the lavatory 3 times before a faint dawn began contouring the outlines of his hotel windows. As he checked out, he had tickets for a 9 a.m. train to New York. He knew that Sam Clemens had left 2 days earlier, and the clerk, when queried, said that Mr. Holmes had checked out very, very early. The rain that had only threatened the previous morning was coming down now in a cold and unrelenting downpour. The chilly air felt more like November, with winter beginning in earnest, than mid-April. Even the fancily clad doormen were huddled under their umbrellas and looking sour this dark, freezing day. The previous late afternoon, when he and Holmes had returned to the Great Northern from their odd tour of an assassin's eye view of the great Columbian Exposition and World's Fair, James had been surprised to find 2 telegrams waiting for him. The first was from Henry Adams and read, "A slightly premature happy birthday, Harry. Stop. I know you must be eager to return to London and your magnificent work, but I sincerely hope that you return to Washington to stay with me as my guest when your business is concluded. Stop. We are old friends, Harry, and in a way I am requesting the pleasure of your company for the next couple of weeks, in Clover's beloved name. Stop. Happy birthday, my dear friend."
James was stunned. He had no idea how Adams had found out that he was in Chicago, much less where he was staying in Chicago, and he knew it was highly unusual that Adams was inviting him as a house guest. He'd rarely had guests stay in his huge home in the years since Clover died. The second telegram was from the Hays.
Happy birthday, Harry. Stop. We understand you may be celebrating this especially auspicious day while in transit, but Clara and I deeply and sincerely hope that you will accept Adams's offer and return to Washington for a while before heading across the Atlantic. Stop. We have so much we want to talk to you about, in person. Stop. Cabot Lodge has laid on the special train to the Chicago Fair opening for April 29, with special admission passes for all of us, and it would be Clara's and my deepest wish that you will join us on that expedition. Stop. Happy birthday. James had accosted Holmes in the lobby before the detective had reached the elevator to go up to his room.
"Did you cable the Hays and Henry Adams that I was staying here in the Great Northern?"
snapped James. Holmes seemed a bit taken aback by the writer's ferocity.
"Of course I did, old fellow.
I would have thought you'd want your whereabouts known to some of your dearest friends, especially right before your 50th birthday."
James felt even angrier at this comment, but refused to satisfy Holmes's sardonic sense of humor by asking how the detective knew that the 15th was his birthday.
"Shall we dine together tonight at that interesting little Italian restaurant just down Jackson Street?" asked Holmes. "The concierge here strongly recommends it, and we may not be seeing each other again for a while."
James started to say no, stopped, started to ask a question, and stopped again. He just stood there with the telegrams about his dreaded 50th birthday crumpled in his hand and glared at Sherlock Holmes.
"Good then," said Holmes. "I shall meet you in the lobby promptly at 8 p.m.
During the night, between his bouts of nausea, an old foe of his along with constipation and diarrhea, James had weighed his decision. He'd studied the railway tables. A train leaving the New North Station at 9:45 a.m. went to Pittsburgh, where he could transfer for a non-stop express to Washington. The train to New York left from the old downtown station at 9 o'clock and passed through Cleveland and Buffalo on its way to New York, where he could immediately book passage to Portsmouth on the highly praised new transatlantic steamer, the SS United States. In the end, it was the thought of the sunny warmth of his De Vere Gardens rooms, his waiting writing desk, the salons he would be revisiting, the country houses of gentle folk he'd be invited to, that and the visceral sense of safe encirclement by all his books that made him decide for New York and home. He'd found a porter to carry his baggage piled high on a cart and bought his ticket at the downtown station when, concealed as he was behind the high mound of his luggage and an iron post, he saw Professor James Moriarty moving up and down the first-class coaches, peering in the windows. "He's hunting for me," was James's first gut-chilling thought, a thought that carried all the weight of certainty. Two thuggish-looking men came up and reported quickly to Professor Moriarty, who dispatched them up and down the line of waiting cars. Moriarty stepped aboard and began striding through the first-class cars. James could watch his advance, like a high-domed scarecrow with white straw hair, a mortician's overcoat, and long strangler's fingers, as Moriarty strode from carriage to carriage. It made no sense that Moriarty would be looking for him, for Henry James. He was sure he'd not been seen on the evening he'd lain on that terrible beam, high over the heads of Moriarty and his small army of anarchists and thieves. The only person he'd told was Sherlock Holmes. But Holmes would have informed Drummond, the Washington and Chicago chiefs of police, and God knows how many other people here in the States and across Europe, to put them on their guard for the assassinations and uprisings of May 1st. Now it made perfect sense. James knew of Moriarty's vast crime networks across Europe and even in the United States. Someone in police enforcement, so many of them crooked in this gilded age, had told one of Moriarty's operatives. It was possible, of course, that Moriarty and his thugs were checking the train for Sherlock Holmes, and for all James knew, Holmes might be on it and murdered at any moment. But deep down, Henry James knew. Professor James Moriarty and his killers are looking for me, this cold and rainy morning. As if confirming his intuition, Moriarty stepped out of the coaches and stood looking as three other thugs came up to him for orders. James stared at Moriarty's terribly long, long fingers, with their long yellow nails, his hands on his hips now as he showed visible exasperation. The fingers were like great white spiders crawling up black velvet. Moriarty dispatched the three thugs and then turned quickly to stare in James's direction, but not before James ducked down behind his piled-high mass of luggage. It took half a minute for James to work up the nerve to peek again, and he let out a long breath when he saw that Moriarty was again walking the length of the train, looking in all uncurtained windows. "Shall I load your luggage now, sir?" said the porter, who'd been waiting patiently and showing no expression at James's sudden pallor or his absurd concealment. "No, no," said James. "Find me a cab, any cab,
as quickly as you can, and get these things loaded equally quickly. Here, for your trouble."
He handed the porter some bill from his wallet, but it had been so long since he'd trafficked in American money, it might have been a $50 bill or a $1 bill. Either way, the porter touched his cap and said, "At once, sir." James kept the baggage between himself and Moriarty all the way out to the busy cab stand, nodded his head when the porter pointed to an expensive closed carriage cab, held his breath while the trunks were loaded with maddening slowness, and breathed again only when the cab started moving quickly away from the central station and Professor James Moriarty. James, obviously still feeling edgy, almost jumped when the trap door opened above him for a second, just slitted to keep the pouring rain out, and the driver called down, "Where to, sir?"
"The New North Station,"
said James in a strangely high voice.
"And quickly, please. I have to catch a 9:30 train. There's an extra quid in it, if you get me there with time to spare."
"A quid, sir?" asked the driver out there in the downpour.
$5 extra, if you get me there at all possible speed, and with time to spare before that 9:30 train's departure," said James.
The driver used the whip. The carriage flew through traffic, as though there were a Derby stakes race in progress. James had to brace both hands against the seat cushions, or to be thrown left and right as the racing cab swerved around all slower traffic. Other drivers and pedestrians shouted profanities as James's carriage soaked them through with splashes. The night before, at dinner, James had asked Holmes, "What are you doing next?" Holmes, already smoking his cigarette after quickly finishing his dinner, touched a finger to his tongue to capture a mote of tobacco.
"Oh, several things have to be looked into here and there. I shall be busy until we meet again on Mr. Cabot Lodge's private train on the 28th.
James had to use all his control to avoid near shouting,
"I won't be on Lodge's damn train, and I won't be your Boswell, and I don't appreciate being abandoned like this in a city strange to me on the eve of my birthday, and I'm tired, and I'm going home."
He'd said none of that, of course. A graceful telegram, 2 graceful telegrams sent from New York before his ship sailed, would send his thanks and regrets to Henry Adams and the Hays. Now, after his wildly whipping and racing cabby had gotten him more or less in one piece to North Station, with plenty of time to spare, and he'd purchased his first-class tickets to Pittsburgh and then straight on to Washington, Henry James sat in his almost empty and overheated compartment, rested his face against the cool glass of the window, and watched the black canyons of Chicago fall behind in the rain. He looked away as the train passed through a fringe industrial wasteland with slag heaps and squalid homes, looking for all the world like a clumsy American imitation of a Dickensian nightmare landscape. "Happy birthday, Henry James," he thought as they moved out into the country, and the rain impossibly pounded down even more heavily. "You're 50 years old." At that moment he found himself wishing that he'd done what he'd gone to the Seine that night to do, meant to do, had steeled himself to do, at that dark river. It had been raining that night as well. Part 4. 1. On Monday, April 24, after a whirlwind visit to more than half a dozen large American cities, Sherlock Holmes returned to Washington and checked into the same Kirkwood House Hotel at 12th Street Northwest and Pennsylvania Avenue, where he'd stayed earlier. He knew it was dangerous to do so. If Lucan Adler had been searching him out, he would know about Holmes's earlier stay there and have someone keeping a lookout for him. But this part of Holmes's American visit had to be dangerous. If he could lure Lucan Adler to him before May 1st, it would be the best for everyone. Save, perhaps, for Sherlock Holmes. Early that spring evening he went to the address near DuPont Circle that Mrs. Gaddis, the retired schoolteacher in her alley carriage house apartment in Boston, had given him. This was also a calculated risk. Holmes did not believe that the odds favored Lucan Adler being there for long stretches of time, but there was no doubt that the assassin visited there. It was a stately brick house on a quiet street just off the circle. When Holmes knocked on the door, a tiny woman, barely 4 feet tall, dressed out in European livery of a maid, opened the door and squinted up at him. "Is Mrs. Rebecca Lorne Baxter home?" asked Holmes, removing his hat.
"Ni pani ni esteres domo,"
said the tiny maid.
"Oh, a shame," said Holmes. "Would you please give her my card and this message?"
He handed the dwarf maid his business card and an envelope containing a short message.
"Irene, would you be kind enough to meet me tomorrow evening, Tuesday, between 7 and 8 p.m. at Clover Adams's memorial? S. Holmes."
The maid took the card and the envelope without saying a word, in Polish or any other language, and shut the door. Holmes walked slowly away from the house and back to DuPont Circle. But all the time he was still in view of the house, the spider webs of scars on his back itched as if someone had painted a target on his back with turpentine. 2. Holmes arrived at Rock Creek Cemetery just before 7 p.m. He told the cab driver not to wait. One way or the other, he would not need a cab home this night. The sun had just disappeared behind the forest to the west of the cemetery grounds, but the soft spring twilight lingered and promised to light the sky for most of the next hour. He walked directly to the Clover Adams Memorial. He had his sword cane in one hand and the little lemon-squeezer pistol in a jacket pocket, but he knew that neither would be of any use if Lucan Adler was lying in wait with his sniper rifle. He'd stipulated this night, Tuesday, to give Irene Adler a full day to contact Lucan with the information about this meeting. He knew from his terrible experience in the Himalayas that it was true that one does not hear the rifle bullet, or in his case 3 steel-cased bullets, that rips through your flesh, since the bullet travels well above the speed of sound. In his instance, it had been 3 sharp sounds immediately following 3 unbelievable intense blows to his back and lower side. And because of the mountains, those 3 sounds had echoed. And the pain from those wounds still filled Holmes. He'd taken a second injection of the liquid heroin just before leaving the hotel. And he knew there would be no echo of the shot here in the cemetery. He reached the opening in the barrier of hedge and trees around the memorial without mishap, but paused just outside that entrance for a full minute, so that his shadow from the lowering sun sending horizontal shafts of light through the trees should show his shape to maximum advantage. Then he entered. He was the first one there. Good, he thought, and crossed the triangular space to sit on the section of the 3-sided concrete bench closest to St. Gaudens's statue. It was also the furthest from the opening in the hedge, and would be invisible from anyone looking through any telescopic sight on the outside. If Lucan Adler wanted him tonight, he'd have to come within speaking range to have him. At 25 past the hour, just as the dusk was settling gently, a dark form filled the opening. Then it approached him through the twilight scent of newly mown grass. Holmes stood. Despite the years that had passed, Irene Adler looked no older to him than she had the last time he had seen her, nor any less beautiful. Far more beautiful than the opera ad image he'd shown other people. Contrary to style, she wore no gloves this evening, and her sleeves were cut short enough to show her pale, bare forearms. She carried a small cloth handbag. Large enough for a 2-shot Derringer pistol, thought Holmes, and immediately banished such thoughts from his mind. Now, later, much later, it no longer mattered to Sherlock Holmes. He only knew that the young man in black had spoken the truth when he said, "The readiness is all." "Sherlock," she said, and the sound of her voice moved something deep within him. She crossed the space, offered her hand in the American handshake mode, but he lifted it gently and kissed it. "Hello, Irene." He pronounced her name the way she had taught him when they'd first met. Irene. He realized he was holding her hand for too long a period of time, and, suddenly embarrassed, he stepped back, gestured to the high-backed bench next to where he'd been seated closest to the sculpture, and said, "Will you sit with me?"
"By all means," she said.
They sat next to each other, silent, not quite touching, for what must have been a full 3 or 4 minutes. Holmes could sense that the leaves on the hedge behind them were moist with dew. The twilight deepened, but the stars were not yet visible. Finally, Adler said,
"Do we talk about us first, Sherlock? Or about this game we find ourselves in?"
"This is no game,"
said Holmes in a voice harder and sterner than he'd meant to use.
"Of course not,"
said Irene Adler, and looked down at her hands folded on the small bag on her lap.
"Let us speak of personal things first,"
Holmes said in an infinitely softer tone.
"Very well. Which of us should start?"
"You should, Irene,"
said Holmes. She turned a mock-stern face to him in the dim light.
"Why did it take you almost 2 years to come to America to try to find me?"
she demanded. Holmes felt his face grow flushed. He looked down at her hands.
"No one told me that you'd gone back to America. No one told me that you were pregnant. I worked for almost a full year in British theatre troupes, looking for you."
"Idiot,"
said Irene Adler. Holmes could only nod.
"And you practicing and preparing during your entire childhood to become the world's first and foremost consulting detective,"
she said, but this time her tone was lighter, almost bantering. Holmes nodded again, but looked at her now.
"I never found you in my time in America, either,"
he said, his voice sounding hollow even to his own ear. She reached with her right hand and laid it on both of his.
"That is because, as soon as I heard through the players' secret telegraph wires that you had come to New York and Boston, I took the next ship to France."
"With the baby?" said Holmes in something not quite a whisper.
"Yes."
Her answer had been even quieter.
"When did Colonel Moran take him from you?"
asked Holmes.
"When Lucan was 4 years old," said Irene Adler. "The day after his 4th birthday."
"How could you let that brigand—"
began Holmes, and then fell silent.
"Because of the hold Colonel Moran had over me," said Adler. "The same hold that Lucan now uses."
Holmes, forgetting himself, took her by her upper arms, his strong hands then moving to her shoulders, as if he was about to draw her to him, or strangle her.
"Irene, you're the strongest, bravest woman I've ever met. How could a cad like Sebastian Moran have such a hold over you that you would surrender your child to him?"
"Our child."
The last 2 words had emerged as a sort of moan.
"Colonel Moran threatened to assassinate you if I did not do as he wished,"
she said tonelessly.
"Just as Lucan does now."
Speechless, Holmes could communicate only by squeezing her arms more tightly. The pressure must have pained her, but she made no effort to pull away. She turned to him, setting her own hands on his upper arms, until they must have looked to some stranger most like 2 people consoling one another.
"You live a careless life, Sherlock Holmes,"
she said fiercely, no hint of apology in her voice.
"You always have.
That idiot doctor friend of yours, or Conan Doyle, I have no idea which, celebrates and publicizes your little front parlor detection victories as if you were Achilles. But you sit at your window in plain view. You walk the streets lost in thought, oblivious to almost everything around you. You let the world know your street address and your daily habits. Colonel Moran, or others like him, have not long since murdered you because I've done what they want."
Holmes dropped his hands and sat brooding for a long moment. Finally,
"But the child—"
"The child is evil," snapped Irene Adler. "The child was evil at birth."
Holmes' head snapped backward as if he'd been slapped.
"No child can be evil from birth, for God's sake. It must take years, parenting, evil influences."
"You didn't hold this baby to your breast and watch its first actions,"
said Adler in a totally cold voice.
"One of his first acts was to pluck the wings off a butterfly I was showing him, and he enjoyed it. It was as if I'd given birth to another Coriolanus."
But even Coriolanus was shaped by— He stopped.
"His mother!"
cried Irene Adler, as if in physical pain.
"Volpone bragged to her hag friends about how her little boy Coriolanus loved to torture animals, give pain to any living thing. But never in the 4 years that I was with Lucan did I ever give him anything but love and training to love and respect others."
She turned her face away and moved away from him on the bench. He closed the distance again.
"I was going to say that Coriolanus was shaped by warped Roman values," whispered Sherlock. "That's always been my understanding of what Shakespeare was trying to say."
Irene Adler laughed, and it was a bitter, sad sound.
"Don't you remember, Sherlock? We met in London during Henry Irving's troupe's presentation of Coriolanus. I, a veteran of theatre, playing the old hag Volpone at the advanced age of 22, and you, an 18-year-old understudy, fleeing your first months of schooling in Cambridge, wet behind the ears and everywhere else."
"I've forgotten everything about the play," said Holmes,
"but remembered every other second of our time together."
She touched his cheek with the backs of her fingers.
"You were so young, my dear."
Holmes took her in his arms. She seemed to resist for a second or two, and then melted into him. Then she set her hand on his chest and firmly pushed him away.
"Now," she said, "shall we discuss this not-a-game we find ourselves in?"
Holmes couldn't speak for a moment, and when he did, his voice was ragged.
"All right. What horrible thing first?"
She'd obviously meant her tone to be light, but it came out as choked with emotion as Holmes's voice.
"The annual typed cards on December 6th, he said.
He could tell immediately that she had no idea what he was talking about. She was a consummate actress, but Holmes now had decades of experience studying liars' faces and eyes when they lied. She was not faking her lack of understanding.
"What cards? I put flowers on Clover's grave every December 6th. White violets, she loved them, and I've sent a few flowers to Henry Adams on that date. But I've never included a card. Ned Hooper, Clover's brother, came to see me in London 2 years ago. He's dead now, by the way," said Holmes. "He offered me $2,000 and said he wanted me to solve the mystery of a card that each of the 4 surviving members of the 5 of Hearts receives each December 6th, and has since December 86. It's typed, and always says the same thing. She was murdered."
Irene Adler stared at him.
"That's barbarous. I would never do that. There'd be no reason for Lucan to do that. No, he never would."
Holmes nodded.
"I didn't think it was either of you, but I owe it to Ned's memory and the $1 retainer he paid me in 1891 to ask." "That was the year that the papers said you died," Irene Adler said quietly. "In Switzerland, while fighting with some Professor Moriarty whom no one had ever heard of."
Holmes nodded again.
"I didn't believe it then," said Adler, "and I didn't believe it the next year when Lucan bragged that he'd killed you in Tibet."
Holmes smiled.
"He nearly did. He put 3 rifle bullets through my back at a distance of almost a mile."
She seemed startled.
"I'd always assumed he was lying. How could you survive 3 strikes like that from the kind of rifles Lucan uses?" "I don't know," said Holmes. "But let's talk about Rebecca Lorne."
The words clicked into place like the clack-clack of a bolt-action rifle bringing a live round into the chamber.
"Was it for blackmail?" "Of course," said Adler. "Why Clover and Henry Adams?" "They were rich. She was weak. At the time, in 1885, Lucan needed money for what he had to do in Europe. Blackmailing the Adamses was an obvious way. Clover was so lonely and lost that I became her best friend in 2 days.
But you continued the pretense for 7 months, snapped Holmes.
After the first days, it was no pretense,
Irene Adler said softly.
I did like Clover. I admired her talent, as a person, as a photographer, far more than her arrogant, self-centered husband ever had. He used every possible chance to make her feel less important, less capable, less than an equal human being. Have you read his novel Esther, that came out not long before she died?
Yes, said Holmes.
It's obviously a portrait of her, of poor Clover, and she's shown to be foolish and inept in her art, foolish in her life, and always dependent upon some merciful man for anything she might ever need or reach for in her life. If I'd had a husband who wrote a novel like that about me, I would have shot him twice. The second bullet to the head to put him out of the misery of where I'd put the first round.
Yes, said Holmes, and smiled this time.
So you'd asked why I made her a victim, continued Irene.
Holmes nodded.
I thought it was the fastest way to get Lucan out of her life,
she said bitterly.
My dear cousin Clifton, a mere boy.
Her white hands became white fists in the dim light.
A mere boy who was a cancer which needed thousands of dollars to go back to Europe to murder someone alongside his hero, the great tiger-hunting Colonel Sebastian Moran.
How did he, Lucan, find out about the romantic letter Henry Adams had sent Lizzie Cameron? Asked Holmes. I presume that was the direction your blackmail took. Irene Adler made a noise like a small dog choking.
Of course. That circle of friends was so small and so inbred that even young Lucan knew that there would be scandal just beneath the surface. After I'd become dear friends with Clover, and thus allowed into that tiny little circle of highest society ladies, Lizzie Cameron herself bragged to me of Henry Adams's love letter to her. Lucan had said that there must be something, and in the end we didn't even have to dig. One of Clover's closest friends, quotation marks all around that phrase, gave me, the deadly dagger with a laugh.
Why did you go with Clover to see Lizzie Cameron on her sickbed 36 hours before Clover's death? Asked Holmes.
I wanted Lizzie to deny that any such letter existed, said Adler. I'd asked her, Lizzie, just hours before to deny it. She finally said she would.
And did she?
She wouldn't. She was ill with the flu, and all of her darker humors were in full control of her. She teased poor, silly Clover about the existence of the letter, playing dumb about it one minute, obviously acknowledging its existence the next. I almost strangled the woman in her four-posted silken canopied bed. Clover went home that night certain that she'd so failed her husband Henry at being his real wife, as she always put it. She was terrified of sexual intercourse, you see. It was always strange and painful to her. That she decided that everything, including her husband's cheating attentions to Lizzie Cameron, was her fault.
I can't see how driving Clover Adams to suicide could help Lucan or you in any way, said Holmes. That's always been the sticking point of this conundrum.
Not a very complicated one, said Adler. Lucan had found other funding for his list of assassinations, steady funding, funding he has even today. He no longer had to wait for a neurotic woman to help us blackmail her husband.
Did Lucan poison Clover Adams? Asked Holmes. The long silence seemed to make the gathering darkness deeper.
I don't know, said Irene Adler at last. I know he brought the poison to her bedroom that Sunday morning, and the glass from downstairs, suspecting that he would try something to get rid of her. She knew Cousin Clifton too well to be on her guard. I rushed to her house that morning, but she was already dead on the floor. I heard footsteps on the servants' stairs, Lucan leaving, I believe. But somehow I don't think he forced the poison down her throat, or even allowed her to see him, for that matter. It was just a bottle of potassium cyanide that had strangely moved from her photographic laboratory and the mysterious appearance of that single drinking glass that sent her off the edge. Perhaps she took it as a message from her husband. Or God.
After another silence,
But I was still as complicit in Clover Adams's death as Lucan was, whatever he did or didn't do. I even took the glass away in my handbag before I went down to meet Henry Adams returning from his walk.
when you say he has steady funding, whom are you speaking of? Said Holmes.
The anarchists?
Irene Adler laughed. It sounded almost authentic this time. Holmes remembered that she'd always had a beautiful laugh.
The anarchists have no money to speak of, my darling, said Irene Adler. They're anarchists, for God's sake. Most of them can't even find work in the factories where their fathers worked. They're so drunk or crazy or lazy.
Then who? Said Sherlock.
I saw Lucan on Saturday,
said Irene Adler.
He bragged about following you and that writer you've been dragging around with you all through the Chicago World's Fair grounds. You were within 50 yards of an entire building at the fair dedicated to one of the primary companies funding Colonel Moran and Lucan Adler. They provide the list of targets to be assassinated, and you didn't even peek into the building.
Krupp, Holmes said at last.
Of course.
Colonel Rice had gone on about how one of the great highlights of the World's Fair, at least for men and boys, was to be Krupp's baby, a 250,000-pound cannon so large that it needed its own building, tucked in between the agriculture building and the lake. The cannon, built by Fritz Krupp's Essen Works, was said to be capable of firing a 1-ton shell 20 miles and still penetrate 3 feet of wrought iron armor plating. Since the building hadn't been in a sniper's line of sight with the administration building, Holmes had had no interest in it.
"What do they want to come from these random assassinations?" asked Holmes,
and heard the one-syllable answer in his own mind a split second before Irene Adler spoke it aloud.
"War."
"Where?"
"Anywhere will suit them," she said, "as long as the major European powers are involved. From the list that Lucan has mentioned, I believe they place their fondest hopes for the fire starting in the Balkans."
"Then why on earth kill an American president?" said Holmes.
"A little test," said Adler, "and an easy one. American presidents are always so accessible, aren't they?"
"Do you know where Lucan will be shooting from, Irene? His choice of a sniper's roost?"
"No."
He seized her upper arms again and squeezed hard enough to make a large man cry for mercy. But all the time he was looking into her eyes in the last of that April twilight. She was telling the truth. He let her go and said, "I'm sorry."
"I know that he expects you to figure out his shooting position,"
she said softly. Holmes noticed that she did not rub what must now be her bruised arms.
"Why?" "Because he's already told me that he'll be killing you at almost the same time he will kill President Cleveland."
"Do you know when he'll kill the president?"
"He hasn't told me, but I know Lucan,"
said Irene Adler.
"He'll shoot Cleveland during his short speech, when everyone is quiet and attentive. It will be the brightest spotlight on Lucan Adler's genius. He even described it in those terms."
"Do you know how he plans to escape?" asked Holmes.
"Not from wherever his sniper's roost might be," said Adler. "But I know the vested interests who are paying him have bought the swift-sailing ship, the Zephyr, and it will be waiting for Lucan in the lake just offshore. According to Lucan, the Zephyr, with its sails, its German-trained racing crew, and new steam-engine-driven propellers, can outrun any police boat or yacht on the Great Lakes."
"Thank you for that," said Holmes. "Thank you for everything." Irene Adler touched her locket opened it, and held it up in the failing light. And for a second, Holmes thought she might have a daguerreotype of him or some lock of his hair in there, but it was only a miniature watch. She said softly, "Our hour is up, Mr. Sherlock Holmes."
"Ill met by moonlight?"
he asked. She smiled without effort, the way he remembered her smiling freely when he was not quite 19 years old.
"That's not the inconstant moon over the hedge-tops, my love-lorn Romeo," she said. "It's one of the gas lights along the paved road in the cemetery."
He stood when she did. He made no move, and neither did she. Then she turned toward the lighter opening in the monument's hedged-in space, and he walked half a step behind her.
"I'll see you to your carriage,"
he said, taking her arm. They walked that way across the dew-wet grass where headstones were becoming vague and vaguely threatening in constant outlines in the last of the twilight. There were sidelights burning on her elegant enclosed coach. Holmes had an instant's perfect image of Lucan Adler thrusting his arm out the door of the coach and shooting him in the chest with a Colt .45 pistol. He shook his head once, waving the eager driver-doorman aside, and helped Irene Adler step up into her empty coach.
"When shall we meet again?"
asked Holmes, still holding the door as she settled into the cushioned bench.
"Oh, at your funeral or my hanging is most likely," said Irene Adler.
"No!" said Sherlock Holmes in a voice so loud and so commanding that the horse twitched its tail in alarm and the driver turned around on his box. She leaned forward and kissed him passionately on the lips. With her hands still on his cheek, she said softly,
"Now to 'scape the serpent's tongue. We will make amends ere long. Give me your hands if we be friends."
Holmes immediately took both her hands in his and squeezed them.
"And luck, or Providence, shall restore amends."
She pulled the door shut and cried,
"Drive on, driver."
Holmes stood there for a while in the dark. Then he walked back to Clover Adams's grave, stopped at the granite back of the monument, and pounded on it with his fist. The stone door hinged open. Chief of the Treasury Department, Andrew L. Drummond, stepped out and pushed the granite shut behind him.
"Did you hear it all?"
asked Holmes in a strained monotone.
"Yes, everything," said Drummond. "It shall be very helpful."
He gripped Holmes's forearm in a man's more aggressive way than Irene had done just a few minutes earlier.
"Holmes, the personal things. I swear to you upon my word of honor, upon my children's lives, that no one shall ever hear a word of them from me."
Holmes shrugged as if to say he'd known how naked and vulnerable he would be after this session.
"We'll find and start following the Zephyr immediately," said Drummond.
Holmes nodded tiredly.
"But let it anchor there near the World's Fair,"
he said in the same monotone as before.
"Nothing must let Lucan Adler know that we're on to his plan."
"We'll have to put Miss Adler under arrest," said Drummond.
"Not now, for Christ's sake!"
exploded Holmes.
"We'd just as well send Lucan Adler a telegram saying that we were on to him. Follow her if you can do so subtly, and I mean so totally subtly that a snake like Lucan Adler wouldn't spot the tail. But better yet, leave her alone, unfollowed, and free until—"
His voice trailed off.
"Until when?" asked Drummond.
"Until I tell you otherwise,"
said Holmes, and turned to walk away. Behind him, Agent Drummond blew a police whistle, and more than a dozen men, shadows among shadows, came from behind distant trees, boulders, headstones, and monuments to join their chief. Wagons were arriving at the park entrance. By their lamps, Holmes could see that most of the men were armed with pistols, as Drummond had been, but several carried long guns. None of them could have stopped Lucan Adler from shooting Sherlock Holmes. The sniper would have been too concealed for that. But the plan had been to capture Lucan after the fatal shot had revealed his position. Holmes was waved into a comfortable open carriage that would carry just him and Drummond back into town. Remembering the timbre of Irene Adler's voice, Holmes surprised Drummond by crying, "Drive on, driver!" 3. Early on the morning of Friday, the 29th of April, Henry Adams and Henry James rode together to the main railway station to meet the special train that Henry Cabot Lodge had laid on for them. It was a short ride, but Adams used it for what he obviously thought was an important conversation.
"Harry," he said, leaning forward toward the portly rider, "I need to tell you, before we meet up with all the others, how very important your visit has been to me the last 2 weeks."
James's gray eyes came alert. "And to me as well, Henry. I shall always treasure the hospitality and our nightly conversations."
"And did you get some work done on your play?"
James smiled ruefully. "Some. Then rewrote it. Then rewrote it again. Then I tossed it all out. But I did start to expand a short story I'd written. A slight thing about an impoverished tutor who loves the young child in his care more than do the child's careless parents."
"It sounds all too real," said Adams.
James made a slight gesture with his hand. "I shall see."
"Thank you for allowing me to speak freely about Clover, her life as well as her death, after my years of silence," said Adams. "I shall always be grateful to you for that."
James's eyes seemed to fill. "The honor and gratitude was all mine, my friend, I assure you." Suddenly Adams grinned.
"Do you remember what you said to Clover in 1882, in what you said was your last letter from the ship before it sailed? Why you had chosen her to receive what you called my last American letter?"
"I said that I considered Clover the incarnation of her native land," said James.
"And do you remember her response to me when she read that? I shared it in a letter to you so many years ago."
Henry James said, "Clover told you that mine was, I believe her exact words were, a most equivocal compliment, and that it left her wondering, and I do remember her wording exactly, am I then vulgar, dreary, and impossible to live with?" Both men laughed heartily. Adams held out his closed hand. Presuming his friend wanted to shake hands, James held out his hand. But Adams turned it over and dropped something cold and solid into it. James realized that it was his watch, the watch given to him by his father, the watch he'd lost that mad night he and Sherlock Holmes had been hiding in the St. Gaudens monument, Henry Adams's most cherished secret. James blushed, but when he looked up, Adams was smiling.
"Clover and I will always love you, Harry."
James quickly lowered his face, but could not hide the tears that dripped from his cheeks and chin onto his open hand holding the beloved watch. 4. Holmes appeared at the Washington railway station at the appointed time and was amazed at what Henry Cabot Lodge's casually offered "lay on some special private cars" amounted to. It was an entire private train unto itself. After the engine, there was a car for servants' quarters, then a lavish car just for dining, then a comfortable car for smoking, conversation, and taking in the passing view, then no fewer than 4 even more lavish private cars for Lodge and his guests. Henry Cabot and his wife Nanny had the end suite, half a car at the end of the train. Senator Don Cameron and his beautiful wife Lizzie had an equally spacious suite, an entire suite complete with water closet, on a railway carriage. And the Hays had an elaborate compartment which adjoined a smaller one where their daughter Helen slept. Clarence King had chosen not to make the trip, claiming necessary meetings in the West concerning mining interests, but Augustus St. Gaudens had accepted Lodge's invitation. So the 3 bachelors, St. Gaudens, James, and Holmes, had smaller compartments, but each lavishly appointed and equipped with its own private toilet and sink. When told that the 3 gentlemen would have the constant services of only 2 valets, the servants' car was overcrowded as it was, James had sighed and said, "Well, we shall just have to rough it then, all the way to Chicago." James had received Holmes quite coolly when they'd met after 2 weeks of separation and silence, but the detective had seemed too distracted by some thought to notice James's carefully calculated snub. During the first hours of the voyage, James was irritated that he would be forced to break the mutual silence and talk with Holmes privately. He found his chance after the elaborate dinner when the women went to the common social area on the first half of the fourth carriage, and the men went into the smoking-room carriage with brandy and cigars. James pulled the detective into the dining room and told the servants to step out until he said they could enter again. "What is it?" asked Holmes. The detective still seemed preoccupied with something and had barely spoken during dinner, even though Hay's daughter Helen had tried to draw him out with half a dozen questions. "I saw Moriarty," whispered James. "I sent a note to that effect to your damned cigar store, but they sent it back to me unopened with a scrawl saying that you were no longer picking up your mail there." "That's true," said Holmes. He was applying his fancy modern lighter to a meerschaum pipe and puffing offending aromatic fumes into the air that still smelled of beef and wine. "I've been traveling and wasn't checking for mail at that cigar store." "Where and when did you see Moriarty?" "On the day I was prepared to leave Chicago for New York," said James, his temper short. "On the 15th, the same day you left for heaven knows where." "Where did you see him, James, and what was he up to?" The writer thought that Holmes was being damnably off-handed about such a serious topic. "He was at the Central Chicago railway station, looking through the carriages. Looking for me, Holmes. He had some thugs helping him search. I barely got away without him seeing me." Holmes nodded and puffed. "Why do you think that Professor Moriarty was looking for you, James?" "Well, you weren't taking the morning train from Chicago to New York that morning, were you?" demanded James. Holmes shook his head without removing the stem of the pipe from between his teeth. "Moriarty and his thugs were there with their eyes full of business," said James, "and that business was, I am certain, murder. And I was to have been the victim. Somehow, from someone you told about my earlier eavesdropping on Moriarty and the anarchists and mobs, somehow word got out. He was stalking me, Holmes. I'm certain of it." "Then it's a good thing you didn't get on that particular train," said Holmes. James's jaw dropped. "That's all you have to say about this? That's your response to my news? Where have you been the last 2 weeks?" "Oh, here and there," said Holmes, having to relight his oversized pipe. "And what have you been doing about the threat that Moriarty and his anarchists and his criminals posed to Washington and New York and Philadelphia and Chicago and the other cities I heard him say would suffer uprisings after President Cleveland is assassinated? Is the army involved? Have you spoken to all the mayors and chiefs of police of all those cities? I can think of little else that could warrant your 2-week absence and your obvious insouciance in the face of this imminent threat of what amounts to national revolution." "I wouldn't worry about Moriarty," said Holmes, patting James on the shoulder like a tutor reassuring a child. James was not fast enough to bat away Holmes's hand, but he wished for hours later that he had been. "Not worry about Moriarty?" cried James. "But certainly he must take priority in your searches. Professor Moriarty is in your words, I believe, the mastermind behind all the murders and violent uprisings to come. Surely you must seek out Moriarty as your primary duty, and allow others to take care of this boy, Lucan Adler." "No," Holmes said bluntly. "What we have to concentrate on first is stopping Lucan Adler from killing the president. Then I shall deal with Professor Moriarty. You need to trust me on this, James." James could only shake his head in frustration and amazement. "And do you know how to do that? Stop the assassination from happening?" he asked at last. "Do you know where the assassin will be shooting from? How he plans to escape, and, most of all, what on earth you could do to stop him?" "I believe so," said Holmes. "We shall find out in less than 3 days, shan't we? Oh,
and I shall expect you to help me when that time comes, James."
He had the effrontery to pat Henry James on the shoulder again before Holmes went to the connecting door, waved the waiting servants in, and said,
"Shall we join the other gentlemen in the smoking car?"
Henry James had never in his life felt the urge to kill anyone, save for a few brief stabs of that emotion aimed at his older brother William. But now he felt he could take a carving knife to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He went into the smoking room and found a seat as far from the detective as he could get in the long carriage. 5. Henry Cabot Lodge's special World's Fair express train arrived in Chicago on the morning of April 29, with everyone well rested and amused. Everyone, it seemed, save for Sherlock Holmes, who seemed further and further lost in his own thoughts. Lodge had let everyone know that their special cars were going to be parked on a private siding less than 50 yards outside the Columbian Exposition's western gates, where all the trains deposited visitors who went through the gates and onto the parade ground, flowing ahead to the administration building and the Court of Honor, and then into the rest of the White City. All of his guests were free to come and rest or freshen up at any time of the days and nights they'd be there. The servants and cooks were on constant call. But their first stop that morning was at a downtown Chicago pier, where everyone was ferried out to Don Cameron's Great Lakes yacht, the stately Albatross, where they were each shown slightly smaller but still luxurious rooms they could use whenever they wanted. The yacht was also heavily stocked with servants who would bring a cold drink or fix a full meal on a minute's notice. Cameron gathered everyone together before the expeditions to the fair began, and explained that messengers would run any notes from the Albatross to anyone who decided to stay at or visit the luxury train cars, and that there would always be at least one, and usually two, steam-powered longboats to rush them to or from Casino Pier at any hour of the day or night. And with that, the explorations began. John Hay and Cabot Lodge had made sure that everyone, even young Helen, had the all-important special visitor badges that allowed them the run of the White City and the newly vitalized Midway Pleasance at any time. Lodge explained that the director of the entire Columbian Exposition, Daniel Burnham, had said that there would be a lot of last-minute cleaning up going on. Rubble removed, temporary tracks being taken out, last-minute fields of flowers and even trees being planted, some of the huge buildings getting their last spray of white paint. But if they were careful, they shouldn't be in anyone's way. Finally, Lodge warned them to be careful on the mile-long strip called the Midway Pleasance. Burnham had told Henry Cabot that everything and everyone was in place, save for the, Lodge didn't use the word Burnham had, doggoned Ferris wheel, which should be completed in June. Meanwhile, the Midway offered complete Algerian and Tunisian villages, where they could sample the exotic food or watch even more exotic jugglers and dancing girls. The Barry Sliding Railway, a water-propelled ride that guaranteed screams and squeals of delight the whole length of the Midway, the Bernese Alps Electric Theater, where visitors in a 100-seat diorama took a frigid, thanks to electrical refrigeration, trip over 30 simulated miles of alpine peaks. There was the captive balloon, which Lodge didn't recommend to the ladies, as well as the Chinese village, Dahomey village, Turkish village, and German village, all populated with hundreds of appropriately dressed natives. For those seeking out culture along the Midway Pleasance, there was Hagenbeck's Zoological Arena, placed conveniently near the Hungarian Concert Pavilion, where gypsy bands would play and dance in native costume. Also nearby was the Vienna Concert Hall and Cafe. There was a perfectly realized street in Cairo, along with native Egyptians in their robes and with their dogs, snakes, and monkeys, as well as a huge building for the Kilauea volcano for those who wanted a thrill. If they grew too warm in their weekend visit, there was the natatorium indoor swimming pool. This Saturday night and Sunday night, the White City would be lighted only by its gas lights and the full moon. But Lodge promised that after President Cleveland turned the magic key on Monday, May 1st, the White City and its extended Midway Pleasance would become the most brightly and dramatically lighted place on the planet. Everyone, wearing their darker suits and dresses for almost the last time before light summer linen clothing became appropriate on Monday, got onto the waiting powerboats and went ashore. Sherlock Holmes left the others when he reached the pier. He had scheduled meetings with Colonel Rice, Agent Drummond, and the Chicago Chief of Police, Robert McClory. Henry James decided to stay aboard the Albatross. Lake Michigan was so calm at their anchorage that there was almost no discernible movement of the large yacht, and to take a nap in his mahogany-lined, silk and velvet-cushioned stateroom. He awoke sometime after dark to find the yacht empty, save for crew members. Everyone must be partying somewhere ashore. They'd left a power launch and boatmen for him, and as James came to the boat ladder, the man at the helm said, "Take you into the White City dock, sir?" "No," said James, his heart beating so quickly that he found it hard to take in a breath. "Take me to the main Chicago pier." 6. He had decided that he, Henry James, would track down the elusive Professor Moriarty. During the hours of his sleepless nap that afternoon aboard Don Cameron's yacht, James had convinced himself that Moriarty and his accomplices at the train station had not been searching for him. Searching for Holmes or someone else, perhaps, but not for him. What was he to Moriarty, or Moriarty to him? No, he'd assured himself, it had just been coincidence that he'd spotted the evil professor at the train station. James trusted again in his own anonymity, at least in terms of being a target for either the Adler boy or his dark master, Moriarty. Telling the boatman to wait for him there at City Pier, no matter how late it might be, James took a trolley into the dark heart of Chicago and boarded one of the elevated trains there. He had no real search plans and, of course, had not brought any weapon. The idea of searching nighttime Chicago for Moriarty felt strangely thrilling. What reassured James was that the chance of him crossing Moriarty's path again by sheer accident was so small as to be something that could only occur in a poorly written popular novel. Chicago's transit system of elevated trains, called the L even then, had only come into service the year before, in 1892. The first cars were wooden coaches open to the elements on either side, but now, as James rode through the night on the Lake Street Elevated Railroad, the carriages were enclosed. James had picked up a transit system map at the first station he'd found, and it clearly showed that, except for the Chicago and South Side Rapid Transit Railroad, which now extended south all the way to 63rd Street and Stony Island Avenue, the transportation building entrance to the Columbian Exposition, all the other terminals were, most inconveniently, James thought, at the periphery of Chicago's actual downtown. On their first day in the city, Holmes had told him that this quirk was due to a state law requiring approval from the businesses and building owners along any downtown street before tracks could be built over that avenue. James knew that he was headed south on this spur, but he had no intention of going all the way back to the Jackson Park stops at the World's Fair. Holmes and all of Cameron's other guests might still be there. Of course, so might Moriarty. But James chose to stay in Chicago proper, the Black City, as he now thought of it, for his late-night search for the professor. He stepped off the L train some blocks before the 63rd Street station that would have brought him back to the fair, and began walking almost at random. He'd gone several blocks in the poorly lighted section of the city before he realized three things. First, that there were no streetlights in this part of town, but many people on the sidewalks. Second, that there seemed to be an ungodly number of bars and dance halls pounding the night with raucous music. And third, that his was the only white face present in the 5 or 6 block distance he'd walked from the L station. Realizing, with some small flutter of alarm, that he'd mistakenly got off the elevated train in the South Side Negro section of town, he'd heard Holmes refer to it once as Ebonyville, James whirled to walk briskly back to the elevated's platform and realized he'd taken several turns and not paid attention to which way he'd walked. No elevated tracks were visible down any of the cross streets he was now coming to, in a stride so urgent that it almost qualified as running. Suddenly, a Negro man in a rather showy pinstripe suit, Amazingly bright tie and quality straw hat came up to him and blocked his flight.
"Are you lost, sir?"
asked the Negro.
"Can I be of some help?"
James took 3 steps back, but managed to say, "Would you be so kind as to tell me how to reach the L platform that would put me back on the Lakeside train?" The Negro smiled, perfectly white teeth against the darkest skin James had ever seen, and said,
"Certainly, sir."
He pointed the way from which James had just come.
"Back 3 blocks along this street, then left at 48th Street, and it's just a block and a half to the L station there."
"Thank you," said James, almost bowing in his relief. But as he headed back the way he had just come, the sidewalks and streets full of colored people who appeared to be celebrating something, he could not resist glancing back over his shoulder to see if his benefactor was following him for some dark reason. The man in the straw hat was standing exactly where he'd spoken to James, half a block away now, and at James's glance, the tall Negro again showed that white grin and raised his hat in a friendly wave. Had that wave been an act of insolence? Wondered James. Immediately he was ashamed of himself. But the truth was that although Henry James now considered himself to be one of the most cosmopolitan of men, especially of Americans, equally at home in the streets of London, Paris, Florence, Venice, Rome, Zurich, Lucerne, or Berlin, he simply hadn't had much contact with Negroes in anything but their occasional service capacities in American hotels. But then he was on the L platform again, an enclosed carriage train arrived within minutes, and he was riding north again. For the next 90 minutes or so, James took the elevated lines as far as he could, but then had to take the late-running trolley cars to areas such as Douglas Park, Garfield Park, Humboldt Park, and Logan Square, although the small print on his L-system map bragged of opening the West Side elevated line within another year or 2. James didn't mind the transitions. The trolleys were more comfortable at any rate. And in the few sections that had adequate street lighting and white people on the sidewalks and in the carriages, James would stretch his legs for several blocks, always on the alert for Moriarty's gleaming bald dome and terrible gaze. In one of these western working-class sections of town, James realized that he'd not eaten anything since an early and light lunch that day. It was late enough now that some of the cafes were shutting down for the night, but others were open and several were crowded. Still, it was a working man's clientele, complete with cloth caps, kept in place even while dining, corduroy or moleskin trousers, and huge boots. There were a few women in these places, but judging from the excess of rouge and other makeup, combined with their calculated dishabille, James supposed them to be women of the night. He decided to eat when he finally returned to the yacht. For now, he turned back to find the next trolley stop going west again. James soon realized that there was a mystery to these trains and trolleys that had nothing to do with Sherlock Holmes or Lucan Adler or his prey for the night, Professor Moriarty. After sitting in more than 24 mostly empty train carriages and trolleys, he had seen at least 12 different men reading the same book. All the men were dressed in poorly fitted wool suits and old but well-shined shoes, and a few wore straw hats, but none as clean or well-blocked as that of his Negro interlocutor hours earlier. And each man held the book up close to his face, as if he were nearsighted. But few of the men wore glasses, and compounding the mystery for James, he would stay on for several stops, and none of the reading men ever turned a page. They simply seemed to be holding the book open in front of their bored and sometimes closed eyes. What bothered James most was that it was the same book in each case. The title was Maggie, a Girl of the Streets. The volumes looked crude enough, to James's professional gaze, to be self-published, and the author's name was Johnston Smith. Finally, near the southwestern end of the line on the trolley James was then on, he dared to sit in the empty seat in front of the reading man, turned toward him, and cleared his throat loudly. The man did not lower the book. "I beg your pardon," James said at last, and the man started, he'd obviously been dozing, and lowered the book.
I've noticed quite a few gentlemen on public transportation this evening, reading precisely the volume you are," James said, "and I hope you don't think me impertinent if I ask why it's so popular in Chicago." The man smiled broadly, showing nicotine-stained or missing teeth, which suggested that the thick and uncomfortable-looking suit he had on was his only suit.
"I've been waiting for someone to ask," said the man. "Truth is, I haven't read a word of this idiotic book. A fellow pays me, and some 20 or so other lads, to just ride around on the trains and trolleys from 7 a.m. till the transit's closed down at 1 a.m. I think the fellow thinks that if other folks see us reading this book, they'll rush out and buy one for their own selves. Problem is, the only other people I've seen reading this here book are other coves like me who've been paid to do so, or to pretend we are."
"How long have you and the other, readers been so employed?" asked James.
3 weeks now, with never so much as a question about the book. Until you come along, that is. I think our guy is running out of cash, though. I'm afraid that by this time next week I'll have to find honest work."
"Is it the author, Mr. Johnston Smith, who is paying you for this advertising effort?" asked James.
"It's the author, all right, but his name ain't Johnston nor Smith. He's a young-looking cove, no more'n 21 or 22 at the oldest, with shoes more worn than ours is, and his real name is Stephen Crane."
"Well, it's an interesting way to promote one's novel," said James, wondering if such a stunt might work for him in the more literary crowds of London. But no, the literary crowds in London did not use transit designed for the masses, save for railway carriages, and no British man or woman would start a conversation with a stranger in the carriage. It simply was not done.
"You know,"
said the man with the book now closed and on his lap,
"I've read me a book or two in my day, and this Maggie thing ain't even a real book."
"How do you mean?"
"I mean," said the man, "that it's only about 40 pages long, and that with wide white margins on each side and a bunch of empty white pages in front and back."
"A short story bound as a book," mused James. The man shrugged.
"All I know is I got one more lousy hour to prop this thing up before the trolley's shut down, and I can go home to sleep. My arms are killing me from holding this trash up to my nose all day and night, but this Crane fellow checks up on us almost every day. The lot of us have compared notes, and if the book ain't raised right, or your eyes ain't open, you get canned on the spot. And there ain't many jobs these days where a man gets paid $2 a day for just sitting on his ass."
James shook his head as if in sympathy. The trolley came to a stop in a dark part of town, and the driver and conductor got out to swing it around. The end of the line, evidently. James decided to stretch his legs for a moment.
"You're not getting out here, are you?"
asked the paid bookman. "Just for a second." But as soon as he was out in the muggy air, he saw, half a block away, under the only street lamp working on that block, the flash of baldness, the glimpse of a frock coat and old-fashioned high collar, and the white worm movement of the long strangler's fingers, before the darkness swallowed the man up again. Forgetting about the trolley, James began walking quickly after the apparition. Beyond that last, weak street lamp, there was not only deep darkness, but a sudden end to the tenements and shacks that had lined each side of the street. It was as if James had followed Professor Moriarty all the way out of Chicago, and they were on the dark prairie together. But then the smell struck James. The smell and the sense of hundreds, if not thousands, of massive but unseen animal hooves, the stench and the atavistic certainty that one is being stared at in the darkness by countless unseen eyes. The street ended in a T, and straight ahead, through the staggering stench, James could make out a great, dark, occasionally moving mass of living, breathing, staring,
and excreting organisms. Cattle. He'd reached the Chicago stockyards. Not a single streetlight or building's lighted window pierced the darkness to either side. Far out in the filled corrals, there was a gas lamp or two, but they were too far away to shed any light on his immediate surroundings. James saw the strangely dark glistening of horns far out there. James chose to turn left and walked boldly into the breathing darkness in that direction. It took a minute or two for him to realize that there was no sidewalk, no paved street under his shoes, just gravel and dirt. At least it was not mud of the sort he was sure filled the cattle pens to his right. He could hear the squelching as sleeping cattle moved fitfully, or others shoved their way through the mass to a feeding trough. James also realized that he felt different. The apathy and anger of the day had drained away with his bold searching out of Moriarty in the dangerous Chicago neighborhoods. He'd caught no more glimpse of the bald head and long white fingers since he'd come to this black collision of crumbling city warehouses and the huge stockyards, but he hadn't really expected to find, much less confront, the mastermind of crime. Henry James realized it was as if he was outside himself, above himself, watching himself, here where it was too dark even to read the hands of his watch without striking a match. Before this night, he'd been struggling to be a playwright. Now he was both actor and audience, watching himself as he acted. Not performed, but acted, as in carrying out a physical and purposeful and somewhat daring action. If this is how a character in some lesser writer's novel feels, I like it, thought James. It was hard for him to believe at this moment that a little more than a month and a half ago he'd been ready to drown himself in the Seine. For what? Sagging book sales? James almost laughed aloud as he strode along in the night. As much as he disliked Sherlock Holmes for a myriad of valid reasons, he now realized that the detective, whether real or fictional, had been Henry James Jr.'s savior. This strange night in this strange city, James felt younger, stronger, more alive than any time he could remember, at least since his childhood, and he deeply suspected that the life and energy he'd felt as a boy was merely his lunar reflection of the sunlight of older brother William's wild energy and spirit. Drastic engagement. These were the words that now echoed through James's mind. Not merely a reinvigorated engagement with the stuff of daily life, but an engagement with the dangers and dramas outside any life he'd ever allowed himself to imagine, much less live. For the first time he understood how his brother Wilkie could have suffered such terrible wounds, seen such horrible things. One of the two men carrying Wilkie along the dunes on a stretcher the day after the night battle at Fort Wagner had his head blown to pieces, the spatterings of brains and white bits of skull falling all over Wilkie as the stretcher fell to the ground. Yet Wilkie, only partially recovered, had eventually gone back to the war, as had James's brother Bob, after losing half his regiment in a different battle. Drastic engagement. James suddenly understood why such moments were life to Sherlock Holmes, and why the detective had to resort to injections of cocaine or morphine or heroin to get through the dull, backwater days of the quotidian between dangerous cases. It might have been Moriarty he'd glimpsed from the trolley a half-hour earlier, but probably not. It didn't matter that much to James at that moment. And then he saw motion. Dark shapes moving toward him. Vertical forms outside the wooden fences of the corrals. Men. James's eyes had adapted well enough to the dark. The backs of the warehouses to his left had no lit windows or outside lamps, that he could see that the forms were of 4 men, and that all of them carried clubs, truncheons. He stopped. Lifting his gentleman's stick into both soft hands, James wished that it was Holmes's sword cane. Should he run? James realized that he had more dread of being dragged down from being on the run, like one of those cattle at a rodeo, than of facing whoever or whatever was striding toward him so quickly in the darkness. The 4 assailants, James had no delusions that they could be anything else, and whether they worked for Moriarty or not was academic and irrelevant to everything now. He'd never know. Had fanned out, and were less than 10 feet from him, when a voice boomed from a dark alley to his left.
"You there! Stop! Don't move!"
The shield was raised on a powerful dark lantern, and a beam of light stabbed out from the distant alley to illuminate Henry James. His cane held at port arms across his chest, and 4 thugs in patched and filthy stockyard clothing. What James had imagined were truncheons were truncheons, knobbed, stained, deadly.
"Freeze!"
bellowed the god voice again. James had already obeyed and did not move a muscle, while his 4 assailants exploded into motion, 2 vaulting over the corral fence to shove their way into the dark mass of cattle, the other 2 loping back along the fence into the darkness from whence they'd come. The light shifted away from them to hold on the squinting James as the figure with the god voice came closer. Then the beam lowered. A Chicago policeman. Not one of Burnham's flashy Colombian guardsmen for the fair, but a real Chicago policeman. James took in the double row of brass buttons, the soft cap, the oversized star on the short but burly man's left chest, the narrowed eyes, and the luxurious mustache. James felt some relief that the policeman had shown up when he did, but he'd not been frightened. James had not been frightened, even as the 4 thugs closed on him. He did not understand it, nor did he understand himself at the moment. No matter. He realized that he was giving the suspicious police officer a silly smile. James composed himself as best he could. The now half-shielded beam from the dark lantern moved up and down James, from his soft, expensive black Italian-made shoes and dusty spats, to his expensive jacket, waistcoat, collar, cravat, and stickpin. "What are you doing out here at the stockyard, sir?" said the policeman in a human-leveled voice. "Those men would have robbed you of everything, most probably including your life, sir." James fought down the strange impulse to grin at the wonderful policeman with his wonderful Irish accent and his wonderful waxed mustache, and even at his wonderful short, black, heavy wooden truncheon, which Holmes had told him was called a billy club in America. James tried to reply, but the master of the modern endless sentence could manage only ragged fragments. I wanted to see Chicago. Got off the elevated train, then the trolleys, got out to walk. Suddenly it was all darkness." The police officer realized that he was dealing with an idiot and spoke now in a slow, reassuring nursery teacher's voice. "Yes, sir, but this is no place for you, sir." James nodded his agreement, and he realized, to his horror, that he was grinning now. He'd not been afraid. "Where are you staying, sir?" It took a few seconds for the meaning of the officer's question to sink in. "Oh, at the... No, not the Great Northern this time. No, on Cameron's, on Senator Don Cameron's yacht." The police officer squinted at him. James realized that the Irishman was handsome enough, save for a nose that looked like a squashed red potato. He bit the inside of his cheek to stop himself from laughing. "Where is this yacht, sir?" "Anchored off the grand pier of the White City," said James. He was in charge of his nouns, verbs, and syntax again. In truth, he hadn't missed them much. He realized that he'd trade the whole lot for just more of what he was feeling right now. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Henry James, Jr.," James said at once. Then, wondering at his reply, he hurried to correct it. "Just Henry James now. My father, Henry James, Sr., died about 11 years ago." "How did you get ashore from this senator's yacht, Mr. James?" "The city pier. There's a boatman from the yacht, in a steam launch. I told him to wait for me." The policeman turned his lantern on an inexpensive watch in his palm. "It's after midnight, sir." James did not know what to say to this revelation. He suddenly doubted if his boatman had waited all these hours. Perhaps all his friends presumed him lost, or dead. "Come, Mr. James," said the policeman, putting a gentle arm on James's shoulder and turning them back toward the dark alley from which he'd so magically emerged.
"I'll see you back to the right trolley stop, sir. The trolleys and the new L quit running in less than an hour now. Even on a Saturday night, you'll need to go straight back to the pier with no more sightseeing."
Not minding at all the friendly arm on his shoulders, James walked with the Irishman back toward the lighted parts of the city. 7. On the Sunday before Monday's May 1st official opening day of the fair, Henry Cabot Lodge's guests had broken into various groups to find their day's entertainment. During the time Henry James was with anyone exploring the quiescent but soon-to-erupt fairgrounds, he stayed with Henry Adams, who was staying close to Lizzie and Don Cameron. But sometime in the afternoon, Adams had wandered off alone again. He'd spent most of the previous day alone as well. Everyone had agreed to meet back on the pier at 7 to take the large motor launch back to the yacht. They were going up the lake to be guests at a gala given by the 68-year-old re-elected Mayor Carter Henry Harrison. Even young Helen Hay had been seduced by the old populist's energy, candor, and charm upon first meeting him earlier that day. But when everyone gathered on the pier, Adams was missing.
"I believe I know where he is," said Holmes. "He tends to lose track of time there. You all go ahead, but send the boat back. I shall be on the pier with Mr. Adams within 20 minutes.
Senator Don Cameron said, "Lizzie and I shall wait here for you and Adams, and ride out to the yacht with you." The rest of the happy party boarded, and Holmes watched the powered boat churn out to where a cluster of yachts, including the noble Albatross and even the iron warship USS Michigan, were anchored. Holmes had been with Adams when they discovered the machinery hall, and the older historian's fascination with the dynamos and other machines producing electricity suddenly became insatiable. Technically, none of the Columbian Exposition's thousands of electricity-driven machines were supposed to be turned on until noon the next day, when President Cleveland would depress a solid gold telegraph key set on a red velvet pillow, which would, besides causing 1,000 flags and banners to unfurl, close a circuit that would start up the gigantic 3,000-horsepower Alice-made steam engine in the machinery building. But Adams had poked around and inquired until he found the real dynamo that was already providing power to the White City's lights and the electrical railroad bringing yellow cars to the fair. It was the world's greatest dynamo, and it was all but hidden away in the Intramural Railroad Company building, set at the far southern end of the grounds, sunken behind trees and grander buildings. Usually the building was empty save for the dynamo's constant attendance. The curved metal sheath of the actual dynamo was larger than the arched entrance to Henry Adams's mansion, but the various wheels, at least 15 feet tall, even with half of each wheel disappearing into its groove in the cement floor, dwarfed men and dynamo. Holmes had helped him search it out on Saturday, admired the machinery for a minute, listened long enough to hear one of the technicians shout to Henry Adams above the roar that even at that moment the dynamo was powering 6.5 miles of railroad with 16 cars in motion all at once, and then he left Adams alone in the noise and ozone. He knew that the historian was spending most of his hours on shore in this remote, almost windowless building, staring at and experiencing the power of this new source of energy for the human race. Now, as Holmes came in through the shadows of girders and wheels, he saw that Adams kept removing his straw hat and mopping his brow with his linen handkerchief. The unshaded overhead work lamps gleamed on his bald head each time he removed the hat, and was busy talking to a tall young man dressed in a far too heavy wool suit, who, because of the young man's long black hair, sharp beak of a nose, copper complexion, and black eyes, Holmes took to be a Red Indian. Adams was lecturing, and looked as excited as a schoolboy.
"But this, Mr. Slowhorse, the ancient Greeks would have delighted to see, and the Venetians, at their height, would have envied. Chicago has turned on us with a sort of wonderful, defiant contempt, and shown us something far more powerful even than art, infinitely more important than mere business. This is, alas or hurrah, the future, Mr. Slowhorse. Yours and mine both, I fear, and yet hope at the same time. I can revel and write postcards about the fakes and frauds of the Midway Pleasance, but each day I pass through the machinery hall, and each evening I return here, to this very chamber, to stare like an old owl at the dynamo of the future."
Adams seemed to hear his own lecturing tone, took off his straw hat, and mopped his scalp again, and said more softly to the young man as Holmes came up behind them,
"I must apologize again, sir. I babble on as if you were an audience rather than an interlocutor. What do you think of this dynamo and the now quiescent wonders of the machinery hall, where I've seen you staring each day, even as I do, Mr. Slowhorse?"
The tall Indian paused before speaking, and his voice shocked Holmes, it was so resonant.
"I think, Mr. Adams," said the tall, dark man, "that it is the true and revealed religion of your race."
Adams launched into another excited speech, and Holmes made himself known to him. He knew that the Indian had noticed him enter, and knew where he was the entire time he'd been in the vast space with them, and Adams was saying,
"The Virgin Mary was to the men of the 13th century what this dynamo and its brother shall be to—"
He realized that Holmes was standing there, and stammered to a stop. He removed his straw hat again and said,
"Mr. Slowhorse, may I present my companion at the fair today, the eminent the eminent Norwegian explorer, Mr. Jan Sigerson."
Instead of offering his hand, Holmes stood straight, heels together, and bowed toward the man in an almost Germanic fashion. The Red Indian nodded back, but also seemed as reluctant to touch bare hands as Holmes was. Without knowing how or why he knew, Holmes knew that this young man, not quite so young seen close up, Holmes realized, noting the creases around the eyes, probably only a year or two short of Holmes's own 39 years, was not only a Lakota Sioux of the kind that Holmes had met more than 17 years ago, but was a Wiccasawakan, a holy man of that tribe, a shaman, a man touched with the ability to see in more dimensions than most human beings.
"It is a true pleasure to meet you, Mr. Slowhorse," said Holmes. "We Europeans rarely get the opportunity to meet a practicing Wiccasawakan from the natural free human beings."
The Indian, whose real name Holmes had known instantly and absolutely was not Slowhorse, looked at Holmes in a way even more alert and startled than could be explained by this white man's use of the proper Lakota term. Henry Adams, holding the brim of his straw hat in both hands, took 2 steps backwards from the 2 men. Adams felt he was looking at 2 huge eagles staring into one another's eyes. Holmes broke the gaze first. He turned to Adams.
"I apologize for interrupting, Henry, but Lizzie and the Senator are waiting at Franklin's steam launch at the main pier. Evidently we're running a little late for Mayor Harrison's dinner."
Adams said something to the Indian and turned to leave. Holmes bowed toward the tall man again, still afraid for some reason to touch his bare hand, and said,
"It has been a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Slowhorse, and I can only hope that someday the Wasichu Wanagi will no longer be a problem for you."
Holmes realized that he'd said that he hoped the fat taker's ghost, that is, the white man's ghost, would no longer be a problem for the man, but he had no idea why he'd said it. The Indian responded only by blinking rapidly. Holmes turned in embarrassment and followed Henry Adams out of the roaring intramural railroad building, and had gone about 100 yards before he stopped, touched the historian's arm, and said,
"Please go out to the yacht with the Camerons. I just remembered one last thing I have to do."
"Well," said Adams, seemingly shaken by something he'd seen or sensed,
"If you must, but it would be a crime for you to miss Mayor Harrison's dinner?"
Holmes nodded, even though he hadn't really heard Adams's words. He turned and jogged back to the railroad building. The Indian was gone. Holmes jogged down actual dirt paths and then narrow lanes back to the parade ground near the railway entrances, thinking that if the Indian gentleman were there as part of Buffalo Bill's adjacent show, that this would be the way he'd leave the fairgrounds. It was. Holmes caught up to him just before the man went through the metal turning spokes of the exit. "Mr. Slowhorse." The man turned slowly. He looked unsurprised to see Holmes again.
There's something if you could help me with. I'm sorry,"
stammered Sherlock Holmes.
"Your name is not Slowhorse, is it?"
"No, it is Pahasapa," said the other.
"Black Hills,"
whispered Holmes. "And your real name is not Sigerson," said Pahasapa. "You did not even try to hide your Oxbridge English accent."
"My name is Sherlock Holmes."
He held out his hand, and finally the Indian took it. Holmes felt the greatest shock in his life, at least since the 3 bullets had struck him in the Himalayas. He saw and knew immediately that Pahasapa had felt the same energy pass between them. When their hands released, the energy was still there between them, far stronger than the ozone and charge in the dynamo room.
"I must ask you, Pahasapa," said Holmes, "how can I tell if I am real or not?"
"Wikasta Kasapakinya," said Pahasapa. Holmes somehow understood.
"The wise man speaks."
"But I do not yet know if I am a wise man," Pahasapa finished in English.
"Tell me anyway," said Holmes. "I already know that I am not a wise enough man to answer this question."
Pahasapa's eyes pierced him. It was a physical sensation of being pierced, as with arrows. "All men born to women are real," said Pahasapa. "But even some of them are faint, weak in reality. The strongest beings are those who sing themselves into existence."
"I don't understand," said Holmes.
"The 6 grandfathers were not born of women, but they are real," said Pahasapa. "I and all my fathers and grandfathers before me have helped sing them into reality." Holmes's expression asked the question, "How?" "By telling their stories," said Pahasapa, and afterwards Holmes could not remember if it had been said in Lakota or English. "By telling their own stories, but mostly by having others tell their stories." Pahasapa paused a second before saying almost fiercely, "Telling them and believing them."
"Yes," said Holmes,
not sure exactly what he was agreeing with, but knowing that he agreed with all his heart and soul.
"Pilamayaye," said Holmes. "Thank you."
It was not enough, but it was all he could get out. He had nodded and started to turn away when Pahasapa gripped him firmly by the upper arm. Again it was as if Holmes had walked into the spinning coil of the dynamo. "Lucan, Kute," said Pahasapa. "Lucan, he kills thee." Holmes felt the cold fist of absolute fate start to close around his heart, but pushed that away.
"Holmes, Unktepi, Yakte."
It was said almost in a whisper, but it struck Holmes like a shout, a wild war cry in the prairie wind. "Holmes, you kill him. Thou killest him."
"Yes,"
whispered Sherlock Holmes. Pahasapa smiled. His deep voice came softly in normal tones as he said, "Toksha ke kanta esta waskinyang ting ketelo. Heketu. Mitakuya oyasin." Holmes understood it completely. "I shall see you again with the eye of my heart. So be it. All my relatives."
"Mitakuya oyasin,"
replied Holmes. "All my relatives." The 2 men walked away in opposite directions, and it took Holmes almost 2 minutes before he remembered that he was supposed to go to the pier, where the boat should be waiting. 8. The full moon was still in the paling western sky beyond the White City when Sherlock Holmes brought Henry James with him to the Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Building before 6 a.m. on Monday.
"I don't understand why I have to be part of this, whatever this is," said the sleepy and irritated James.
"Because you do," said Holmes. "You have been from the beginning, and today there must be an ending. You need to be there. Besides, I gave the lady your name for the key."
"What lady? What key?"
stammered James, but fell silent as he saw Colonel Rice, Agent Drummond, and Chicago Police Chief McClory waiting for them at the largest of the great buildings. Rice unlocked the door, let them all in, and locked the door behind them. Holmes led the way to the Otis Hale Company's exposed elevator. There was a metal gate surrounding the elevator area that stayed locked when the lift was closed to the public. Colonel Rice unlocked that outer gate now and handed the key to Holmes, who used it to unlock the actual gate to the elevator.
"You see, Mr. James," said Holmes, handing him the key, "the same key opens both gates. Use it only if a certain lady shows up and asks to go to the promenade roof level. She may be persuasive."
"But I have no idea of how to handle, to control, to operate," said James.
Drummond stepped into the elevator and showed a lever to the left of the doorway. "Pull to the left to go up. Further left you go, the faster you ascend. Don't forget to stop at the roof level, or we'll have to look for you and your passenger on the moon."
"There's a mechanical sensor that slows it to a stop there, no matter what the operator is doing,"
said Colonel Rice, obviously worried that James would take Drummond literally. James still shook his head and tried to hand the key back to Holmes.
"Nonsense," said Holmes, refusing to take it. "You've been in 1,000 lifts, Mr. James."
"Not so many,"
grumbled the writer. It was certainly true that London had little use for the modern elevator, any more than his beloved Rome or Florence. As if the matter had been settled, Holmes turned to Drummond, the two standing within the cage of the elevator car.
"How many marksmen did you decide on?"
"President Cleveland is adamant about refusing to have men with rifles visible on the rooftops," said Drummond. "He says that it would make this joyous day feel like Lincoln's second inaugural, with soldiers stationed on every building."
Fine, said Holmes. "How many subtle, out-of-plain-view marksmen did you settle on?"
12, said Drummond. "Prone or otherwise hidden on the top levels of every other great building that visually aligns with the full south promenade of this building." Holmes nodded.
"Telescopic sights?"
20 power, said Drummond.
"Do not forget to remind them that they are not to shoot unless I either give the signal or have been shot down," said Holmes. "We don't want a gun battle raging above the heads of 100,000 people." "How can you be so sure that Lucan Adler will choose the promenade of this building for his sniper's nest?" asked Colonel Rice. "I just am," said Holmes. "He will be at the easternmost end of the promenade deck, essentially beside or behind the giant German spotlight mounted there. A difficult target from all the angles the marksman will have," said Chief McClory. "Precisely," said Holmes. "But we'll never let him get out of this building alive," said Rice.
Holmes smiled and turned to James.
"People will be going up and down to the observation deck all morning until 10 a.m., James," he said softly. "Then men from Colonel Rice's Columbian Guard will make a clean sweep of the entire rooftop area to make sure no one has stayed behind, and after that they will lock both the elevator door and the cage door. You will have the key."
"To give to what lady?"
asked James. His voice was shaky.
"You will recognize her from the Irene Adler photograph I've shown you. Auburn hair, strong chin, amazing cheekbones, eyes that are almost violet."
Holmes held out his hand.
"Goodbye for now, old boy. Thank you for everything."
James shook the hand and gave one apprehensive glance up at the 200 vertical feet through which he was supposed to guide that elevator. The four men left the building, and Colonel Rice locked the outside door again.
"The Manufactures and Liberal Arts Building will be open at its usual scheduled time," Rice said to Henry James. "At 10 a.m., my men will make their sweep to empty the observation deck and rooftop level, and then we'll put up the sign saying that the elevator attraction and promenade deck will be closed to the public between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Many will want to get up to get a better view of the President, but all the high walkways will be closed through those hours. You need to be here at 10.
James looked at the large key and put it in his waistcoat pocket. "What should I do until then?" he asked somewhat plaintively.
"If I were you," said Agent Drummond, "I'd take that waiting powerboat back to Senator Cameron's yacht and catch another couple of hours' sleep. Just make sure someone wakes you so that you can be here, with the key in your pocket, at 10 a.m. You won't have to say anything to anyone. The sign will explain the closure, the outer cage door will be locked, and the disappointed public will go outside on the ground level to see the President."
Later, James didn't remember even nodding before he turned and walked back to the pier. 9. The morning grew chill and cloudy and was threatening rain until minutes before the President of the United States arrived, when the sun emerged on cue and bathed spectators and dignitaries with rich light. Holmes heard the huge crowd gathered on the parade ground around the administration building cheer and clap the sun even before the President's procession of carriages came into sight. The detective peered out of the long, narrow slit he'd had Colonel Rice's crew cut out of the metal base below the giant searchlight on the southwest corner of the observation deck on the Manufactures and Liberal Arts Building. He could see the length of the walkway to the identical searchlight and metal base on the southeast corner of the building. If Lucan Adler had chosen some other place for his sniper's roost, the world-famous detective Sherlock Holmes would be the fool, lying, sweltering, and sweating in the tight, airless box, despite the cool morning, curled up like a useless fetus, while the President of the United States was shot dead from some other sniper's roost. Unless one of Colonel Rice's guardsmen carrying handguns or Agent Drummond's marksmen with rifles saw and shot Lucan Adler before he struck. Holmes knew they wouldn't. His watch, which he had laid on the floor in the narrow strip of light coming in, said precisely 11 o'clock when the orchestra played "Hail to the Chief" as President Cleveland climbed the stairs to the speaker's platform. Curled and cramped because of the massive insulated wires filling so much of the space in the steel base, Holmes kept his vigil through the slit, but saw no movement. The President was now an easy target for Lucan's .93 Mauser, if that's what he chose, from 100 other places surrounding the open square massed with people. Holmes guessed correctly from the noise of the applause given the President's arrival and the first of the speakers, voices barely audible to Holmes, that the crowd must be lining both sides of the lagoon all the way back to and possibly through the peristyle, spilling out into every side street and out onto the pier itself. Holmes knew the schedule to the second, so that he knew they'd already fallen at least 3 minutes behind schedule when the crowd quieted as a blind chaplain gave the opening day blessing. After the debacle of the previous autumn's endless and freezing dedication day ceremony, Daniel Burnham and the other fair directors had decided to keep this opening ceremony as short as possible. But almost a full hour had passed between the President's arrival on the speaker's platform. Holmes heard faint echoes of badly written odes to Columbus and other time-wasters, and Director General Davis rising to speak briefly and then introduce the President. Through his east-facing slit, Holmes could see the supposedly locked door of the base of the searchlight at the far east end of the observation deck swing open silently. Lucan Adler uncurled himself from the dark space, reached in, and pulled out a long, cloth-covered object. He shook off the black cloth and, even from this distance, Holmes could see that it was indeed the .93 Mauser with the 5-round clip and an attached 20x telescopic sight. Holmes kicked his own door open, got to his feet, and began walking straight toward Lucan. For 2 hours, Henry James stood near the inoperative elevator and heard would-be President Sears express their anger and frustration at not being able to travel to the observation deck promenade. But now the president was about to be introduced. The huge hall had emptied out around him, and James could faintly hear voices through the open doors, and James stood alone near the elevator. Until a few minutes before noon, that is, when a well-dressed woman, perhaps in her early 40s, a woman with auburn hair, a strong chin, high cheekbones, and violet eyes, came up to him and said, "Are you by any chance the writer Henry James?" Blinking at being recognized in public, not something that happened to him in America, James said, "Why, yes, I am." He was about to tip his hat to her when the woman took an ugly-looking and obviously heavy revolver pistol from her cloth handbag and aimed at James's belly. "Take out the key," she said. "Open these 2 gates, and then take me up." James hurried to comply, although he almost fumbled and dropped the key at the outer gate and fussed too long with the elevator cage door as well. She all but pushed him into the lift cage and stepped in behind him, the pistol still trained on him. "Take me up," she said. "Quickly!" James jerked the lever too far to the left, causing the car to lurch up like a rocket, and then he compensated too far to the right, causing it to slow to a near stop only 40 feet above the floor. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" snapped the woman, moved James aside, and pushed the lever left so that the elevator hurtled upward. Lucan Adler, even leaner and more aquiline in profile than his famous father, had settled in against and partially behind the large searchlight, the Mauser braced on one of the light's metal ridges. Squeezed in between the observation deck's fence and the searchlight as Lucan was, Holmes doubted whether he offered a clear target to any of Drummond's men, even if they'd caught his brief movement out and up. Lucan finished adjusting the telescopic sight. With a tiny screwdriver he set back into his shirt pocket. He was wearing no jacket of any kind, and held the Mauser aimed at the president, who was in the process of being introduced. But Lucan was also watching Sherlock Holmes approach, and was smiling. When Holmes was about 25 long paces away, Lucan swung the rifle in his direction and said, "Stop!" Holmes stopped. "I can get off 3 rounds in less than 2 seconds," said Lucan Adler, and Holmes was surprised by the metallic sharpness of his voice. Nothing like his mother's voice, perhaps more like his father's. Holmes could not be sure. "2 into the fat boy president's chest, and the 3rd round into your belly before you get 5 feet closer," added Lucan. "If you move your hands toward your jacket or any pocket, I'll kill you first and put 2 or 3 rounds into the president before anyone looks up to see what the first noise was." Holmes knew that he could and would do precisely that. He stood very still. The president had not begun his short address, but Director General Davis's introduction was winding down. Holmes knew, and Holmes knew that Lucan knew, that when Davis had introduced Cleveland and the oversized president actually stood at the podium, there'd be a full 90 seconds of Hail Columbia being played, and the added time and noise of the audience's loud approval. The rifle shot killing Holmes during that time wouldn't be heard by anyone down there in the din, and probably not by Drummond's sharpshooters either. Holmes looked at the guy wire that ran from the post at the corner, where Lucan hid himself, and ran almost 300 feet out to the warning beacon in the lake. He'd known that Lucan would rig some device there, but the simplicity of it was impressive. Just a flywheel atop the wire within a welded, unfinished square of metal to hold the wheel on the cable, with a modified bicycle handlebars completely covered with rubber grips hanging below it. "Elegant," said Holmes, nodding toward the escape apparatus. He was sure that a fast powerboat was waiting at anchor next to that tiny beacon island of concrete. But the police and Secret Service already know about the Zephyr. Lucan Adler shrugged and smirked. "The Zephyr was always meant to be a distraction." Davis introduced the president, and the band and chorus launched into Hail Columbia as the president came up to the low podium. Holmes did not turn his head to look over his right shoulder to see it. Lucan Adler raised the rifle higher, sighting it on Holmes's chest.
"Use just your left hand,"
Lucan said, just loud enough to be heard over the roar of noise below.
"And take off your jacket, waistcoat, and shirt. Quickly! If you don't have them all off in 30 seconds, I'll shoot."
Holmes's left hand fumbled with buttons and clasps, but before 30 seconds were up, just a third of the scheduled time for the music and pre-presidential jubilation below, Holmes was standing naked from the waist up. Lucan continued looking through the sight.
"2 exit wounds. Nice cluster for the distance. Turn around. Now!"
Holmes turned and looked back toward the searchlight under which he'd hidden for the past 6 hours.
"Oh, that 3rd entry scar looks very nasty, Mr. Holmes," hissed Lucan. "Is that bullet still in there? No, I think not. Did some humble Tibetan shepherd gouge around with a rusty spoon to dig it out? My, that must still be painful. Turn around and look at me. Now!"
Holmes turned to face the young man, hardly more than a boy, but with the black marbled stare of a cobra. Holmes's hands hung loosely by his sides. The sunshine felt good on his naked upper body.
"It makes more sense to kill you before I kill Cleveland,"
Lucan said, obviously enjoying himself.
"But it might be more fun to allow you to watch the president being shot and then dispatch you within those fast 2 seconds. What do you think, Mr. Detective?"
Holmes said nothing. Behind him, the elevator doors opened. Henry James tried to remain in the elevator cage, but the woman, taller and stronger than he was, jerked him out by the arm and pulled him along as they walked east along the observation deck. There was Sherlock Holmes, facing the other way, his scars like rays radiating from the moon craters in the bright daylight, and Lucan Adler had swung the rifle in their direction.
"Why, Mrs. Baxter," said Lucan with an audible sneer. "Stop there by dear old Dad, and keep that goddamn bulldog revolver pointed downward."
Stepping beyond Holmes so he could see her, Irene Adler aimed the pistol at Holmes's chest and said,
"I don't want to point it downward. I want to point it at his heart."
She did just that. Lucan laughed, a sound like steel rending steel. Above the music and noise below, he said,
"And you are Mr. Henry James, the writer, whom Holmes has been dragging around behind him this month, and more like a pet lamb on a string. Well, know that you will live out this day, Mr. James. I admire your writing. It is painful to read. I like pain. It should continue."
The music stopped. The crowd cheered, and then, like a tide shushing out, fell as quiet as it could. President Cleveland began to speak. He had a big, space-filling voice, said all the newspapers, but his words were inaudible at this distance. Mouse squeaks, followed by wild applause.
"The target first,"
muttered Lucan, and lifted and laid the Mauser along the flange of the searchlight, focusing on the president. Holmes knew that Cleveland's chest and belly would be filling Lucan's scope.
"No, Holmes first!"
cried Irene Adler, aiming the pistol at Holmes from only 7 or 8 feet away and cocking the bulldog pistol. At seeing her cock that hammer back, James reacted as he had never reacted before. He jumped at Irene Adler, managing to grab her wrist and force it down even as he realized, too late, that she had already swiveled the pistol away from Holmes and at her son. The blast of the revolver deafened James. Instead of hitting Lucan Adler in the chest, where she'd been aiming, the deflected shot struck the young man's right foot. Lucan lost his balance and fell to the deck, but rolled like some jungle cat and came to one knee with the Mauser shouldered, swinging it their way. Holmes had begun sprinting toward Lucan before the pistol fired, but James saw in an instant that he wouldn't be able to cover the distance in time. Cursing in pain as he knelt there, but still holding the rifle with absolute confidence, Lucan Adler aimed and fired. James felt the bullet buzz past his right ear, and Irene Adler cried out and fell face forward. He had the presence of mind to look for the pistol, but she must have been lying on it. The wounded, cursing Lucan started to swing the rifle barrel at Holmes, but Holmes had closed the gap and kicked it aside. The heavy rifle went rattling across the paved promenade. Lucan had time to crouch, and suddenly there was a flat, deadly blade protruding from between the knuckles of his right hand. His right sleeve was torn, and James could see the elegant mechanism that had thrust the blade forward. He swung at Holmes's bare belly, and, although the detective arched his back like a bow, James could see blood fly. Lucan Adler turned, leaped over the fence, grabbed the bicycle grips, cut the restraining string with one swing of his bladed hand, and began plummeting out of sight down the long guy wire. Sherlock Holmes had not paused a second. With his blood still misting the air, he ran at the fence, jumped to its top, and leaped out into 200 feet of open space. 10. The unseen crowd of 100,000 people roared as if applauding Sherlock Holmes's suicide. Running toward the south fence beside the searchlight, Henry James saw in his peripheral vision huge flags unfurling from the agriculture and other giant buildings. The huge statue of the Republic in the lagoon directly south of him, finally dropping its veil, fountains leaping into life. Part of him realized that President Cleveland had lived long enough to depress the gold telegraph key on its velvet pillow. Later, James had the thought that any true gentleman would have first checked the condition of Mrs. Irene Adler Lorne Baxter, and helped her if he could. But at that moment Henry James didn't give the least goddamn about the condition of Lucan Adler's mother. He reached the fence at the southeast corner of the building, and gasped. Holmes hadn't been able to leap far enough to get his hands on the rubber-tipped bicycle handlebar. Instead, one hand caught Lucan Adler's belt, the other hand gripped his shirt collar. The collar came off, and the shirt ripped down the seam, even as Lucan began to twist his body toward Holmes. With Lucan's sleeve torn open, James now saw the knife mechanism strapped on his forearm work again, slipping a wide, flat blade between the assassin's knuckles. Holmes swung himself around like the already turning killer, and began clambering up Lucan's front like a monkey on a man-shaped climbing bar. His right hand now had a grip around Lucan's neck, pulling the younger man's head down like a lover enforcing a kiss, even while his left shifted quickly from Lucan's belt to grab his right wrist, arresting the blade. But not quickly enough to avoid another wound. James saw blood mist the air again, Holmes's blood. Henry James looked around wildly. Part of his mind had recorded the sound of the elevator going down, and now it was arriving at this level again. But that meant nothing to James. Irene Adler was still lying face down, possibly dead. James saw the Mauser rifle. He quickly picked it up. Dear Christ, it was heavy, and laid it across the top of the metal fence to steady himself while he tried to look through the telescopic sight. Holding the wood under the barrel tightly, he worked the well-oiled and expertly assembled bolt. A complete bullet. James could see the lead points with little X's gouged into them, ejected and landed under the German searchlight. For all James knew, that was the last live round in the rifle. He didn't have time to check. Nor did he wonder, as anyone who knew firearms would have, just how far off true the telescopic sight had been knocked in all its being thrown here and there. For a moment nothing made sense, and then, fuzzy but solid in the circle, there were Holmes and Lucan spinning as the single-wheeled mechanism flew down the cable. Lucan's white shirt was torn to tatters and covered with blood. Holmes's blood, James realized. Holmes's bare skin was as white, torn, and blood-spattered as his opponent's shirt. The only reason they hadn't reached the bottom of this long, guy-wired slide was that Lucan's wheel mechanism hadn't been designed for so much weight. It lurched along at high speed for 30 or 40 feet, then caught, almost stopped, then lurched down and forward again. The two men were fighting more like animals than men. When they were still moving quickly, Holmes grabbed Lucan's right wrist and forced the metal release for the knuckle knife up against the wire. Sparks flew. The blade mechanism bent into itself and was now of little use in the fighting. Lucan switched his right hand to the handlebar and began to pound on Holmes's lower head and shoulders with his free hand, even as Holmes locked his legs around Lucan Adler and clambered up his bloody front. The two men butted heads, bit at each other. Lucan used the fingers of his left hand to claw at Holmes's eye, even as Holmes freed his left hand long enough to swing its wedge into Lucan's throat. James realized that sweat had clouded his vision. He wiped at his right eye and found the two men in the circular scope again. Their pulley had slowed, and they twisted while they fought, bit, kicked, and gouged, but then the wheel seemed to free itself and began falling again toward the still distant Beacon Island in Lake Michigan. James saw whiteness fill the telescopic sight, thought that it might be, the back of Lucan Adler. He held his breath and squeezed the trigger. He'd not had the butt of the Mauser pressed solidly to his shoulder, and now the recoil knocked him backwards from his half-crouch and firmly onto his rear end. 130 feet down the 240-foot guy wire, Holmes had grasped the handlebar and pulled himself up to Lucan's level. The two men were now face to face, Lucan grinning wildly as they fought with elbows, fists, headbutts, and knees. Lucan had been working on the knife mechanism, and now he had the blade firmly between his knuckles again, his left hand locked firmly on the bicycle bar. Holmes's left-handed grip on the bar was more tenuous and left him unable to defend the bare left side of his upper body. "Die, goddamn you!" screamed Lucan Adler, bringing the blade around in a thrust that would reach Holmes's heart. Holmes said something Lucan couldn't make out. It might have been, "God forgive me," or "God forgive you," but whatever the words were, they meant nothing now that the killing blow was already in motion. Suddenly a bullet ripped through the narrow space between the two men, tore a furrow through Lucan's upper right arm and shirt, and ripped its way across the back of Holmes's dropping right hand. The impact was just enough to turn Lucan's dagger thrust to Holmes's heart into a razor-sharp slashing motion that cut through flesh and skidded across a rib. Holmes pulled the tiny lemon squeezer cyclist's pistol from his right trouser pocket, pressed it hard into Lucan's belly, high at the diaphragm, just below where the assassin's heavily muscled flesh met bone, squeezed the pistol's hand grip tightly to release its silly lemon squeezer safety, and fired twice into Lucan Adler's body. James realized that Drummond and some of his gray-suited men had run up to him while two others were checking on the still unconscious Irene Adler. Drummond heard the two pistol shots, but was sure it was a double echo of his own rifle shot. Drummond helped him to his feet, just as Lucan Adler, still 70 feet in the air, opened his arms and fell away. Holmes was clinging weakly to the pulley device's handlebars as it picked up speed toward the buoy post. Lucan fell gracefully, his arms fully extended in what James could only see as a Christ-like pose, his head arched back as if he were looking at the sky. James was sure that he would reach the water, but at the last instant, the back of Lucan Adler's head hit the concrete seawall with a sound that could be heard all the way to where James and the other men stood numbly, dumbly. Then James saw Holmes either let go or lose his grip, and he dropped at least 40 feet, but to the water just short of the concrete slabs that supported the beacon light post. James, Drummond, and two of the agents leaned forward and strained to see if Holmes came to the surface. Drummond looked through his binoculars and then handed them to James. Holmes hadn't come up. He hadn't come up. He still hadn't come up. But suddenly Holmes could be seen weakly pulling himself up and over the gunwales of the powerboat that Lucan Adler had anchored there. The bloodied Holmes lay on his back on the bottom of the boat and did not move again. Drummond took back the binoculars and stared. "I think he's breathing. Here come the boats." From behind the mass of the SS Michigan warship came roaring 8 police boats, 3 belonging to the Chicago police force and 5 belonging to the Columbian Guard. They all slowed and centered on the boat where Holmes lay bleeding. James saw a man with a doctor's bag step into the blood-washed boat. Then James had to sit down, on the pavement, sit, and try to breathe. Drummond crouched next to him and lifted the Mauser with his left hand while patting James on the back with his right. James shoved the rifle away from him. He knew he would never touch one again as long as he lived. Once again he thought of his brothers Wilkie and Bob, who had carried such death with them into the war, and, even after their terrible wounds and pain and in the presence of real death, eventually rose to carry and use their rifles again. He thought of his cousin Gus, so beautiful that day in the drawing class, whose pale and freckled body was now rotted in mold somewhere under Virginia dirt, after a Confederate sniper had expertly done exactly what James had just tried to do. He shook his head. The joy of dramatic engagement that had affected him like too much strong American whiskey at the Chicago stockyards had drained completely out of him now. It was not worth being a fictional character or a real person, he realized, if ending someone's life through violence was part of the role. It was not civilized. It was not right. It was not Henry James. Nor was it honest to the hard-earned truth of his art.
"Luke and Adler's body hasn't come up yet,"
said one of the agents still standing at the railing. Drummond crouched next to the seated writer and repeated that to James as if James had become hard of hearing. "I don't care," said James, and lowered his head to his raised knees. 11. Who knew that the World's Columbian Exposition of 1893 had its own infirmary? Actually, it was a well-stocked little hospital with squadrons of nurses and 5 full-time doctors on duty, one of them a woman. Sherlock Holmes was the 7th person ever brought to the sparkling new infirmary. 4 women and 2 men had fainted during the crush and heat of the opening ceremony, and the 2 doctors checking him over, neither one a woman, decided to ask a surgeon more skilled in dealing with thoracic wounds to come down from Chicago General and give his opinion. He came, in a police wagon with a siren wailing and horses nearly out of control, and pronounced the wounds simple enough to deal with. No major organs had been punctured or slashed. Holmes received stitches over his lower abdomen, his upper belly, his right ribs, his right wrist, which had a strange but shallow bullet furrow in it, and on his scalp and back. He had a concussion, serious contusions around the head and shoulders, and it turned out that he'd also broken 2 fingers on his right hand and his right wrist in the scuffling, as doctors who didn't know the details of the opening day's incident called it. Few people ever did hear about this incident. Neither Daniel Burnham, Director Davis, Mayor Harrison, nor President Cleveland wanted word of an assassin's presence or violent death on opening day known. Almost none of the crowd had seen the incident, and most of those few who had thought that it had been a madcap part of the opening ceremony. The press was not told about it. Henry Cabot Lodge's guests didn't mind staying 2 more days at the fair until Mr. Holmes would be released. It turned out that the concussion was what kept him in bed the longest. On the 3rd day, he left with his torso slightly bound with bandages and his right arm in what he thought was an unnecessary sling, but movement without it hurt his wrist enough that he decided to keep it on for the time being. Both Andrew L. Drummond and Henry James had visited Holmes in the infirmary, and James was there when Drummond told the detective that Irene Adler was in a room on the floor above him, a room guarded 24 hours a day by 2 armed Colombian guardsmen. "How is she?" asked James. He had been sure she'd been lying dead up there on the promenade deck. "The slug passed through her shoulder without breaking her collarbone or hitting any major artery," said Drummond. "The lady is very lucky. 1 bone was nicked, but she should heal quickly enough." "Is she going to face charges?" asked Holmes from his hospital bed. "Absolutely," said Drummond. "Charges of what, exactly?" asked Holmes. She was,
God damn it!"
said Drummond. "Well, keep a good guard on her," said Holmes. "She's a dangerous woman." Henry James had decided that he was sailing on the United States from New York to Europe, probably to England, but possibly all the way to Genoa, from whence he could travel to Florence and then north to join his brother William's family in Lucerne. Over James's loud and sincere objections, the Lodges and the Camerons decided that they would go home by way of New York, dropping Harry off, perhaps actually seeing him off at the pier, and staying a week or so to allow the wives and Helen to do some serious shopping, while the men had some serious conversations with their Wall Street friends and brokers. In Buffalo, New York, they had a 3-hour layover as a new engine was attached to their private train, and that gave everyone time for luncheon at a decent restaurant there and to stretch their legs. James returned early and alone to the personal carriage, and one of the valets who helped him said, "There is a gentleman waiting in your compartment to see you, Mr. James."
"What the devil is he doing in my compartment?" snapped James.
"He specifically asked to wait there, sir," said the valet, his face crimson with shame. "He said that he knew you, sir. He said that it was vitally important for him to talk to you as soon as you returned, sir. I apologize if I did wrong by allowing him in your private compartment." James whisked that away with a movement of his hand, but he was not pleased at all. James had stepped into his small but luxurious compartment and closed the door behind him, before he realized that it was almost as dark as night in the room. Someone had pulled down both the lighter and darker shades over his compartment's windows. It took James a second to see the man sitting in the easy chair, the chair in the corner near the lamp sconce, the chair James used for reading, and another second to register just who the man was. Professor James Moriarty. The dim light showed the overhang of that luminous, deathly brow, the thin white lips, the cadaverous cheeks and white sticks of hair sticking out over his vulpine ears. The tongue kept darting in its reptilian manner over the dried lips. The nails on the long white fingers were inches long, curved and yellowed with age and evil.
"We meet at last, Mr. Henry James,"
hissed Moriarty, and stood up. Lacking even his walking stick with which to fight, James flung open his compartment door, when a too familiar voice behind him said, "You're not leaving so quickly, are you, James?" James spun around. Moriarty flung up the shades until the compartment was flooded with light. Then he carefully plucked off his long, yellow fingernails one by one. Then he removed all his teeth, changing the shape of his face. Next, the tall man clawed at his own face, pulling off pieces of forehead, cheekbone, nose, and chin, and dropping the fragments on a towel set out for the purpose. The rest of the forehead and bald pate came off in one piece, but with unpleasant ripping sounds. Henry James stood there and watched silently while Holmes used some sort of cream and tweezers to remove the rest of Professor Moriarty's ears, face, chin, and neck. All the detritus piled up on the large towel atop James's dresser. "You don't have anything to say about my greatest performance?" asked Holmes. He used James's mirror to brush his hair back into place, and then he put his broken right wrist back into the black sling. "Why?" asked James. Holmes grinned and rubbed his hands together while ignoring the sling. "My brother Mycroft and I have been building this evil genius, Professor Moriarty, for almost 5 years now, James. First it was just the rumor of him in Dr. Watson's little fictions. Then actual appearances." "What about the dynamics of an asteroid?" asked James. "It's real. I've seen the book." "Very real," said Holmes, "and mathematically accurate. Or so they tell me. My brother Mycroft and his old tutor at Christchurch, the Don Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, did the maths for Professor Moriarty's mathematical masterpiece."
And Moriarty's presence at actual astrophysical conferences, as in Leipzig? Asked James.
All unappreciated performances by yours truly, laughed Holmes. But years ago I discovered something very interesting. If one takes extra efforts to look repulsive, to smell repulsive, and to behave in a repulsive manner, other people take far less close notice of you.
Why? Asked James, his voice even more tired than before. Why this elaborate play-acting?
As I said, more than 5 years of elaborate play-acting,
Holmes said softly, sitting on the arm of James's reading chair. James crossed the compartment and sat on the bed. His face was expressionless. Outside, others were returning from their dining and excursions in Buffalo.
Moriarty brought regular criminals into a true network of crime, said Holmes. As Moriarty, I guided them into masterpieces of criminal endeavour. £500,000 in scrip from the Second Reserve Bank in London. Over £1 million in pure gold bullion from the Byrne Gold Depository. Hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Farmers' Trust Bank in Kansas City. 500 million lira from Rome's central—
All right, interrupted James. So I'm sitting and talking to a felon. Someone who's created successful criminal networks and robberies in America, England, and on the continent for 5 years now. Why are you still free?
All the brilliant Moriarty triumphs were orchestrated through Mycroft and Whitehall, the local constabularies, and the local banks, depositories, whatever, said Holmes. The stolen scrip turned out to be the highest quality Her Majesty's government could counterfeit, and by tracking it we traced a diagram of more than a dozen criminal mobs in London, Liverpool, Birmingham, even Cambridge.
What about the gold? Said James.
The criminals had their gold verified by experts, said Holmes, but Mycroft and his friends took no chances. We provided the experts.
What about the anarchists? Asked James. Remember, I was at your Washington meeting of thugs and socialists. Holmes shook his head in what seemed to be admiration.
And I shall forever admire your courage and initiative in doing so, said the detective. I simply could not tell you about our plans when you shared this vital information with me.
Plans?
On May 1st, in 23 cities in 9 nations, the police and authorities have rounded up criminals and anarchists pledged to destroy their societies.
And what will they be charged with? Asked James, putting only a fraction of the contempt he felt into the sarcasm in his tone. Loitering as a group? Unseemly appearance in public?
95% of the criminals we've enlisted, and who gathered for the big riots and big hauls on May 1st, had warrants out for them already, said Sherlock Holmes, many in more than one country. For the anarchists, those who showed up at the designated places with bombs and guns will be charged immediately. The rest put on a watch list.
So you and your brilliant brother Mycroft invented Professor James Moriarty, went to great pains to give him a believable mathematical background, turned him into the Napoleon of crime, and then had the fictional villain kill you at Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland to free you up, I presume, to spend 3 years running around in your little Moriarty disguise, enlisting burglars and anarchists.
Yes, said Holmes. That is about it. I did ask for 6 months of my own time after my death at Reichenbach Falls, so I could visit Tibet and ask some questions of the Dalai Lama. But that became a rather longer stay due to young Lucan's skill with a rifle.
3 bullets through you, Henry James said softly. I saw the size of those rounds. Cartridges, bullets, whatever you call them. When I worked the bolt action of that Mauser and one ejected. It was huge. How could you not have died?"
"Perhaps I did," said Holmes.
"To hell with this metaphysical tommy-rot you've been shoveling onto me since we met," snapped James, standing suddenly. "You can go spend the rest of your life, if it is a life, asking yourself and everyone you meet if you're real. Sooner or later some drunk in some pub, smelling of urine and sweat, will give you a definitive answer."
"I've already received a good answer," Holmes said softly. "Just a few days ago."
James said nothing.
"Have you ever heard of singing yourself into existence?" asked Holmes. "Or others singing someone, perhaps you, into existence, by telling stories about them? Passing the stories along? Is that what you're doing with your writing, Henry James? Singing yourself into greater existence every day you work at your craft?"
James ignored all that twaddle. "Why?" he said sharply. "Were you and a bunch of thugs at the Central Chicago Railway Station that Saturday morning when I was trying to get to New York?"
"Looking for you, James. And the thugs were some of Colonel Rice's men he loaned me. There were too many carriages for me to check in the short time before your scheduled train left."
"Why were you, as Professor Moriarty, looking for me when I was trying to get out of all this, leave this fever dream, and go home to England?"
Holmes stood. "I was going to show you my Moriarty disguise that morning and ask you not to leave yet, to see our shared mystery through."
"Shared mystery," repeated James, pouring scorn into every syllable. "You never even solved poor dead Ned Hooper's question of who sends those typed cards every December 6th. She was murdered, remember?"
"The game's not over yet," said Holmes.
His bandaged right hand and broken wrist obviously were hurting him, and he shifted his arm in its black sling. "Do you want to know what I think about your precious game?" asked Henry James.
"I do. Very much, yes," said Holmes.
Henry James had never done this in his life, not even as a boy wrestling with William or Wilkie, not even at his angriest. But now he turned his right hand into the most solid fist he could, and hit the great consulting detective Sherlock Holmes on his pointed chin as hard as he could. Holmes flew backward onto the bed, totally surprised. When he could sit up, he used his good left hand to rub his jaw.
"I deserved that, I guess,"
he said softly.
"I'm sorry, James, especially since I've come to think of you as a friend. And I really have no friends."
James turned and left his own compartment and walked forward through carriages until he reached the ladies' common area, where he sat and listened to them for a while, pretending to be the tame cat that he often longed to be. Holmes waited until a stop in Albany, where John Hay and most of the others got out to stretch their legs, before he approached Clara Hay, who had stayed behind with one of her headaches.
"May I speak to you privately, Mrs. Hay?"
She smiled wanly and touched her temple.
"I have a bursting headache right now, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps later?"
"Now is a better time, Mrs. Hay,"
said Holmes, and walked into her compartment and sat on a straight-backed chair.
"Well, I'll call for some tea,"
said Clara Hay. When the serving girl hurried in with a tray of hot tea and plates of scones and biscuits, Holmes said,
"You may step out now and close the door behind you, Sally."
Shocked at the man in Mrs. Hay's compartment giving her orders, Sally looked to Clara Hay to see what to do. Mrs. Hay also looked shocked, or at least nonplussed, but she nodded for Sally to leave. Then she sat in her over-cushioned embroidering chair, about as far away from Holmes as she could get in a train compartment, even a luxury train compartment.
"What is it, Mr. Holmes?"
she asked in a tiny voice.
"Shouldn't John be here to be part of this discussion?"
"No," said Holmes. He picked up his cup of tea and saucer, added a bit of cream, and drank the steaming liquid. Clara Hay remained very, very still, and watched him as if she had found herself in a room with a rattlesnake.
"I know that you typed and delivered all the
"she was murdered" cards, Clara, said Holmes. "You should probably stop doing that now."
That is the most offensive and ridiculous thing that I have ever—"
began Clara Hay, raising both hands to her cheeks.
"You and Mr. Hay stayed 3 days at Mr. Clemens's Hartford home in the year after Clover Adams died," said Holmes. "You were often alone, and Clemens even remembered you asking how to operate his new typing gadget."
"Ridiculous,"
managed Clara Hay, but could say no more than that.
"I tracked down 2 of Mr. Clemens's servants who remembered the sound of typing coming down from the billiards room when Clemens and Hay had gone out for a walk, and you were alone in the house all afternoon, Clara," said Holmes. "But in the end it was the money, Mrs. Hay, that tipped me off to your involvement."
"Money?"
"In the spring of 1891, shortly before I had to leave for the Reichenbach Falls charade, Clover's brother Ned asked me to come to America to investigate the mystery cards that appeared each year on the anniversary of Clover's death. I've told people the truth, that I took $1 from him, so that I would be on retainer and get to the puzzle when I could. Too late for poor Ned, I'm sorry to say. But he offered me $3,000 to come to America right then, and to solve this disturbing card case before I went on to anything else."
"Ned never had $3,000 in his life,"
whispered Clara Hay.
"Precisely what your husband and Henry Adams said when I mentioned the sum," said Holmes. "They insisted that Ned had fantasized that amount of money, Mrs. Hay. But Ned showed me the $3,000 in my room at 221B Baker Street. He begged me to take it, and to follow him back to America immediately where, he said, there would be more money if I did my job correctly. I sensed even then that Ned Hooper had never even had the funds to travel to England alone. It was someone else's money, someone else's need for a detective."
Clara Hay looked Holmes in the eye with a bold defiance that he never thought she could muster.
"Are you asking for the $3,000 now, Mr. Holmes? Now that you have— how does Dr. Watson put it in the story magazines? Now that you have cracked this insoluble case? Or do you want more, to keep your silence? My private checkbook is here."
She actually removed it and a pen from a drawer in the nearby secretary.
"All I want to know is, why, Mrs. Hay? Why 7 years of making sure that all the 4 survivors of the 5 of Hearts received that note every December 6th?
"Because I knew something was wrong,"
said Clara, with a near growl of defiance.
"I never even liked Clover Adams that much, Mr. Holmes. I thought she was arrogant and condescending, and often acting above her real station. We had the 5 of Hearts, Mr. Holmes, but in the 5 p.m. conversations and tea in front of the Adamses' fireplace every evening, Clover was always the first heart. Henry Adams and my own John have referred to her that way ever since her suicide, and I wasn't even the 5th heart. The men used to joke with Clarence King that he needed to marry one of his swarthy South Seas women so that we could have a 6th heart. But I was already the 6th heart. Never fast enough with a witty rejoinder. Never witty enough when I did say something. Never knowledgeable enough about any of their fast-moving discussion topics at the right time."
She did not so much stop talking as she just ran down like a wind-up toy. She had been pointing the pen at Holmes like a stiletto or a pistol, but now she capped it and put it back on the secretary with her oversized checkbook.
"I knew that when that Rebecca Lorne went out of her way to make friends with poor, lonely, miserable Clover Adams, that someone, most probably Rebecca, or her hideous cousin Clifton, was up to something. Something harmful. Something that would be too much for Clover to handle. I still believe in my heart that this was the reason for Clover's suicide, if suicide it actually was."
The two sat in deep silence for several minutes. Finally Holmes said softly,
But that's not the real reason you sent Ned Hooper over to London to hire me with that fortune, to investigate things about the 5 Hearts."
She jerked and then sat absolutely upright. She was almost unable to get her next words out through her tightened throat.
"What can you possibly mean, Mr. Holmes?"
The detective reached into his jacket pocket and brought out 4 letters, each still in its mauve envelope, and addressed in John Hay's bold, manly hand.
"I've seen you at dinners, Mrs. Hay," Holmes said softly. "I watch people and observe. While you are always the perfect hostess, you are also busy observing every word your husband said to the women at the table, every way he spoke to them, observing his every glance and move, especially toward Nanny Lodge, who had these letters from Mr. Hay hidden in her bedroom."
Clara audibly gasped.
"How could you possibly? Stealing someone's private correspondence, breaking and entering—"
"Not at all," Holmes said with a smile. "I just had a small and wiry confederate with spiky green hair and instructions on where to look in the places where married women hide love letters from married men, not their husbands. These letters, and others, but these were the important ones, as I suspect you know, were taped to the bottom of Nanny Lodge's lingerie drawer. The same place Lizzie Cameron's love letters from Henry Adams were hidden in her boudoir," thought Holmes. "Women are conniving, but I think too much like them to allow them to outsmart me."
Then he had to smile.
"All save for Irene Adler."
"Here," said Holmes, and handed her the 4 letters. She accepted them as Cleopatra must have accepted the serpent that was going to nurse death from her breast.
"If I read them,"
she began hesitantly.
"You'll never forget some of the wording and images," said Holmes. "But you need to know that these are always the words and images that men suddenly encountering middle age and their own mortality use in their foolish love letters. It is pure insanity, and purely male insanity."
Clara Hay spoke as if Holmes were not even there.
"John used to send me love letters, and wonderful poetry I'd never heard of, and flowers. But then, as I got heavier after the children, I came home from church one Sunday and heard John laughing with that lout Samuel Clemens about how this is the way my darling husband put it, Clara didn't get out of the hotel much during our Chicago visit, but she certainly tucked into her victuals with enthusiasm."
She looked at Holmes, as if first noticing his presence.
"I love John more than life. I've given my life to John and the children, but at that minute I could have shot both him and that idiot Clemens dead on our parlor rug."
Holmes nodded and said nothing. Clara kept staring at the letters, holding the envelopes away from her as if they could strike like serpents.
"Won't Nanny Lodge notice that these are missing?"
she whispered.
"Oh, yes," said Sherlock Holmes, and allowed himself his rare grin. "She shall. I promise you she shall. And then, well, the concern about where those particular letters might have gone will be very great. I think you will see a change both in Nanny Lodge's behavior and in your husband's. Perhaps a permanent one."
"Then I don't really have to read these after all,"
she whispered.
"No,"
said Holmes, and held out his hands, cupped slightly, palms up, as if he were ready to give or accept some holy communion. He saw the recognition ignite in Clara Hay's eyes, and, holding one envelope after another over his hands, she tore each into tiny shreds and had Holmes use his fancy cigarette lighter to burn each scrap above an oversized crystal ashtray. Soon Sherlock Holmes's hands were filled with tiny confetti. Despite the bandage on his right hand, he'd not let one scrap of torn paper escape the flames, and now he used his good left hand to put that confetti into his jacket pocket.
"I'm going to go now, Mrs. Hay," he said, standing. "Go into the men's room in this station and flush some unwanted and useless scraps of paper down the toilet."
She stared at Holmes with luminous eyes, then touched her checkbook again.
"The money?"
"I never came to America for money's sake," said Holmes. "I did so for Ned's sake, and, I think, for yours. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hay. We may not have the chance to talk again until I leave the train in New York."
The revelers gave Henry James a raucous bon voyage party, both at a fine restaurant on 32nd Street and then again at the wharf where the great SS United States was making final preparations to shove off. The tugs were already pushing their netted snouts into position.
"Funny that Holmes didn't come to dinner or stop to say goodbye,"
mused James when all the farewells fell silent for a moment.
"Perhaps he forgot the time," said Henry Cabot Lodge. "He's always struck me as a preoccupied fellow."
"Perhaps his injuries were bothering him,"
said young Helen.
"Or more likely he had another case to solve," said John Hay.
"Well," said Senator Don Cameron, his arm around his wife Lizzie, who was smiling at Adams, "we had about enough of that man's company for 1 year. But you, Harry, you must hurry back to visit again."
James shook his head. "You need to come to London or Paris or Italy to see me."
Cameron and Lodge exchanged odd glances.
"With the bank and Wall Street panic that we think is coming like a tsunami," said Henry Cabot Lodge, "I suspect that most of New York's, Boston's, and Washington's better families will be living on the cheap in Europe by July or August, leaving their servants here to fend for themselves and their great houses shut up until this particular storm is past. Then they'll come wandering home in a year, or 2, or 3. Those that survive the storm, I mean."
"Now, stop it, darling,"
cried Lizzie Cameron, pretending to hit her husband on the shoulder.
"No gloomy talk while we're wishing Harry bon voyage."
"It's not gloomy if it means you'll be in London to see me soon," said James, and lifted his hat as he walked up the gangplank at the ship's final all passengers aboard, all visitors ashore whistle of steam.
"Adieu,"
he called over the scream of escaping steam. Epilogue. Henry James hated epilogues, and refused to use them in his fiction. He said that life granted us no epilogues, so why should art or literature? Life, as he knew all too well, was just one damned thing after another, and there were no real summings up in life, and definitely no curtain calls. I feel much the same way about epilogues, as you may also, but this one is here, and we have to deal with it. By the last evening on the high seas, the steamer the United States was scheduled to touch at Portsmouth, but then go on to Genoa, where James had decided to start the last leg of his trip to see William and his wife Alice and their children in Lucerne. Henry James was bored. The weather was perfect and the seas so calm that all the experienced travelers and even the crew kept commenting on it. James didn't care to play backgammon or the other silly games going in the common areas, so he read, either in his pleasant cabin or on his pleasant lounge chair, a blanket across his legs and lap, or while lunching alone. He'd been set at a table of important people for every evening's meal, but the men's importance was in business, and Henry James listened and nodded politely, but had little, if anything, to say on the subject. He thought a lot about his play, and about these days he was wasting when he should be writing. It was sunset of that 4th evening, when James was leaning on the mahogany railing in the first-class section, looking behind the ship at its wake and the beautiful sunset into the Atlantic, when he realized that another man had moved very close and was leaning on the rail next to him. "Holmes!" he cried, then looked around to see if anyone had noticed his absurd shout. The detective was no longer wearing his sling, but his right hand was still bandaged. "Why are you here?" asked James. "Where are you going?" "I believe the ship is headed to Portsmouth, and then on to Genoa," Holmes said softly. He looked thinner and much more pale than he had in America. "Why didn't you tell me?" "That I'd booked passage on the same ship you were taking back to Europe?" said Holmes with that thin, fast flick of a smile. I didn't think you'd be overjoyed to hear the news. I planned to make the entire crossing, no matter how far you were going, without letting you know I was aboard." "But where have you been hiding yourself?" asked James. Again that flicker that never quite resolved itself into an actual smile. "If you want the blunt truth, Harry, I've been in my cabin puking my kidneys out and trying not to scream like a gorilla on fire for more than 4 days and nights." James took half a step back along the rail at the crude language. "But the crossing has been so smooth. The ocean's been a mill pond. Even the old ladies who get seasick looking at a large cup of tea have been healthy and busy on this crossing." Holmes nodded, and James could see that his forehead was beaded with sweat, despite the pleasant coolness of the evening and the ship's movement through the fresh air. "I decided that I had to go off that heroic medicine that I was injecting into myself several times a day there in America," Holmes said softly. "Did I mention that heroin substance by name?" "No," said James. I wasn't sure what I thought." "Anyway," said Holmes with that smile, "even 2 months' use of that stuff makes stopping the use of it a terrible experience. I may see Dr. Watson in the coming months, and he would be most disappointed in me if I came back to England addicted to some new poison." "So you've quit this heroic drug for good?" "Oh, yes," said Holmes. "But that's not why I came up to find you, James." "Why did you?" "Because, after my 4.5 days and nights of vomiting, my head was suddenly clear, and I realized why you were so out of sorts and brooding those last days in America." James looked away and felt the bile rise in his own throat. "It's what I did," he said at last. "I shall never truly get over it." "And what do you think you did?" asked Holmes. James rounded on Holmes with some of the old ferocity in his grey eyes. "I killed a man, Holmes. I shot and killed a human being. He was a villain and deserved to die, but not by my hand. I'm an artist, a creator, not—" He trailed off. "That's what I thought you thought," said Holmes. "And you're crazy, Henry James. You should have been at the debriefings with Drummond and Colonel Rice and the others after the unpleasantness, rather than wandering away." "What are you talking about, Holmes?" Holmes held up his bandaged right hand and wrist. "Your rifle didn't kill anyone, James. It passed through Lucan Adler's shirt sleeve, and perhaps brushed him enough to make him flinch and save my life from that blade. Then it burned its way across the back of my hand and went on its merry way into the lake. You shot and killed no one." James felt like crying from a sense of relief that almost made him sick, but instead gripped the wooden rail harder and stared into the disappearing sun behind the ship. "Oh," said Holmes, "when I was finished with my little drug withdrawal adventure, I realized that I forgot to tell you about 2 relevant telegrams that I received in New York shortly before we sailed." Holmes took the flimsies from his breast pocket. James, even though he felt that he could take his first deep breath in weeks, listened with some dread. "The first one was from our friend Agent Drummond, and is purely informational," said Holmes, unfurling the folded flimsy with some difficulty with his bandaged hand. "I quote, 'Please be informed that Irene Adler escaped custody at the Columbian Exposition Infirmary the day after you left Chicago. Stop. Guard members found that she had cut her hair over the sink quite short, we believe, and that one of their own guardsmen had been overpowered, stripped of his outer clothing, tied and gagged, and stuffed in a closet. Stop. Irene Adler may have escaped in a Columbian guardsman uniform, posing as a man. Stop. Be on the lookout for a woman with her left arm still in a sling. Stop. She may be armed and is considered extremely dangerous. Stop. Drummond." James hadn't meant to, but he started laughing and found it difficult to stop. Holmes joined in, and it only made James laugh the harder. He really couldn't have said why he was laughing so hard. It's just that everything unreal finally felt over.
This telegram I received in New York right before we sailed will sober you up fast enough, James, I assure you."
Holmes unfolded the flimsy and read carefully, in a slightly deeper voice than usual.
"From my brother Mycroft, who never concerns himself about the cost of extra words in a telegram. Neither of us does. From Mycroft. Sherlock, imperative that you continue on to Genoa aboard the ship United States, and then make your way north to Lucerne, Switzerland, as quickly as you can. Stop. I will be there in 10 days. Stop. This is a conference of international importance. Stop. Your presence imperative. Stop. Mycroft."
Holmes tucked away the telegram flimsies, and the two men looked bleakly at each other.
"Your older brother and my older brother both in Lucerne?"
said Henry James in a disbelieving, stunned voice.
"And us there with them? Inconceivable."
"I agree," Holmes said glumly. Suddenly a young man with his heavy coat thrown over his shoulders and an oversized derby pulled down absurdly low walked past. The youthful voice said,
"Good evening, Mr. Holmes."
James jerked his head around but caught only a glimpse of the young man's strong chin, high cheekbones, and dark hair, clipped American military short on the sides and in back.
"Friend of yours?"
asked Henry James. The sun had disappeared. All the ship's electric lights came on suddenly, brilliantly, the way they had at the Chicago World's Fair that opening night. Before the lights came on like fireworks, in the gloom and instant of the youths passing them, Sherlock Holmes had seen the young man's left arm in a black sling under the open, caped overcoat. Holmes passed his good arm through Henry James's and leaned with the older man over the railing. The sea air was so fresh as to be intoxicating.
"We'll deal with Lucerne and older brothers when we come to them,"
Holmes said, sounding happy for the first time since Henry James had first met him that rainy night along the Seine 2 months earlier.
"In the meantime, my friend," said Holmes, "this could turn out to be a very interesting journey, after all."
This has been a Hachette audio production of The Fifth Heart, written by Dan Simmons, read by David Pittu, produced and directed by Cheryl Smith, recorded by Charles McCrory, post-production by Beat Street Productions. The Fifth Heart is also available in print and digital formats from Little Brown and Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2015 by Dan Simmons. Audio production copyright 2015 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.